morning, race fans, and welcome back to Sunday at the Gap440 for 2020. We have 54 starters today for the first of 4 laps. We'll try and get a quick word with Clayton Chapman, mate. Had a good run yesterday, got 8-second advantage over Josh Howes. You'd be pretty happy where you sit going into a big Sunday.
Yeah, mate, it's good start for Sunday. Hey, they've closed the gaps up to 30 seconds too, so that's going to make it tougher for the boys behind with that dust, with a bit of still air this morning. But yeah, so we're grateful, mate. We're thankful to have a good run yesterday. Kept it clean, and yeah, looking forward to a big push today and get her through to that finish line.
And the car, mate, all good?
Oh, mate, it's just never felt so good.
Yeah.
No, she's smooth and fast and just doing everything we want it to do. So we're just we're enjoying the ride.
Navigator's working well.
Oh, mate, he's the most oiled part of the machine, especially here. He's busy.
No worries, mate. Bring her home, mate.
Thanks, boys.
There he is, our current race leader, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. We'll try and get a quick word with Josh Howes. Josh, mate, I'm sure I mentioned to you yesterday you would have took second spot after day one if we give it to the start of the day. Big Sunday ahead, 4 laps, but yeah, just more seat time and see how you end up.
Yeah, that's it. Seat time for us. We're just want to get to the finish. It's been a rough couple of years for us in this car with a few little issues, so we're stoked to just finish 1 lap. So we're just going to go out there, drive it sensibly, and try and get to that finish line.
Yeah, and only 30-second gaps this morning. It changes the dynamic of the event as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. You know, yeah. we'll see in dust a minute behind, so 30 seconds going to be pretty tight, and not much wind around today as well with that low sun. So
yeah, pretty
testing. So we'll just see how we go.
And you said yesterday you love the track, sort of suits your driving style.
Yeah, it's my favourite, mate. Honestly, it's these are the types of tracks we love. You know, tight, technical. Yeah, you'd never.
Sitter here after day one of the Gap440.
Sunday morning before, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see how we go today. It's just I'm trying to hold our position.
You got a fair few of your family, a few of your mates coming up behind you, so that's going to be interesting over the next hour or so.
I noticed Sam Richard did park very close behind me then. I think he's sending me a message, but no, it should be good fun. So
all the best, mate.
Thank you.
Matty Burrows starting out of 4th position. Happy with where you started after the first day?
Yeah, I'm happy, mate. I had a bit of a problem in the top 10, so I pushed through and just was able to go today.
If you can't done the young fellas just sitting in there behind you, that's pretty cool for the family.
Yeah, no, it's good. As long as we can bring both cars home, and
Good morning, race fans, and welcome back to the Gap440 for 2026 here at McTockton, Hillston. My name's Toby Cooper. Great to be joined again this morning by Ben Langford. Ben, we have a huge day ahead of us. We thought yesterday was a big one, but 4 laps is going to really test these competitors out today.
Yeah, you're right there, Toby. And look, some great storylines coming into today. Obviously, the first one being the rivalry between Clayton Chapman and Josh Howes. Only a few seconds separating them after a day of racing yesterday. 1 lap of the big track. And, yeah, mate, Clayton's on the line now. He's about to take off. Another few great storylines is the amount of local cars in the top 10.
Yep,
going from we've got Jason Richards, his son Sam Richards, just behind him. Who else we got here? Bowie Graham,
Jay Mitchell, and Dean McGinley.
Yeah. So of the first 10 cars, 5 of them are from the Griffith Club, and yeah, mate, it's going to make for some great racing.
Yeah, only a couple of minutes away now from getting underway for the first of 4 laps here for Section 2 of the Gap440 for 2026, brought to you by Harvey's Service Centre in town and, of course, ARB 4x4 Accessories and Fuke Lubricants. Exceptional day yesterday for Chapman's off-road racing. You alluded to it. They took that slender, and I mean slender, 0.1 of a second lead in the prologue. They turned that into, I think it was a 1.5 second victory in the top 10 shootout. And here they are with just under 8 second lead over Josh Howes and Shawnee Harris in the Aussie Spec Jimco. But the big story, and obviously the way the event runs, it's only 30-second intervals now between these competitors off the line. So that changes the whole dynamic of the event moving forward. I believe 54 official starters on our Section 2 start list, and incredible list. And when you've got Denny Brown, Andy Brown down in 10th and 11th off the grid, we're in for one. It's going to be a big day of moving. We're going to bring you as much information from on and off the track as we can over the course of the next 7 or 8 hours till we declare our champions here for 2026. And yeah, can't wait. Under a minute now from Chapman Maguire, looking to make it basically their 4th dominant day of the Gap440 consecutively, if they can pull it off here this morning, mate. And they're all eyes on Chapman and Maguire.
Yeah, one thing I am noticing just looking out ahead of us, mate, is there's not too much wind.
No.
So that could play a factor in blowing the dust away. There's nothing worse than being in a buggy and having a face full of dust, that's for sure. So let's hope, it's not often I say this, but let's hope the wind picks up a little bit for these guys, because it could really play a factor in the end of today's race result.
Yeah, definitely. For the event itself, it's going to make it a lot easier for these competitors to get through and get the job done. The local battle is going to be fierce, and don't forget Aaron Habe and Matty Burrows in that 3rd and 4th spot. Habe's only around 20 seconds off the pace, and we're about to get underway, and there we go, the first vehicle, our defending champion from 2024, Chapman and Maguire, in that beautifully turned out Toyota turbo-powered Razorback from the sunny coast. I know his family are here proudly watching on, and won't be too far away now. Josh Howes and Sean Harris is what it's going to be really quick, really fast off the grid here this morning, Ben. And again, it just changes the whole approach of these competitors. They put a bit of water on this first couple of kilometres, I believe, over the night, which is great for us here.
Yeah, that's right, mate. I was speaking to Bub Hollins last night. He was out there in the water truck. Thank you again to one of our sponsors, Craig McEwen, for donating the water truck for today, because, look, it wouldn't be too much fun if we had dust in our face right away. So, yeah. Thanks a lot to Bub for getting out there in the water truck. I think he was out there till about 8 o'clock last night.
Aaron Habe, Declan Fritchley on the line in the One Element Prodigy, our defending ARB Australian champions. Had a good result down there at the Pines Enduro, which was enough to wrap up the title last September. And he sits around a minute or so off the lead, about a minute 50 off the lead there. 30 seconds off the lead of Clayton Chapman. So definitely well and truly in contention for the title here today. Matty Burrows, Tom O'Byrne to the grid in the 1-2-3. Massive drive for him yesterday, Ben. Started 13th. I know he had a pretty good run by the sounds of it. No dust at all for young Matty Burrows, but took advantage of that position and finds himself in a lovely spot here, 4th off the grid. But he's got Jason Richards
First of our Griffith cars on the line right now. Richo, he's got his son hot in his heels behind him. I was having a chat with Jason just before, and I asked him if he might let Sam by, and he just laughed. And I think if anyone, that'll be the person he's not going to let get by anytime soon. But great to see his son Sam, only in his early 20s. He's just lining up now. His dad's taken off. Let's see if he can catch Dad.
Yeah, so only 10 seconds between young Matty Burrows and Richards, and a further 5 seconds back to Sam Richards, so nothing in it. The old v the new in the big race. So they go, Chapman goes through over the back, and Josh Howe's just about to come into our sights as well. So young Josh off to a nice start. Likewise Chapman, Sammy Richards, Tanner James in the silly seat there in the Class 1 Chenworth.
Yeah, he's Navigator Tanner. He's pretty familiar with the car as well. I've seen him in a single-seater Class 10 a couple of times, and he really knows how to drive himself. So he's in good company to really hopefully bring this home for at least a top 3 in the Class 1. What a great performance again. It becomes a bit of folklore here at the Griffith Off Road Club events for Bowie and Ella Grain to perform well, and off to a terrific start here in 2026, starting off in 6th position. He's around 16 or so seconds off the pace of young Sam Richards. I'm sure he's got him in his sights this morning. And for someone that knows the track as well as anyone, it is definitely Bowie Graham. So keep an eye on our first Class 10. What a performance yesterday. That man can steer a race car. Jay Mitchell. A big day for Jay Mitchell. Wouldn't he love to be on the outright podium come day's end? Home soil, as local as you get here at McTockton. Yeah, that's right, mate. He's just taken off now, and he's looking pretty good.
He drove well yesterday. He's got his father, John, in the navigator seat, so that's another cool element to the story. We see Matty Burrows head off over the back of the complex. Dean McGinley on the line. Dean DeMarco in the 87 Jimco. Another one that worked his way nicely into the event yesterday. 3rd time, I think, behind the wheel, the Jimco, so it's a big step up from Class 10, Ben, but he's handling things nicely so far.
Yeah, mate. Dean knows how to steer anything. If it's got 4 wheels or 2, you can trust Dean to know what he's doing, that's for sure. And
he's done a power of work during the week. I know him and his wife, Ashley, are big parts of the Gap440, making it all possible. And I know he's had a few of the fellow competitors' vehicles in the shed as well over the last month or so, and it's all going on.
That's what happens when you're a handy auto electrician.
That's right.
Word gets around, and next thing you know, you've got 10 buggies in your workshop.
So Denny Brown and George Apted, our 10th vehicle away there in the 42 Illumicraft. Didn't catch up with Denny yesterday, but seemed to be a little bit off the pace, but he knows how tough this event is come Sunday. And if he can get through today's 360 kilometres unscathed, things will be a lot more rosy, I'm sure, for Denny Brown. Andy Brown now off the line, his father in the 45 Nissan V8.
Yeah, it's funny how it works, how we've got 2 father and sons out there chasing each other.
Yeah,
so,
it's extraordinary.
Really goes to show what a family sport this can be.
And we've got, of course, Mark Burrows, who'll be out there shortly. I think he's out of 17th. He takes off. Matty Burrows off 4th. Ali Howes, great run for her yesterday. She'd be stoked to be out of P12. Sarah Corrigan in the navigator's seat. They've become accustomed to the top of the standings at these national level events across the country. And another competitor, she'll be thereabouts at the end. And this sort of from the sort of 8th position through to that 16, 17, 18, I reckon one of those could really push for a podium here today. There's going to be a lot of drama out there over the course of the next 6 or so hours, mate, and Ali Howes will definitely be putting her hand up for a bit of silverware at the end of the day. Yeah, and honestly, mate, it's great to see an all-girl team out there really battling for that top 15 position, so all the best to the girls out there today. The next of our Class 10s off and running the single-seater of Bodie Tickner. Terrific run for him yesterday as well, 13th spot. I think he's a few minutes behind Bowie Graham, but he'll be happy where he sits. He finished 7th outright, first in class at the Pines Enduro in September last year. He's got the pedigree. I used to race against him with Rhett in the Class 2 days, but great to see him here in the Lumicraft and punching along nicely. Yeah, definitely. Sitting second in class there for Class 10, and first of our trophy trucks about to hit the line now. Yeah, Comiskey putting the power down and finding it a bit slippery off the start line. Jumps well. Of course, the former winning truck here at the Gap440, and Toby Price held the title in 2022.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Now, next up on the line, first of our Class 6s. Really good performance from these guys yesterday. It's moved back a little bit in the overall standings, but they qualified in the top 10, which is a couple of years ago would have been unheard of in a class in a overall class with so many different cars and having V8s out there. They did great.
Yeah, Conroy Devine, he's off to a lovely start to his weekend. He said he pushed pretty hard yesterday at a lot of our competitors. Dust was a bit of an issue at times, but that is just the nature of the beast, and all our events across the country experience that over the years. The next one, this is going to be a good little battle for Class 6 honours, because Aaron and Greg Nicol kept Conroy Devine and Robert Rolls very honest yesterday in the 665, and they're running the older model X3.
Just looking on the screen before, we're getting some great live footage from, I think, is that Bowie Graham?
Looks like Bowie Graham, yep.
Yeah, so. Bowie and Ella Graham. Technology these days, it's awesome that we can live stream a GoPro off an off-road buggy, that's for sure, mate.
And then next off in 17th spot, Lachlan and Greg Campbell, the son and father combination, GRC Motorsport. So that's Class 6, 3 in a row off the line. So nothing in it between Devine, Nicol and Campbell for those top honours, and I think they'll battle it out as well. Chrissy Holgate and Nicholas Pye not too far away, so you sort of got a handful of Class 6 side-by-sides that are, so it looks like first of our buggies. Looks like the red overalls to me will mean it's possibly one of the
Andy
Brown entries.
Yeah. Andy Brown pulled up just on the start line. Rhett Stanton and Josh Lyle off to a good start, third in class at the moment. That's
He'd be happy with that overnight, I'm sure.
Yeah, he was, mate. He was so happy he went to bed at 8:30. So
fresh as a daisy this morning.
That's almost unheard of for young Reddy and Josh. But just good to see he's taking it seriously, and see if he can give Bowie and Tickner a good run for their money.
Now, one of the legends of Australian off-road racing, Mark Burrows, his son Tom Burrows in the navigator's seat in the 21 Monk Fab Holden-powered machine off the line. A little bit further down than many would have maybe suggested there in 19th spot, but I expect him to really mount a challenge and head back towards that top 10 or possibly even a bit higher. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's hard to gauge with those Illumicrafts if it's either Andy or Denny, but we'll have a quick look at our rally safe. Looks like the locals, Jeremy Horn, had a bit of a excursion in a dip at high speed yesterday, I believe, out there on the track.
Oh, gee, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, did a bit of a front end issue, but they got it sorted. New Bush mechanics, and got the 35 Southern Cross home. Unfortunately, over the allotted time of an hour and a half for that lap. So that puts his lap basically in the bin, but he'd be happy just to, he said he loved the way the car was handling and he was punching along nicely. But looking to make some nice time up today and set the pace. Michael Marson off the line, the next of our Class 10s. Yeah, mate, there you go. So on our rally safe, definitely looks like the 45 of Andy Brown and Denny Hardman in front of us there, about the 2K mark. So not a great start for those competitors. Nicholas Pye, John Herselman on the line in the 629, the Rush Can-Am. He'll be off in 22nd position. So we've got Rye Pride down here as the navigator for Nicholas Pye, fourth in Class 6 overnight. Shout out to the Westerns, I'm sure they're watching on from up there on the Gold Coast. This is one of their production lines, the Rush Can-Am Maverick R.
Yeah, seems to be quite a few of those Can-Ams coming out of the Gold Coast area. I have seen SXS racing, kind of like motocross racing almost up in that area. But just good to see him out here doing the big enduro races, that's for sure, mate.
Next of our Class 10s, it's a single-seater Hurricane of Brendan Hill, the 1004. Starting off there in 23rd position. A solid day for him. Now he's 3 or 4 years old, this home-built machine now, but he's sort of working his way nicely into that driver's seat. You know, his dad's here watching on, and Uncle Kelvin watching on from home. Dave Lufton heading off in the Honey Badger, the 104. How good's the in-car shots there of Bowie Graham?
Yeah, mate. I've got my eyes off the start line. I'm just watching Bowie, seeing how he's going, and look, he's driving pretty well at the moment. His daughter Ella's doing a good job navigating. Obviously, he hasn't hit a tree, so it's good to see.
Tyler and Paul Human next off the grid, the next of our Class 4 crews down from Harvey Bay in Queensland. They were happy on social media yesterday with how they performed. Yesterday had a nice opening lap.
Yeah, right, mate. I'm just looking out here. This dust is already starting to pick up, so let's hope this wind gets a bit better, so we can have some clearer driving for the drivers out here.
It looks like the Andy Brown Illumicraft still in position over there. Unfortunately, Chris Holgate gets his Sunday underway. Spoke to him at the Bolo last night at tea, and he was happy with his first lap. First real taste of the endurance style. He's been competing in New South Wales, and that short course racing is a completely different ball game to these enduro longer version events. You've really got to pace yourself and work out what speed's going to work for you to get the job done and get across that finish line.
And hope that you get a decent finish in the end. But that was one thing we always had a drama with these longer races is coming from a motocross background where we would just want to go flat out as quick as we could, and sometimes that'd come back to bite us more often than not. But look, it looks like my driver, Rhett Stanley, in the 1024, he's learned his lessons, and so far so good for Reddy.
Just saw the 621 Can-Am with Tim Wilkinson, Glenn Milne off the line in 27th, and Clint Glennon and Adam Moore.
Another Class 10. He's
a bit of a misgear, I think, for Clint Glennon, but the 1016's off and running, and I'm sure he'll be looking to work his way up into Class 10 contention. His sister shouldn't be too far away, I believe, in the little Rivmaster Class 3. We'll see her away shortly. Stephen Kildy's making a bit of a dash to the start line. He had dramas yesterday early on. Jason Keane underway in the 1013.
Another one of our... It's a single-seater Class 10, if I'm correct.
Yep,
yeah.
Timco 2000 single-seater, desert car.
Yeah, they're getting a bit more popular, the single-seaters.
Yeah, especially in the Class 10.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't be my cup of tea. I'd get a bit lonely out there. And at least when you got a navigator, you got someone to debrief with and share the stories. But if you don't like hearing someone yelling in your ear all the time, I think a single seater is a good idea.
Maddie Smith, Keegan Smith, Avalon Smith in the 473 Brenthal Gen 2 V8 trophy truck off the line. Third of our Class 4s. We've noticed the Andy Brown Illumicrafts also moved from that stagnant position over the back of the headers there, mate. Either good or bad. Hopefully he's back in circulation.
Yeah, it doesn't look. I don't see a car being towed back to the pits, so it looks like he's gotten going again. So that's good for Andy. Darren
Franklin from Franklin Off Road. Rob Hackney in the navigator's seat, the 31st vehicle away in the 678, the Maverick R from Condrook, the Victorian New South Wales border down on the Murray River. Great supporters, the ARB Australian Championship, multiple time Sea Lake Club champion, Class 11 Australian ARB champion. He's been doing this championship for half a decade or more, since before COVID days. Great person in the sport, and his family love the off-road world. Davey Mendham, Adam Barnacote in the 1070. He was very happy with his run. Opening section, finds himself in 32nd spot and around 6th or 7th in class. Dave Mendham, definitely one of the more experienced veteran competitors here this weekend from Dubbo.
Yeah, he's impressed me, that's for sure, Toby. Let's just see if he can bring it to the end of the race.
The Honey Badger of Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe from Tumby Bay in South Australia. We've got a few Streaky Bay competitors here this weekend as well. I know Cole Tucker's floating about somewhere. Hopefully see him out on the track during the season. One of the next gen stars in Australian off-road racing. But nice start there for McNamara and Pascoe. Now Darren and Stephen Orr about to get their Sunday underway in the 10-15 Lothringer. One of our Brisbane-based crews in 34th spot off the line.
Yeah, Class 10, it really seems to be stuck this year. It's you know, since probably 2017 or so, since its inception, there's just been so many people go to the Class 10. It's kind of that good, happy medium between your smaller cars like your Class 6s, was probably formerly Class 2. And now instead of going up to, you know, the big cars, the Unlimited or Pro Light, they'll opt for a Class 10.
A lot easier to get the engines and parts too.
Yeah, definitely. A bit easier on the back pocket, that's for sure. But still, it's not the cheapest sport, I'll say that much, mate.
Stephen Kildy and Chris Jones in the 484 Killer Racing trophy truck, home built, of course, up there in the Brizzy area. Not their day yesterday. Belt dramas early, which forced them out. They're back out here for Section 2. Shannon and Andrew Fitzgerald now in the 1029 SS Race Tech Class 10 machine. 35th off the grid from Port Augusta. The daughter and father combination. Davey Mendham sneaks out of the back shrub area, heads across that final straight. So we're getting through these cars very quickly. 30-second gap really changes the whole aspect of this event. Sean Ratcliffe on the line now in the 1007. Another one of our Class 10 single-seaters in the Potter. Bit of a bumpy start, but it always looks a treat, that car, and well presented at all times. Hopefully see him back here in an hour or so to complete the opening lap.
Yeah, on the line now, local Tabata farmer Drew McLaughlin in a car that's got a bit of Griffith off-road history. It's been through, I think it's 3 or 4 other Griffith locals, and his first race, and it was good to see him get to the finish line yesterday, and we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, seen him have a great run that first 89 kilometres.
Yeah, definitely. Like when I think about my history with it, you know, it took us 2 years to complete a lap, so he's doing better than us, that's for sure.
Kelvin Kruger to the grid in the Aussie-built Super Boot, the 44. Nick Mosley in the navigator's seat. Expect these guys to work their way up nicely through the field. Their first real taste competition outside of Queensland, so great to see them down here at Hillston. Michael Lesk now to the grid. Matty Cowie in the navigator's seat. They'll be the 40th vehicle off the line from Freeling in South Australia. Shout out to Simon Tucker watching on down there from Streaky Bay. Wishes he was here. I know he was 5th outright here 2 years ago in his Southern Cross. I'm sure he'll be back very shortly.
Next up on the line, Griffith Club President Carl Power. Got the whole family out here today. I think 2 of his daughters are navigating, one in the car with him, and I think one of his other daughters, Tess, might be in the car.
I think.
Yeah, in with Drew McLaughlin, who just took off before.
I think he had a few little dramas out there yesterday.
Wouldn't be an off-road race without a couple of dramas, but...
No, everyone knows the feeling there. 611 of Brendan Hill rolls up to the starting orders. He's got Matty Wyndham in the navigator's seat, former navigator of Peter Carr. Another crew down from Harvey Bay, made the trek down the Newell and looking to put down a strong finish here at the Gap440, brought to you by Harvey's Service Centre, Fuchs, of course ARB here at McTocton. The Mitchell family, thank you for letting us play here on your land this weekend.
Yeah, we're so lucky to have landowners across the whole series that allow us to go through their properties and rip them up. It's it's a big deal, and you know, this time of the year it's a bit easy to do. During winter when there's a crop in the ground, it's a bit of an ask to have a property owner that's willing to let you go through and potentially rip up their crops. But really thankful for the Mitchell family for helping us put on this event, that's for sure.
Paul and Max Renoff underway in the 620.
Darren Mott on the line now, Sea Lake legend.
I think we've got to change a navigator in the Bennett truck there for Darren Mott. I believe it is also for sale. Looks a picture out there, so you want yourself a nice trophy truck before into the rest of the season. Hit up Darren Mott, Sea Lake Club president. He's got a race down at his place in a couple of weeks, Darren's day out. I know they've got a full capacity field. Glennie Collis, Jason Hample.
Yeah, Glenn is one of my customers I deal with during my regular 9 to 5. Look, if I'll be honest, I wish he spent a bit more time fixing his fences and working on his buggy, but he's out there now, and once this race is done, I'll be on the blower on Tuesday to get him to fix that fence. But no, he's looking good so far. Just
had a bit of an accelerator issue yesterday to get out and fix that, come loose where it matters most. Had a bit of a scary moment out there. Dale Standen, he's a bit further down than we probably would have thought, out of 46, mate. Craig Ball in the navigator seat. Obviously an issue for the locals yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't manage to ask what happened with Dale yesterday, but look, Dale drives like Dale. I'll say that much, but he's got his long-time navigator Craig Ball in the seat with him, and yeah, you can't ask for a more handy mechanic than Craig. I'll tell you that, mate.
Everyone says that.
Yeah, he's basically got a workshop with him in the pits.
That's the Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills entry, the 481. Completed their lap successfully yesterday from Coss Harbour. They've come across from the East Coast, first time in the Dan Mackenzie built Class 4 machine.
Should have asked for some hard lollies from the Big Banana. They're pretty good up there. So I'll catch them in the pits later, see if they can hook me up for next race.
Jamie Harrison, the 639. I know he had a few issues out there yesterday. Dave Roberts, and from Brizzy, the 48th car underway. Again, these competitors at the rear of Section 2 will just be trying to find that pace. They know that the faster competitors will be knocking on their door in the next sort of hour or so. To wait and see how long it takes for sort of an hour only. It's at 23 minutes, so yeah, they'll nearly get through the opening lap, definitely, before the front running cars will be on their heels. Perry Stellianos to the grid. We just saw Rossi Newman and Cameron Crowe off the line, the 681. Good to see Ross out here again this morning. I think Perry Stellianos did front diff yesterday in his Ultra 4 machine. Got that repaired overnight. Only one of our Class 11 crews here this weekend from Cobar, one of our event sponsors. So thanks to Perry and his business there, 57 Automotive in Cobar, that's partnering the Gap440. A bit of a wild landing there for Perry.
Yeah, I think heart would be in my throat, the navigator seat. Do they have a navigator in those cars?
Yeah, they've got a navigator in there, yeah. He's got...
Become more familiar with another type of motorsport, rock hopping. I'm not too familiar with that, but yeah, they've come across. They raced at Gundawindi a couple of years ago, and
there's a few Aqua Falls there.
Yeah, Class 3 off the line.
Yeah, Alexandra and Jacob Malloy, the wife and husband combination. Alexandra is Clint Glennon's sister, who we saw take off 15 or so minutes ago.
And those Riv Masters, it's a body shape. It's almost synonymous with the Australian motorsport. They've been around forever, and hopefully see some more soon, because it's just good to see the old Riv Masters out here.
Cody Vizers going up to line, but it was Paul and Mark. Well, I think Mark Paul Grant actually is behind the wheel here at that Ford F-150. Our only Class 5 competitors still circulating this weekend. They had a flat rear tyre about halfway through the lap. Had something through the wall that wasn't meant to be there, but took about 5, 6 or 7 minutes, I believe, to get out and change that tyre. And Mark Paul Grant will be looking to set a bit of seat time there. And the last car away for Section 2 on Sunday for the Harvey Service Centre, ARB Fuchs, the Gap440 is Cody and Rodney Vizzer, who had dramas. Well, he's had dramas again here, Ben. Looks like he's going to return to the pit area, which is not great news for our final car away. So that's it, 54, including the Vizzers off the line. Ross Newman heads over the back of our sights. A few notables that didn't make the line. We know I mean, Dixon had engine dramas yesterday in the 83 Crumpco, didn't make the grid again. Lukey Ersedge, gearbox issues, so the 1050 won't be fronting. Chris Land, also with electrical and engine dramas, won't make the green light this morning. So 54, so we basically lost 10 cars overnight for yesterday's opening section, which is not too bad really, considering the nature of the beast that is McTocton. It's caught plenty out over the years, and I'm sure today we'd love to see all 54 return to the podium this afternoon, but we'll bring you as much information as we can. What's that, 27 minutes, so it's sort of about half an hour or so from getting our first cars through. Looks like down on the Three Springs Road we've got our race leaders Chapman and Maguire around the 40 kilometre mark.
Making good time.
Looks like Josh Howes hasn't updated for a minute or so. Hopefully everything's all right there. Havey are at the 38k mark. Manny Burrows, Jason Richards, they're both still moving around that 36k mark. Bowie Graham,
he's looking good. We've seen him on screen now.
Screen around the 35k mark, dancing through the trees there. You can really see how much it's really rutted out. They did say, spoke to Carl Power at the scrutineering on Friday night. He didn't think it was going to get too bad out there over the weekend, but a lot of competitors are saying by the third and fourth lap this afternoon, things are going to be very treacherous and difficult out there at this McTocton layout.
Yeah, Bowie looks like he's hitting a bit of dust. So he maybe catching Sam Richards, or it really is just very dusty out there. And so without that wind, that dust is going to hang around for a little bit before...
especially 30-second dust in that. It's just going to hover there. And hopefully for everyone out on the circuit, the dust can pick up. And really, it has picked up sort of in the last 5 or 10 minutes from up here in the commentary booth as we elapse nearly half an hour of race time here on Sunday morning. Clayton Chapman has just hit the 42 kilometre mark, so still tracking along nicely. Looks like Andy Brown and Danny Hardman have hit the 25k mark, so still going along all right there, the 45 crew.
Any update on Howes, mate?
Yeah, he's still... Some of the trackers take a little bit longer to update than others, but last year, about a minute ago, Josh was at the 40k mark. Likewise, Aaron Havey in the one element.
Yeah, just looking at these GoPro images, I was speaking with the navigator for Dean McGinley, Dean DeMarco, yesterday, just about what the track's like, and he said one thing. This, compared to a previous group of tracks, this is really technical. There's not many places where you can relax, really. With other tracks, with Stackpool, in some sections you could follow the edge of the fence line of a paddock, and kind of gave you a little while to breathe. But just looking here, it looks pretty technical, mate.
Yeah, he's around that 40 kilometre mark, and of course this year the track is ran in reverse to the previous 3 editions. I believe nearly identical layout in terms of length. And the way the track runs is just run in reverse from the finish to the start line from 22, 23, 24. But yeah, Bowie Graham really working his way nicely. That steers like a dream, that Class 10 Illumicraft, that 2.5 litre Honda powered machine. Getting through there nicely, and he looks like he has a nice dust-free run there at the moment, mate. And it's funny.
I would have missed that corner.
You talk to a lot of competitors, and they allude to how fast and open the track is, and then you check out the live stream. We've been watching it for 3 or 4 minutes. It doesn't look that too open and fast to me, does it?
No, definitely not. It's you're going through them wheel ruts now, and. No, he's on it, that's for sure. Ella's doing a good job telling Dad where to go. Just looking at the battery on that GoPro, she's not lasting too long, unfortunately. We may not see a whole lap from Bowie and Ella Graham in that Class 10, but while they've got it on, let's see what we can see out there.
deep run that corner, wasn't it? A bit of a pause there for Bowie, but everything going well. Of course, shout out to our naming rights partners here this weekend, ARB 4x4 Accessories Harvey Service Centre, Fuchs, the Gap440, Griffith Tyre Power for holding the sponsorship for the top 10 shootout yesterday, which was very entertaining after the Raceline Wheels Australia prologue that we saw from 9am. Ag Finance Specialist, Asquith Earthmoving, BB Building, Kadimo Machinery Services, Fuchs, Greenwich Ag, John and Annette Wade, Key Agri, MR Trans and Seraphin Ag as our elite partners, and go through some gold and silver sponsors over the course of today. So Bowie Graham on our screens, he's at around the right on the 40k mark, 42k mark. So heading towards sort of halfway through the lap. It looks like plenty of open air there to the young Sam Richards in front, which is good for Bowie, gives him a good dance at it. Oh, he cut that corner a bit tight, didn't he, over there?
Come on, Ella, what are you doing?
Incredible pictures, isn't it, brought to the viewers at home and on their devices here at the track, watching on the Gap440 live stream. The whole new dimension to the event just really shows you what these competitors face. It's not all easy and cruisy like a lot of people that don't understand the world of off-road think it is.
It gives some perspective, because a lot of the spectators, they may only see what we're looking at here, and they don't realise there's another 80 odd k's of track that these guys have got to navigate. So I haven't actually had a chance to even do a reconnaissance in a four-wheel drive on this track, and I'm having my first looks at what the rest of it looks like.
See that low lying dust in those trees there, just hanging.
Yeah.
A bit over eyesight as they work their way through. I'm sure Bowie's very familiar with the layout. He's been around here every edition, and they do a lot of work behind the scenes to make the Gap440 possible.
Are they on the track? Yeah.
So now we just wait, Ben, for the first of our competitors to come back to us here at the event headquarters. Of course, our stream produced and provided by Huddy and Phil from offroadracing.com.au, mate. They do a great job, and see many more of these over the course of the season. The ARB Australian Championship heads down to the Waikerie Riverland Enduro in early July, round 2, before heading only a few weeks after that up to the Gundy 500, Gundawindi on the Queensland-New South Wales border, before returning in September for the Pines Enduro. Plenty of action right across the year, with many of great races to be run and won. But this weekend it's all about the Gap440 at Hillston. Clayton Chapman go back-to-back here at McTocton. There is a lot of racing left in this one. Can Josh Howes return to the winner's circle after 4 years off the top of the podium? Can Aaron Habe continue his remarkable decade or more years of success in the off-road world here in Australia, looking to get his first victory here at Hillston?
Yeah, Habe's the dark horse. He has that reputation of just coming. He's there at the end, so
he'll be there at the end. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, definitely. It's seen him have some very impressive drives down at Millicent before. Conditions are very different to what I'm familiar with down that way, that's for sure. Yeah. It's normally quite cold and wet, and a lot more trees down there, if you can imagine. They run through pine forests, but
you can really see there, I saw Bo run right of that little stump there in that part of the section of the track. You can really see the carnage that can be had if you do go off the circuit out there.
And sometimes you don't even realise it to, half a k down the road, and you've got a busted tyre. So let's hope that didn't do anything to the car when that little off-track excursion, that's for sure.
That's 37 minutes in the books for these competitors. The first car was off the line. % on that battery now, so Chapman and Maguire at about the 55 kilometre mark. 55 Ks under the Razorback here Sunday morning. The shadows and the dust combined makes visibility very, very difficult at the moment. So, yeah, Bowie's doing a great job getting through all this. I think I would have hit a tree about 25 k's ago. About half an hour or so ago. Yeah, probably about that. Once you get past that first left-hand turn, I reckon I would have found one. Remember a couple of years ago, the wet year, 2023, the year Brett Martin took the title. Bowie got up into that third spot outright heading into the final couple of laps. I know he had a few issues late that put him down. I think he finished 6th or 7th outright. So you can definitely run at the front of the field here, and he's doing that again this weekend, starting out of that 6th spot. So and that's honestly, that's where I'd expect him to be. Yeah. If not, maybe a little bit higher, but there weren't too many races where Bowie didn't finish. So he's always there at the end. Yeah, he is. A few more of our gold partners. Don't forget to get down and support the canteen here at the McTockton layout. Serving plenty of nice food. I'll be open, I'm sure, after lunch today to celebrate our champions for the Gap440. Have the gold sponsors: Agro, Agronomy, Cheatley Hire, CK Cranes, Elders Griffith, Farm Freight, GrainCorp, Hillston RME, Hornag Logistics, Inland Trucks, Keengrow, Mawson's Concrete, McNabb Fuel, Riverina Logistics, Ag and Vet. Well, here we go, he's young Sam Richards, so he must have come back in at the back there somewhere, mate, early on. So that's a bit of a development. I thought I heard a car come in, but that's disappointing for Sam. He was chasing down his dad, but he just almost had a massive moment off that first jump. Sam Richards, pull it in, mate. Pull her in. He's got an idea, basically the track to himself from here. He's lost a lot of time. That's disappointing. Dropped about half an hour or so. I'll put him out of outright contention. Rocky's Bulk Haulage, Guidelands, Craig McKeon, Earth Moving Power Hotel, Clubhouse Hotel in town, Carousel Shire, Inner Sales and 57 Automotive, our gold. But there's so many in-kind sponsors as well, which means they lend their services and their equipment and their time to put all this together in front of us here at McTockton. It doesn't just happen overnight. That's for certain. This is a 12-month in the progress, or 20 months for this club to get back to the ARB Australian Championship level, and they could be very proud of themselves. It's a beautiful layout here at Hillston, and I'm sure we'll be back here for years to come, mate. Yeah, hopefully, mate. Off-road racing, it's Griffith in some capacity has been holding a race for a long time now. I think it would go back to the 80s at least, where they used to run from Blue Dot Speedway just out of Griffith down to Stackpool, and then Stackpool back to Blue Dot the next day. They used to run that over the Easter weekend, but now we're out here, and it's great for the Hillston community as well. About 100 k's out of Griffith, but
yeah, seems like everyone wants to turn up to these races, as you can see from all our sponsors, that a lot of local businesses want to get involved with it.
I think 1980 was the first event run by the Gap440 Off Road Club back, 46 years ago now, the BP50. Bernie Stack was the champion. It's hard to believe Mark Burrows won this event back in 1993 in the Goodyear Griffith City 450. Nick Shannon as his navigator, then won again in 96 and 97, the Firestone 500. Andy Brown won the Griffith 500 back in 2000, and Burrows won again in 2003. Just shows you, yeah, how consistent and how many years they've been competing at the top of the sport, and still out here knocking about with these young fellas doing the...
Yeah, you're right, mate. And Griffiths produced a lot of great drivers, probably most notably the late, great Les Sivior, who I think he won over 10 Australian championships, and he passed the baton on to his daughter, and her partner as well. He's a great driver, Andy Ryan. Yeah. And then even his grandsons now they're on the bikes. Billy Ryan in flat track, and Jesse Ryan in the desert racing. So
of course Katie's husband Shannon.
Yes, Shannon Wrench as well, another multi-time
eight-time Aussie champion. Yep.
Fink winner. It's been a while since I've seen Shannon race in one of these, but hopefully we can get him out here again soon. Still got Bowie Graham on screen now. Looks like that GoPro battery's almost dead, but while I got everyone, just like to thank our silver sponsors for the Gap440, Hillston Ex-Servicemen's Club, Hutchin and Pearce, Melberg and Pastoral Co, Matolo Family Farms, Murrells Transport, Namoy Cotton, Owen Toyota Griffith, Racer Imports, TLP Livestock, Yenda Prods, Lifestyle Living, Gannon Butchers, Dobbiger, our bronze sponsors, ABL Transport, B&D Engineering and Griffith, JJ Farm Equipment, Kib and Way Taxi Truck and Nutrien. On our screen, it looks like we've had an accident here. Bowie's pulled up to the 123 of Matthew Burrows. It looks like both drivers are okay, but yeah, that's unfortunate for the team of Matt Burrows and Tom O'Byrne. As part of off-road racing, if you are the first driver to come across an accident, you are obliged to pull over and ensure that everyone is okay. Looks like they're all good, and they're just having a quick little chat with Bowie before he gets back underway. Bowie will be recognised for this time, and that'll be taken off his lap time, that's for sure. So great sportsmanship from Bowie Graham. He's pulled up for Matt Burrows, and they both seem to be okay. But the 123 Pro Light's currently lying on its side, so yeah, it looks like they'll be out of the race.
Yeah, there you go. So I just had to duck off to the blue quickly. It definitely looks like we've had a bit of a tumble there for young Matty Burrows. Unfortunately, started out of P4 this morning, but the good news is it looks like they're hopefully okay. Not sure if that's young Matty there. Looks like what could be his navigator to the left of the picture, but
I think they haven't moved for a bit, so I think the GoPro may be frozen. But, yeah, it's just good to see they're okay, though.
Here we go. We've got some drone shots. It's like our first car on the road.
Clayton Chapman, he's
Clayton
looking
Chapman, looking very good. Starting off where he left here 20 months ago.
good. He'll be coming.
Here he is
coming around now, I think, mate. So we'll be able to.
This must be a replay, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Top right
replay. Yeah, my bad.
I don't think he's going to do it. That'll be 15
record
minutes
time.
quicker than yesterday. There was some great action yesterday. Josh Howes really found his groove on Saturday, the Gap440. Well and truly in contention, about 8 seconds off the pace as he left here this morning. So there you go, already early on, within, the first 50 minutes of action here on day 2. We've had clearly initiated young Sam Richards and also dramas we see on our screens, unfortunately, to Matty Burrows and Tom O'Byrne in the Class 1 Jimco.
Replays of Aaron Habe, on screen. I'm just trying to work out if this was a prologue or the race lap yesterday, but they were looking really good yesterday, and I think they'll be looking good today as well. Back to a live view. Yep.
So Chapman's well and truly on his way back to us here at McTockton headquarters. He's just around that 70-kilometre mark for 15 Razorback, our race leaders. Josh Howes is still sticking with him. He's around the 68k mark, so it's good news for Josh and Sean Harris and the element of Aaron and Declan's in the navigator seat.
Okay, so yeah, Chelsea's out.
I saw Chelsea walking around before, so she had a lap yesterday. I'm not sure what their plans are for the final 2 laps, but they're clearly the 3 fastest cars, and it looks like there might be a few vehicles at that 62-kilometre mark. Bowie Graham's still stopped there. The 1-2-1 of Jay Mitchell, so not exactly sure what's going on out there. We've seen the unfortunate Burrows entry on its side, but we'll bring you any information we can from the ongoings out here at the Gap440, and it's just part and parcel of our great sport, mate. You always have a few incidents.
It's
hopefully nothing too major out there.
Goes to show the sportsmanship of the drivers, even though they're battling for a top 10 position.
Oh, everyone's safety's first. Yeah.
Exactly. So good to see the guys all pull up and make sure everyone's all right, and also make sure the cars coming through are aware, because there could be much more scary than being in a position like the Burrows and knowing there's a bunch of cars coming in at a million miles an hour. So just good to see the sportsmanship of the fellow drivers out there.
And of course, we're all family, regardless if you're new to the sport, been around for 40, 50 years like the Mark Burrows and the likes. But in that sort of top, between sort of 4th and 10th, like young Matty Burrows, of course Dean McGinley, Jay Mitchell, like they're all good friends. Jay Mitchell's been navigating for young Matt the last 4 or 5 seasons at national championship level events, and of course at the Think Desert Race, so well and truly entrenched in that Burrows team. So his straight away reaction would have been, crikey, let's get out and check that me boys are all right, and I'm sure that's what they're doing at that scene. But won't be too far away now. Leading car will be back here to complete lap 1, so they'll do 2 laps consecutively. They'll go into a 45-minute compulsory service break then, and then they'll come back out and start another 2 laps. So, I mean, it's a slog out there today. You deserve your win at any of these events, but the Gap440 just seems to be that, just to get the job done here is a huge achievement, bit of a relief heading into that round 2 at Waikerie.
Yeah, in saying that, probably the Stackpool track was pretty brutal, but the most brutal track I'd ever been through was the Waikerie track. Of course, they've moved the venue recently, but the rocks at Waikerie were shocking. Look, from afar, the Waikerie terrain looks quite similar to Griffith, but up close, those rocks were brutal. But yeah, looking forward to the next race down there in the Riverland. Beautiful part of the country.
Good news. So the 1-2-1 of Jay Mitchell moving along at the 67k mark. Bowie Graham's, they're very close together. Actually, Bowie might just be in front there between Mitchell and Bowie. Denny Brown, Dean McGinley, Ali Hauser still tracking. Jason Richards still moving along there. Brody Tickner, likewise. Conroy Devine, Brett Comiskey. So a 10.24. There's Rhett Stanton. He's going along nicely. The Nichols in the Can-Am X3. So plenty of competitors with our race leaders, Chapman and Maguire, the 75k mark. So
Chapman looking good.
We'll see them in the next sort of 4 to 5 minutes, I'd say, with 15.
I think this is live vision now on your screen. So yeah, they're looking good. Wouldn't be great being in that dust, that's for sure.
So I think Huddy's up in the chopper for the next hour or so. So that again will bring another dimension to the event, mate.
Yeah, no, it's awesome having the chopper out here. It's doing flights for eager spectators. I don't know how I'd feel getting up in a chopper, to be honest. I think I'll just leave that to Huddy or the drone to get that kind of footage. But yeah, mate, Chapman's coming home in that first lap and he's looking good.
A few shout-outs watching on again. Anna and Geordie, Bachelor, back home in Warriota, watching on up early with the kids, watching Hillston live. Big Frogs Hollow TV partner. Shout out to those guys. Bryce Derrick, Butte Weather for some awesome racing. He's a huge off-road fan up there on the sunny coast. Darryl Pearce watching on. Freddie Lehman, likewise. It's great to see many tuning in to the offroadracing.com.au stream here this weekend.
Yeah, it's awesome, you know, and also if I get a moment, shout out to me mum and me brother Jeriah up in Byron Bay, watch it streaming now, and also my fiance Kate and my son Bo, they're streaming from home out down in Griffiths. So yeah, it's awesome to keep connected in this way. It's just a great novelty to have for this sport, and it really just boosts the profile of it.
So some great footage out of, there's Josh Howes. We just saw Aaron Habe and Dylan Fritchley go through in the one. They're definitely well and truly on their way through. Great to get some split times for lap one here on Sunday. They'll turn around and do it all again for their second. See some of their recovery crews out there. Look at that. How good's that? The Aussie flag flying proudly. Josh Howes doing his thing nicely.
I want to hope the doors on those caravans are closed, because it won't be fun cleaning the dust out.
Pretty wild spot there, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely.
For the dust-wise. Our current Australian ARB champions just doing what they do best. Aaron Habe.
It's awesome. It'd be pretty crazy following one of these off-road buggies in the chopper, and they're getting some awesome footage out there for us today.
So it gives you a good indication of sort of the gap between the competitors. Looks like it's the spot that Josh just went through. Seems to be a pretty constant gap there between the pair, which is good news for Josh Howes and Sean Harris. So that's 56 minutes, mate. We saw a 59.34 yesterday for Chapman and Maguire, our defending champions here at the Gap. That's heading towards that 57-minute mark now, so not too far away, and we'll see our leading car come through.
Is there a gap? What's the gap between Chapman and Howes at the moment, mate?
Well, Josh's tracker doesn't seem to be Well, on here it says it was updated 56 years ago, so I think that's a bit off. But Josh, there you go, so he's at the 80k mark, so might have dropped a little bit of time. 83k mark for Chapman Maguire, but Josh is... We're playing the long game here, just knowing he's got to stay in that position. Habe and Dylan Fritsch around that 78k mark, so it seems to be around 2k's between our top three competitors. So might be Chapman that's just edging his way a bit further away, further ahead of the field here. But he'll know Clayton is, one of the more cool, calm, collected competitors. And he's got Adam Maguire in the navigator's seat, and he's almost perfection in navigator in many eyes. He's I know he's done a bit with Ryan Taylor over the years up at the Fink Desert Race, and really dials in on the pace notes, and they get the job done. Of course, defending, looking for 3 titles in a row at the Gundy 500, another brutal race on the calendar.
Oh, those melon holes, mate.
Yeah.
Oh. We went through the old Malapanya run one time. We'd lost comms. I was using my hands as direction, and we hit a bump, and I turned the car off. That was a scary few 10 seconds. It
looks like Bowie Graham from the chopper there.
Yeah,
65. Geez, he's really... Well, now in consideration, Jason Richards is the other one that seems to might have dropped off the pace a bit here in the 91. That's just my rough call here. He seems to be a bit further down. Hopefully I've got that all incorrect, but definitely looks like Clayton Chapman, Josh Howes and Aaron Habe by far the 3 quickest. And of course we had Matty Burrows who had the incident, which means that's why there'll be a bigger gap between that 3rd and 4th spot. Shout out to Lee Wells watching on from down there in Melbourne.
Another
former Australian navigator champion. Great. Massive. Of course, the Wells family been around. Darren's here somewhere this weekend helping the Browns out, but it sounds like we're just about to see our first car come through, Ben, and we approach that 59-minute mark, so heading towards a very similar lap time to yesterday. But Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, that's way too early in the day to get excited for these two, but they know another 90k's in the books. Three laps remaining for Chapman's off-road racing. He'll steady around here, and first car across the start-finish line, Seraphin Ag. Beautiful. That's a
here comes the chopper. How
good's that?
That's awesome. Going through the Seraphin Ag Pro and Kadimo Machinery Services finish line. About to start their second lap.
Yeah, so it's the first car that's come around there all weekend. Just showed you how they'll do their continuous lap. So as a chopper flies low, Huddy in there getting some awesome...
That's below the tree line. That is wild.
So if you like the look of that, ladies and gentlemen on the fence, you can get down there and grab yourself a joyride in the chopper over your favourite race team or your crew members. But Chapman and Maguire, I can... As I said, look like on the rally safe, they'd pulled a little bit of time on Howes and Harris.
Dean McGinley on screen at the moment, looking very good.
Yeah, he might be a big mover too. And we'll remember as well, a few of these crews will get time back, I'm sure, for pulling up and doing the right thing for young Matty Burrows there, which we've got to take that into calculations. I'm sure that'll be slotted into the times over the course of the next hour or so.
Yeah, and good thing with the rally safe stuff now is they know exactly how long they stop.
Yeah.
So you're not trying to think just how long you're pulled up for a down driver. So that'll get calculated probably before the start of lap 3. Sorry, lap 4 is it?
Lap 4.
Yeah, lap 4.
Lap 3 today.
Yeah. It does look like
definitely
Clayton's pulled a bit of time on Josh Howes, but look, when you factor in that it's 80 odd k's that they've got to travel, that stuff's going to happen.
So 59.37 for Chapman and Maguire.
It's Habe.
Oh, there we go. That's Aaron Habe.
Looks like there may be an issue for Howes.
Josh Howes is the question. Unfortunately, all eyes on the one, the Element prodigy of Aaron Habe and Dylan Fritchley. He'll come through. Second car across to commence. We see Chapman over the back, so there's a bit more than a minute there. We'll bring you a time for Habe when it comes to hand, a 59.37, the time to beat this morning. Josh and Sean unfortunately look like they're around the 84k mark, so literally just over the back of the headquarters here, only a few k's from the finish. Heartbreak again for Josh Howes and Sean Harris. Hopefully nothing. You always hope that you just see the white flash of the Jimco come back into contention here, but Bowie Graham, I reckon he'll be the next one through. Geez, what a story this is. So he could literally be from 7th this morning. In an hour he's jumped up into 3rd spot on the road, the local Bowie and Ella Graham, again with I'm sure some time to be given back to a few of our competitors. But the 1065 on Morelli Safe will be the next vehicle through. Not too far away from him either is Jay Mitchell and John Mitchell, who started out of 8th spot behind Bowie Graham, and then Dean McGinley working nicely with Dean DeMarco. So Josh Howes, Matty Burrows, Jason Richards, Sam Richards already seem to have experienced issues, mate, over the course of the first hour, and it just shows you how tough these events are from early days.
Yeah, the attrition rate can be pretty heavy. Once you get a few more laps in, then track gets a bit rougher and equipment starts to get a bit more stressed out, then things start to break, unfortunately.
So there you go, an hour 51 for Habe and Fritchley there, so about a minute 14 off the pace for Aaron Habe, but comfortably, provisionally, of course, as we stand, moves him up into that second outright position after 2 laps, but there is a long way to go in this one.
I'm just looking out here.
I was going to say, he should be through any time, and there goes Habe. Through that tight section.
Yeah, the green.
New addition to the circuit.
The green buggy stands out, that's for sure. But yeah, just looking out over the crowd here. It's good to see some familiar faces. I see the president of the Griffith Motorcycle Club, Matt Passin, enjoying the race. It's just good to see such a good turnout out here.
Yeah, plenty of familiar faces, and of course always exciting after the off season and everything that's going on in the world, just to get out to Hillston and forget all about that for a few days and enjoy some off-road action. The third car, I reckon, just about to come around behind the sheds here at McTockton, mate, and I reckon it'll be one of our local crews. Incredibly, well,
local boy,
for many you might say, but he's just always there. Bowie Graham, 3rd position on the track in a 1065. Father and daughter combination. Very impressive, to say the least. Provisionally 3rd car across Jay Mitchell, John Mitchell. They shouldn't be too far away either. But there you go, from 7th this morning up into that 3rd on road. Bowie Graham goes through. Here is Jay Mitchell.
Local boys 3 and 4 at the moment. I think we may be seeing another local fella, Dean McGinley and Dean DeMarco, coming through at some point soon. But no, it's just good to see the local boys really up there in well into the top 10
well
now.
And truly in the top 10, yeah. Without a doubt, there's a chance that one of these competitors could, things go against the front-running competitors, end up on the podium. But Jay Mitchell, from 8th up into 4th.
Putting that local knowledge to use, that's for sure.
Really seen a quick change around in our outright order heading into the second lap here this morning. We'll just go past 9:30 local time. But still, Chapman, Habe and Bowie Graham, your top 3. And here is Dean McGinley from 9th on the grid up in the 5th spot.
Just on screen in the dust, I saw the 1024 of Rhett Standen briefly. Good to see him back out, still out there.
Might be a big day for Rhett Standen. Also, Ben, he's
currently, third in class, I think he would be, behind Bowie Graham and Bodie Tickner.
Well, if he finishes at the moment, he's still around that sort of 13th, 14th spot. So top 10 beckons this weekend for Rhett. Good lap opening stanza for Dean McGinley, bring you some times for the locals. So that's 5 vehicles across the line. Mitchell with a 1AR207, 1AR210 for Bowie Graham. So Jay was around 3 seconds quicker on that lap. And Dean McGinley another 27 seconds off Bowie with a 1AR237 in his Jimco 2000 series. So officially 5 competitors have commenced their second lap of Section 2. See Bowie over the back. But yeah, you can really tell Chapman and Havey have pulled away from the rest of the field. Doesn't look great for... Looks like this is the Denny Brown.
Denny Brown, yeah.
The Lumicraft. Not exactly where you're accustomed to seeing Denny Brown and George Apted in the field at ARB Championship level, but again, we had a bit of a tactic playing the long game, working his way in the race, but he's definitely well and truly off the pace here this weekend. Everything looks like it's running nicely though for the 42 guys, and again up into that sort of 6th spot on the road. Definitely in contention. We saw early issues to Andy Brown. I reckon Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan again won't be too far away. Bodie Tickner, Brett Comiskey, the first of our Class 6s. Conroy Devine, that was a 1 hour 3:23 for Denny Brown. So he's nearly 4 minutes off the pace of Clayton Chapman. It's incredible day out so far. It looks like, is that Richo?
I think it is.
Looks like the race. So that's definitely Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan there in the Class 1 Jimco. So I know how much she thrives off her brother doing well.
Richo,
so
that's for sure.
Ali would be a bit disappointed to see Josh on the side of the track, unfortunately. It's happened a bit over the last couple of years. Josh started off so strong. Richo's clearly had a few little issues out there over the first lap. He's dropped back into, what's he down to, about 7th on road. But Ali Howes, she's going to be thereabouts right at the end of this event. Keep an eye on the 115. Sensational steerer. Great piece of machinery. Of course, they bought that car off the late, great Terry Rose a few years ago now, and Ali's just had a sensational run. Richo getting a bit loose through that first part of that lap here, mate, but get a time for him to 1 hour 6:48 for Jason Richards and a 1 hour 3:23 for Ali Howes. So Ali was only nearly identical time to Denny Brown on that lap. Shows you how nicely she's moving along. So that's 8 of our 54 starters across the line. But the local battle, mate, is really heating up here between Bowie, Jay Mitchell, Dean McGinley and Richo's back in the fray. Looks like next of our Class 10 could be the single-seater of Bodie Tickner. Yes, great run.
If we look over that back straight, I see a car pulled up.
Yes, you do. Well, is that the Dean? It's hard to tell, isn't it, from me? I'm usually pretty good. That could be the Dean. Is it not Jay Mitchell? I'll try and give you a bit of an update. There's clearly a car stopped over the back of the... Yeah, unfortunately, that's what I just thought. I think it's the 121 of Jay and John Mitchell. The Illumicraft. Comiskey's in the house, the first of our Class 4s.
Geez, those trophy trucks, mate. They sound like a monster.
Yeah.
I know down at the Pines Enduro in Millicent, a couple of times we were broken down, and hearing Greg Gartner come through the forest was she was pretty scary, I'll tell you that much.
So Richo across the back. Comiskey tugs the hay bale there, but he's off his second lap. It looks like the first of our Class 6s through. Ali Howes making light work of that tree section. She's well and truly underway for her second lap. Definitely looks like Jay Mitchell and John Mitchell still over the back of that fence. Banner there flying, mate, straight over those bales. But Conroy Devine still our leading Class 6 competitor. Jeez, what a weekend it's been for him so far.
Very impressive. So has Devine worked his way back into top 10 now?
Well, that'd be, I think he's back on, that'd be the 11th car through. But he's 9th quickest this morning. It was 1 hour 4:23. Tickner 8th quickest, 1 hour 4:11. Comiskey in 10th, 1 hour 4:26. And Jason Richards, obviously had a little drama out there, 1 hour 6:46. So that's 11 of our crews through. But signs aren't great, unfortunately, for Jay and John Mitchell over the back there. But
on
we'll
screen
keep an eye
now,
on him.
just Mendham, I believe, out of the Dubbo City Motorcycles car. He's on screen at the moment, if I'm correct.
Yeah, looks like the 1070.
Yeah, that pink really does stand out.
It stands out, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't miss Davey Mendham. Here's Aaron and Greg Nicol, the second of our Class 6s. Bodie Tickner heads off over the back of the complex.
Another Class 6 not too far behind.
Young Lockie Campbell.
We've got a nice little class battle and overall battle between those two Class 6s like that.
I'm sure Greg's pushing a bit harder, mate. He knows how important to get, especially in these open areas of the track, to make a few inroads before they get into the tight stuff where the dust hangs low. But a nice lap there for both
coming
Aaron
into screen now. Reddy Standon and Josh Lyle. So
tremendous run.
Our third Class 10. Where would they be sitting now?
Well, Campbell goes 11th quickest with a 1 hour 4:54. Nicol 1 hour 5:17 in 12th. So Red will be around that 12th, 13th spot, I reckon, which I'm sure he'll be stoked about that.
Yeah.
Heading into the second lap. Long way to go. So the 10:24 across.
Looks like the early bedtime paid off. He hit that beautifully. Putting his motocross experience to use over that first ski jump, but
there you go, 11th quickest, 1 hour 4:51, so he's about 3 seconds quicker than Lockie Campbell in that Maverick R. So a lovely run for Rhett. He clearly the third fastest Class 10 competitor out there. Is this Jay Mitchell on the back of the side-by-side on a tow rope by look at that? So not great news. Mark Burrows heads across penultimate jumps here on lap 1. He'll come through. Another one of our bit of a mover. We'll be crossing around that 13th, 14th position from 19th on the grid.
Yeah, this is where his experience is coming in. He didn't start off the best, but I think he drives conservatively, and he's going to get that thing to the finish line. So, it's not just a podium, but it's also those overall points in the championship. So to finish, get some points, and live to fight another day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I didn't catch up with Mark yesterday to see what the issue was there. He dropped a lot of time, but he's a seasoned campaigner. He'll be playing the long game for the championship, and he knows just to get through these early rounds and mount a charge late in the season. That's the Jeremy Horn 35 go through.
Yeah, so he's looking a bit better than he did yesterday. Got through that lap without too many dramas, I hope.
I don't know if I saw Aaron Nicol. Well, there you go. So Aaron Nichols obviously let Lachlan Campbell go past, because I was going to say Aaron Nicol definitely didn't come through, but Lachlan Campbell definitely the mover there, the quickest of the two. Michael Marson steadying his little Class 10 racer for a lap 1 completion. He looks strong as ever, Michael Marson. I'm sure he would have loved to have his big trophy truck here this weekend. I believe it's not too far away from hitting Aussie shores, and he just keeps circulating at a very constant pace, and definitely going to contend for Class 10 silverware over the next few hours, next to our side-by-sides through. Like a Maverick R with a Nicholas Pye entry. Hardly, and they're coming straight at you, but the 629. Yep, Nicholas Pye, John Herselman down as the navigator. It's a shame there for Jay and John Mitchell, of course, not how they wanted their weekend to end, unfortunately. Brett come across Ross in 11th. Jeremy Horn 14th quickest. This is just for section 2, I must confirm. Section 2 only, 14th quickest, 1 hour 5:20. Nicholas Pye 15th position, 16th fastest for Mark Burrows and Michael Marson. 17th there, 1 hour 5:31. Brendan Hill across the line, the 10:04. Everything seems to be running nicely. It's been a good weekend so far for Brendan Hill.
Geez, they chucked a bit of water down on that first corner. Probably the only mud they're going to see for the day. But it's lucky because it wouldn't be great fun for the spectators out there getting a face full of dust off there. But
a few potholes out there yesterday, I believe. That's why we saw a bit of mud up the side of these race cars. They come in yesterday afternoon. It's like the Jeremy Horn Southern Cross over the back. Davey Lufton head towards the finish. Darren Barker in the navigator seat. Distinctive flashing light at the front of the Honey Badger. Crosses the 104. Ninth quickest for Dave Lufton, 1 hour 5:54. So that's 20 of our competitors across the line. Have confirmed that Josh and Sean are all okay in the 9 Jimco. Also second on the road. But unfortunately, you still haven't seen them, which is not ideal. Here are the Humans Hillbilly Racing across the line. So a nice opening lap for young Tyler. Running the identical engine setup as Clayton Chapman in the Razorback. Keep an eye on young Tyler over the course of the year. I'm sure he'll be pushing hard for Class 4 honours in the ARB Australian Championship. I'll be Chrissy Holgate coming back towards second of our Maverick X3. The 686 across the line. Gatesy Off Road from Tamworth. Tyler Human across the 1 hour 6:10, 21st quickest. Chris Holgate just ahead 2 seconds faster in the 686 with a 1 hour 6:08. So that's 22 competitors across the line.
Now, I think we might have lost the 621 of Tim Wilkinson.
He was.
That's Clint Lennon and Adam Moore coming across now.
Yep. So Clint's obviously made the pass there. The 10:13 at Jason Keen's not too far away. Matty Smith in the Brenthal trophy truck. Tim Wilkinson. Glenn Milne, but Clint Glennon moving along well. Goes 20th fastest with 1 hour 6 flat. In that sort of top 15, mate. Josh Howes, unfortunately, Matty Burrows, saw what happened there. Jason Richards dropped well back in the field. Sam Richards return to the pits and come out last, so he's out of outright contention now. Andy Brown we haven't seen through.
Jay Mitchell,
of course, is back in the pit, so that's sort of 4 or 5 of our top 10 already issues in the opening hour or so of the Gap440 here. 2026 at Mac Tockton.
Is that Wilkinson?
That might be the 621 of Wilkinson and Mill now heading towards that top corner. So dropped a little bit of time there, but definitely looked like Clinty Glennon was having a nice run. Jason Keane in the single seater.
think I can hear Matt Smith coming in now in that trophy truck. Here we go, Matt Smith and Keegan Smith just coming into view for the spectators area now. About to head over that Seraphim Ag Pro and Kadimo Machinery Services finish line.
Very new to this truck, Matt Smith, so expect him to go a lot quicker over the coming races. I think it's only his 4th or 5th start in the Brenthal. That'll leave him, what's that, 3rd in Class 4 at the moment, which is, should be pretty happy about that. He goes across 1 hour 7:26. Jason Keane with 1 hour 7:30 and Tim Wilkinson with 1 hour 8:17. 26 of our 54 starters across the line. Fortunately, we didn't see Craig Barnett return today, mate. He had some engine dramas on that opening lap yesterday. Not how he would have wanted his maiden voyage of his new car to go. Dry pump failure, they think, overnight.
Yeah, I stayed out here at the track last night, and you could hear some of the cars they were still working on until the very late hours of the evening. So just shows the commitment of some of these teams. But just on screen now, we've got local farmer Glenn Collis. Shouldn't be too far away, Glennie and Jace. It's like Darren Franklin, Rob Hackney at the top of the final corner. Davey Mendham sneaking in there, caught us a bit off guard in the 1070. Franklin across, he gets lap 1 in the books. Darren Franklin was 1 hour 8 minutes 46 seconds. Behind him, is that the 69?
Yeah, the
McNamara?
Honey Badger of Ben McNamara. Having a good little battle there, those couple of competitors. McNamara started behind Dave Mendham. Darren Orr was behind McNamara, so $1 hour 8:40 for Mendham and a 1 hour 8:22 for Ben McNamara. The Oars through now, the 10:15, the little Lothringer. Going along well, so it's great. You alluded to a few times yesterday, mate. There were so many of our Queensland off-road family down here playing at Mactocton again in 2026, and just shows you the strength of this championship and how dedicated they are to the cause of getting their season underway in Hillston.
Yeah, well, some of these drivers, especially the ones from far north Queensland, to drive down for a race, it's a big ask. So yeah, it takes a lot of dedication, and just to come down to a little town like Hillston and come to a race. So really appreciate their dedication to the off-road racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a Fitzgeralds go through, Shannon and Andrew. Chris Land, one of those competitors to have dramas on the opening lap in the 80 Jimco. You saw them struggle with electrical issues. There's our this is Drew McLaughlin,
Yeah, having a great race out there, Drew, and he's got one of the daughters of Carl Power in there with him, and I think at some point all 4 of Carl's daughters have navigated in some capacity or another. So Yeah, just good to see
It's in the blood.
Yeah, it is. And so Carl's two eldest daughters have recently had kids, so won't be surprised in a couple of years' time we'll see some more powers out in the buggies.
Darren all through in a 1 hour 8:35. Nice lap there for Shannon Fitzgerald. She goes 28th quickest this morning with a 1 hour 8:20 and a 1 hour 7:34, 26 quickest for Drew McLaughlin and Millie Power, the locals. Sean Ratcliffe now across in the 10:07. So we started with 16 Class 10 crews, and we haven't seen have lost too many of those, which is a great sign for the rest of the competition here this evening.
So another Class 10, I think it's coming over the line now.
I think it's
the Pro Car, sorry.
The
Pro
ultimate
Car.
machine of Kelvin Kruger, the 44, the Super Boot. Nick Mosley in the navigator's seat. Having a decent run.
10:43 of Carl Power coming through now, Griffith Club president. Got his daughter Tess, is it in the navigator's seat? Or was it Millie?
Tess, I believe.
Yeah.
Millie's in with
Drew.
Drew.
Yeah. So yeah, Carl's actually.
Carl seems like he's moving along nicely. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually in an old former buggy of Bowie Graham.
Bowie.
So. Yeah, no, they kind of, a couple of years ago, a bit of musical chairs with the cars, and Bowie got a new one, sold it to Carl. Carl sold his to Dale Standard. So, yeah, just a fun bit of history there. The cars, they swap around a little bit.
Oh, we see a bit of a rollover, mate, in that top corner. Just caught on the edge of that Mickey Thompson banner there. So one of our competitors.
It's a Class 6.
Could be a side-by-side. It's a bit hard. We'll give you that information as quickly as we can. It looks like it's a 611 of Brendan Hill and Matty Wyndham down from Harvey Bay. That's the number I've got on my rally safe. Unfortunately, presume would have been a relatively soft roll there, mate, into that sort of exit of that final corner. But
yeah, well, people, I think a lot of drivers that final corner, it's one of those places where you can make up a bit of time, but more often than not, people just seem to throw it away. They get a bit nervous and they make a mistake. But
Stephen Kildy coming through. I'm sure he would have got the yellow flag down there, just a caution ahead.
It's like the drivers are making their way out of that 611 now.
Always a good recovery. We're pretty quick to act there, up there at the end of that straight. Kildy cuts on the inside. Another one of our side-by-sides. Michael Less coming through. One of our South Australian X3 entries. Darren
Motty's just come into frame
along,
now.
Yep. So a few of our competitors getting the job done here on lap 1. And there you go, Stephen Kildy entering the pits in the 484. Didn't finish the lap yesterday. Steve Kildy. A lot of our Queensland pit crews. Looks like another one entering the pits as well, going past. So that's good sportsmanship there from Michael Lasky. Waved through Darren Mott and said, off you go, son. And there they go for lap number 2. It looked like for a minute that he was going to pull into the pits there on the left. But this is Glennie Collis on the charge. Look at Glennie boy go in the 147, the Rimco. You alluded to yesterday, that buggy's won the Sea Lake Mallee Rally. There seems to be a lot of action the last 3 or 4 minutes, hasn't it? There's cars going
they're
left,
very
right,
close
and centre.
together. So I don't know if there was something else out on track that had brought them a bit closer. But yeah, look, we've got a gaggle of drivers probably
Yep.
Would have been at least 5 or 6 cars that are, quite close together. So makes for some good racing, but also a bit stressful with the dust, as we see Dale Standen now coming into frame.
Jamie Harrison on his hammer, and Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills across the line in that Mackenzie-built Class 4 truck from Coss Harbour. So he's finding his rhythm nicely in his debut voyage of that machine. Standing across the line, Jamie Harrison keeping him honest. Hard landing there for Dale Standen. Then he got in that thick dust on the right hand side. He got very tight to the entry of that final jump, the 92 through the 639.
Just looking now on screen, still trying to get that 611 roll back over onto its wheels, and in the high vis, long time Griffith Off-Road Club volunteer. I've always just known him as Stilts. And, if you stood beside him, you'd understand why he's called Stilts, because he towers about 1.5 foot over me.
It's like Mark Paul Grant still coming in nicely in the 504. He's around the 78, 79 kilometre mark. Ross Newman still in motion. The Renoffs, Alexander Malloy, Sam Richards, Tanner James in the 119. Not where they want to be, of course, but still moving along. The 45 of Andy Brown's back at the 60 kilometre mark, so not sure if there's a possible issue there for those two, but it is still our race leader, Clayton Chapman, a minute ago on our rally safes at the 46 kilometre mark of lap 2. So about half a lap remaining for our race leaders to complete their second lap. Aaron Habe still going along. He's clearly in that second spot in the number 1. It's going through
Screen, we've got a battle between the ultimate car of Dale Standen and one of the Class 6s. But know much about Poppy Dale. He won't be happy that there's a Class 6 on his tail like that catching him. But
this isn't good news, mate. I've just had a quick look here. I've just had a bit of a study. It looks like Bowie and Ella Graham, of course, all provisionally, but we get the luxury to be able to make these early calls, has stopped. Well, he's at the 16 kilometre mark, which means he's dropped well off the pace there in the 10.65. He's just been overtaken actually by Tim Wilkinson, who we only saw come through here about 10 minutes ago. There goes, looks like Dale Standen, although he come through in front of Jamie Harrison, didn't he? So Jamie Harrison's copping some serious V8 dust there.
That would not be fun in that side-by-side. So, yeah, Dale's made the pass.
Of course, Jamie's a great story as well. First paraplegic to complete the Fink Desert race in the car category. Great milestone. Unfortunately, he's made the most of the terrible moment in his life, but he's a very positive human. I know I've seen a few videos and stuff on socials. I've heard a thing that his sister was going through, and it'd get a lot of people down. Looks like he's letting good work from Dale Standen.
What are you doing, Poppy Dale?
You said it, you didn't think he's obviously made the decision that Jamie's going a bit quicker there, mate, and he's letting go past.
Yeah, well, I'll have to ask him. Honestly, mate, he's not going to live that down. I think I'll bring that up at Christmas time even. But, yeah, mate, it's just good to see Dale, keep calling him Poppy Dale, but that's what me kid calls him. But, yeah, look, it's good to see him out there still. But definitely not a position I'd like to see him in.
So Mark Paul Grant, the 504. My calculations should be the next one through.
In the smaller box, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've got Sam
Richards still working towards the finish.
Bit of oversteer there in the corner, but it's good to see that. So 1-2-1 and Mitchell's going back out to restart their first lap.
Second lap. So restart their second lap now.
Yeah. First lap of the day, a second lap overall.
Broken gear selector, lever by the sound of it. there you go. Bit of a surprise there in the Lumi craft, but got all that sorted. It would have been a long 90 k's without the selector.
Seeing that 611 now being towed back into the pits.
We'll have to see if Brendan Hill returns to the circuit for his second lap, but good news for Jay and John Mitchell. Got that lever repaired and head back out, and the good sort of, well, positive thing out of his mishap the last 20 minutes or so, that he was only just there a couple of k's in, whereas he's lost a lot of time, but at least technically on the track he's only lost a few k's.
Yeah, exactly.
He could get towed back into the pit area, get assisted by his crew in the pits, and off he goes for his second lap, and he'll have a nice run now, because the car in front of him is about 4 or 5 kilometres up the McTockton terrain on lap 2. So yeah, there you go. So Bowie Graham still at around that 16.5 kilometre mark. Not great news for the locals. It looks like there's issues for Bowie and Ella. Unfortunately, there's a little Riv Master of Alexander and Jacob Malloy moving along. How good's that to see?
I love to see it, mate. That's the Riv Masters. It'll have a special place in my heart, that's for sure. Just the shape of it, mate. It just screams Australian motorsport. They're having a pretty good dust-free run at the moment, and look, all they got to do is bring it home, and they've got the class win in the bag. But yeah, hopefully the next few races we might see a couple more Class 3s. It's a great little, it's a great class to begin off-road racing in, and you know, I've seen Class 3s for sale for under 20 grand, which is, look, in the grand scheme of things, that's pretty affordable for off-road racing. Paul Grant coming through now, about to cross over the Seraphin Ag Pro Kadimo Machinery Services finish line. Oh, it looks like I've been told now Mark Paul Grant is driving. I don't know if you can get a snippet of the sound of that engine, but it's a great sounding car, that.
we just saw the 681 of Rossi Newman, Cameron Crowe through in the X3, 1 hour 16:38 for Ross Newman. Brendan Hill looks like he's got a time of 1 hour 15:26. Michael West come through, Dale Standard down there in 40th spot. So 44 competitors to complete lap 1 of Sunday, the Gap440. Let's get a bit of an update. Next one through, I reckon, mate, will be the 190 young Sam Richards and Tanner James. They're only a kilometre or so away. We'll hear them over the back of the headquarters here very shortly.
Yeah, definitely a bit of heartbreak there for the boys. Started out so promising, just behind Sam, starting just behind his old man. But yeah, mate, just seen him back out there just shows he's got grit. He's not going to give up, and hopefully we'll see him at the end of the day. He can get some points on the board. And yeah, just think about the big picture of the overall ARB Australian Off Road Championship.
So after Richards, here he is, young Sam Richards in the 119 Chenworth. We saw him obviously under the pit area over the back of the complex just after he took off here this morning from 6th position. Alexander and Jacob Malloy closing in on a completion of lap 1 here this morning, and Sam Richards on a bit of a tear now after the unfortunate early issues.
Yeah, Sam's looking good out there so far.
He got a bit loose over this jump when he went back out, didn't he? And
he was driving angry, that's for sure, mate.
So the Malloys are on cue to be through the 620 of Paul and Max Renoff around the 80k mark, so they've only got a handful of competitors still on their final lap. It does look like Andy Brown and Denny Hardman, they've clearly had issues out there on lap 1. They're still at the 65 kilometre mark, so taking definitely on a ginger. It looks like Clayton Chapman's about to make the move on him. He's at the 63 kilometre mark, and Aaron and Havey, Declan Fritchley at the 61 kilometre mark. And there is a long, long way back then to the next of our competitors. There's a bit of a logjam there. Richo, Denny Brown, Dean McGinley. So have to sit back and see how it all pans out.
Just correct me if I'm wrong here, but did you just say Danny Brown is in front of McGinley?
Well, I'm just having a... Dean's at the 52 kilometre mark. No, and Andy's at the 51. So, you know, Dean and Richo still have Denny Brown behind them. I reckon that'd put... Well, it's hard to tell because, as I said, they seem to be updating every minute or so here on Rally Safe. Mm-hmm. But Jason Richards, I reckon Dean McGinley is now the 3rd car on the track in the 87.
That's good to see. Old Noddy, as they call him. If you see him without his helmet on and you're familiar with the children's classic Noddy, you'd understand where he gets the nickname from. And look, I'm surprised he hasn't capitalised it and gone with a red and yellow livery in that new 87 buggy. But
might be coming, mate.
I'll mention it to him next week when I take my ute in, because it's got some issues itself. But look, Sammy Richards is coming out of the trees now onto the straight. Just bring it home, mate.
Yeah, keep it clean. You just never know. We saw Brent Martin here a few years ago start Sunday in 32nd spot and finish on the podium. That was a extraordinary performance from the 2-time ARB Australian champion, Brent Martin. So, yeah, it was an hour 41:14. So he technically only has, what's that, about an hour. We should get the job done about an hour 15, hour 16 to get this second lap.
So I don't think this, if you look on the screen, I don't think that's totally accurate. showing Jay Mitchell in third place.
That might be from the completion of lap 2 as well.
Okay, yeah.
Because he did stop over here, come back into the pits.
Yeah.
So that's, I believe, what they'll be showing there. We can get some outright. Here we go. So this is after the completion of lap 2 of 5. So we're technically not even halfway through the event yet, Ben. Here's Alexander Malloy. Awesome to see a little 1300cc Suzuki-powered Rivmaster heading through. So she's one of our final competitors to complete lap 1. So this is provisionally, mate, the top 10 as we stand after the completion of 2 laps of the 2026 the Gap440. Clayton Chapman with an overall time of 1 hour 59 seconds, 59 minutes 12 seconds, sorry, and then a minute 45 back to Aaron Habe, Declan Fritchley, and then Jay Mitchell was officially that third position after 2 laps, but we've seen what's happened there. There was only 2 seconds between he and Bowie Graham, so looks like Bowie's had issues, which technically...
Is he back going again, Bowie?
We'll have another look, but technically it means now that Dean McKinley and Denny Brown and Ali Howes are fighting for that third spot.
Still on screen, we've got Sam Richards still going.
We'll get back up the top here and have a look. No, unfortunately the 1065 still that 17k mark, mate, so not great news.
And a bit uncharacteristic for Bowie. There's not many races that he DNFs. He's got really good racecraft.
Jason Keane, unfortunately, he's been at the 15k mark for some time now. It's in the 1013. Jason Keane, he's a very similar spot to Bowie Graham, only looks like about a k between the pair. The other one that hasn't moved for a while, mate, is the McLaughlin and Power, class 10. He has not. 4 seconds ago he was only at the 10k mark, so he's been gone through here for quite a while now. Not great news there for the locals.
Yeah, but as we've mentioned before, it's attrition is part of off-road racing,
definitely.
Especially with these longer races. It's 400k's is a pretty long distance to travel in any capacity, and to do it on these kind of tracks, unfortunately things break.
This is the 620. Paul and Max ran off across the line, and I reckon they're going to head into the pit area there in the Maverick R. So a couple of their pit crew frantically heading back down there. There may be an issue there for the Renoffs in there. So I just had some official word here from event officials, mate, that the 1-2-1, unfortunately, of Jay and John Mitchell are out for the day. So they've retired from the event there. The locals, Jay and John Mitchell, so obviously their quick fix in the pits is not going to get the job done, and that's their weekend over, unfortunately, and started this third lap in third spot, what could have been, but as you said, it's going to continue happening for decades to come in this great sport of off-road racing. We see it in the F1s.
Yeah.
Competitors don't even make the start line in that billion-dollar industry, and just
heartbreak comes with the territory.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Jay Mitchell, 4th on debut at national level at Waikerie last July. Sure will be knocking on another podium there in a few months' time. But the attrition so far this Sunday morning is still waiting to hear exactly what happened to, unfortunately, Josh Howes and Sean Harris, who were definitely holding that second spot down. They just broke down just over the back of the event headquarters here, about the 84-kilometre mark. I know they're all okay, so obviously a mechanical issue there.
We're just looking at some drone footage coming over the spectators area, and great to see, just such a good turnout here. So, not sure we got This looks like our race leader, Chapman, coming onto screen now, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it definitely looks like an ultimate Razorback, and only leaves one option, Clayton Chapman. On my calculations, he's well and truly heading towards, you could say, the first half of today completed. Still 2 long laps remaining as we approach 10:30 local time here at McTockton. How cool is that? Little launch over that contour, bit of a washout over the top, off and running again. Hasn't missed a beat all weekend long there for the Chapmans.
Yeah, since he's gotten into this ultimate buggy, mate, he's just been the man to beat.
He has, yeah, definitely. The next one through, and it's good signs. He's only at the 40 I don't know if that's correct. Says he's at the 40 kilometre mark. Maybe issues there. It looks like he could be on an access road. The Jeep 57 Automotive of Perry Stellianos in the 1157. Doesn't look like he's actually on the track returning to the pits on an access road, so fortunately it could be day over for Perry. The Vizzers didn't return to the track also, the 611 of Brendan Hill. They were towed across the line as well, so I'm not sure their time will count. They were unfortunately so close to a lap finish, but if they're going to rejoin the race, they'll have to do so on lap 1, which will put them probably out of class contention, Brendan Hill and Matty Wyndham.
Here comes Clayton now on screen.
It's about 10 k's away. He's around the 76k mark, and shows we're sitting here in the middle of the Riverina, 100 k's west of Griffiths, and follow the race cars like that. Just a few shout outs, I'll get to them in a minute. I know there's a lot of people watching on the live stream, mate, and
but yeah, just watching Clayton here on screen, and he just looks to be so in control. He's not too crazy, and I guess that shows just why he's out in front.
Paul Chawton watching on from down there in South Australia. Michael Smith watching from New Zealand. Donna Hardy from Seduna in South Australia. Angus Cab, Full Bore Racing, is watching from North Queensland, last year's ARB Class 2 winners. Well done. Cameron McClellan's watching on. Final Sea Lake Mallee Rally champ. Proud seeing his old girl out here running with Glennie Collis. Richard Hacken again from Mount Isa. Jason Pye watching from Cairns. Moscow Off Road. Get up at Collis. Cameron McClellan. Drew Latham watching on. Shout out to the OBR team. All the best for their upcoming season. But we're closing in on our race leaders getting across the line to complete lap 2 of 4 on a huge Super Sunday here at the Gap440.
Just these pan shots here. It goes to shows just how dry the country is out here at the moment. Even though we had some rain out here early in the week, but you wouldn't know it if you are just looking at these shots right now. It's very dusty, but looks like the number 1 of Havey coming through now.
Yeah, he's still well and truly within striking distance, probably a minute and a half or 2 minutes behind the pace of our leader Clayton Chapman, but he'll be very, very happy with that spot heading into the final 2 laps of this great event at Hillston. Some pictures there of that element.
And sometimes, the position that Havey's in, it's not a bad position because, if it was anyone other than someone like Cam McLennan, Clayton Chapman, they're quite a cool-headed person, but sometimes in that second position you can just put a bit of pressure on him and he can force a mistake. So you can inherit the lead through tactics like that. I know it worked for us a couple of times up at Gundawindi, but look, when someone like Clayton Chapman, he's pretty hard to ruffle his feathers, I think. But
good news for Clayton Chapman too, with the way this Sunday works. He will start off with the same time gap that they come in. So if there's a minute and a half between them, that'll be the gap between Chapman and Havey off the line for the 3rd lap. Yeah. So there's no regrouping, no reseeding. It's just a continuous flow of competition today. It's a compulsory 45-minute service break, and then any time that they haven't met the green light will be in their race time. If there's extra issues and they take an extra 15 minutes, so unfortunately that'll just go to their third lap time. Awesome shots there. Again, brought to you by Huddy and his team at offroadracing.com. Bringing you the action.
Huddy himself, he's no stranger to success in off-road racing with the OBR boys. I'm pretty sure he's taken a Fink win even. So, yeah, he
looking to defend their title in a few months' time. And Travis, now a two-time ORC champion. But yeah, of course, Bo and Shane claimed the ARB Australian Championship at Millicent 2 years ago now, 2024. They had a great season there. They completed all 9 nationals across Australia. It was a huge effort.
Massive. That's a massive effort to finish those.
Finish second at this event too, behind. Who was it that weekend? Oh, of course, Clayton Chapman. After he won at the Big Desert 480, they sort of switched around. They went 1-2 at Rainbow and then reverse 1-2 here at the Gap440. So we shouldn't be that far away, I don't believe. Also, a shout out to my old grandfather, Leslie Criddle, watching on. He was on the first Waiata Off-Road Committee back in the sort of 1990, 1991 to get the Waiata 200 off the ground. And he sits on the chair now and just puts the helmet on and enjoys the action from Waiata. But that's what it's all about.
Yeah, well, it seems once it's in the blood for one family member, it flows on the rest of them, because there's a lot of generations, out here that the grandfather may have started racing back in the early days of off-road racing in Australia and passed it on, and now we're seeing the third generation of off-road racers out on the track.
Who we got on our screens there? It looks like our race leader, Clayton Chapman. He's just around the corner. He's closing in. He's at the 86-kilometre mark. It's been a flawless start to the weekend for Chapman and Maguire. They just continue to go to that next level. He's so far so good holding off his challenges, but he knows himself the team will not get over excited, mate. They still have, well, technically, it looks like the 45 Andy Brown literally limping in, and while they're going on his rally safe and his tracker, he's been doing that for some time now, so clearly out of contention, unfortunately, for Andy Brown and Denny Hardman, but always across Australia on the 15 Razorback. He'll be the first car through to complete lap 3 of the Gap440. Chapman and Maguire dancing through the McTockton terrain like they done so well here 2 years ago, looking to replicate that result. And though his wife's here, he's got his mother and father proudly watching on, his brother, his kids are on the fence ready to give Dad a big round of applause. But the job's not done, Ben. He's still got 2 laps remaining before he can reclaim the title at Hillston, but the job's well and truly underway. That's 3 laps down. The Queenslanders are happy.
Round
looking
of
to go
applause,
back to
guys.
back here at the Gap. Well done, Clayton Chapman. The 15's in the house, so he'll go in. He's got 45 minutes. I'm sure the team are down there ready to get to work on the Razorback.
Yeah, that's right, mate. And that's probably another factor in his success. Is the Chapman's off-road guys is they've got a really good team around them, and they know exactly what to do when they've got these 45-minute mechanical breaks.
They'll have everything, mate, ready to go.
Exactly.
Everything could be noted, documented, down to the second. I'm sure they even know how long they give themselves to get back in the car and get ready to, get the job done here this afternoon. And another interesting point from here is I think it's going to be perfect for these front-running contenders, sort of the top 10 or so. They're going to have a really good third lap.
Yeah, well, I've just noticed here the wind's picking up too, so that'll hopefully mitigate the dust issue that we were having this morning. But I think we're looking on screen now is Aaron Habe.
Aaron Habe shouldn't be too far away. He's coming across that bottom main straight. He's any minute away now from getting through. We'll bring you a time for our race leader, Clayton Chapman, section 2, lap 2. A 1 hour 35 for Chapman and Maguire, so nearly a minute off the pace of that opening lap conditions, of course, expected to deteriorate, which can impact the time, mate, and that you could sort of relay that message throughout the field. Expect these times to be a little bit slower across, except for the likes of Sam Richards, and who'll be cracking along to better his time for sure. But here is our second car. That's Habe.
Then in the
Declan Fritchley.
On the smaller screen, we've got Jason Richards plugging along in Sheila as the car's been dubbed. But we'll see what his time looks. Looks like he's still got a bit of a way before he crosses the Seraphinade Pro Cademo Machinery Services finish line. But
Habe's in the house. Fritchley there in the number one Element Prodigy, and there's a big reason why that number one, he's on the top of that car. He doesn't come here to run second. He knows that he's still well and truly in contention for this one. Menham based in South Australia. The Element Prodigy Toyota powered 3.5 litre twin turbo. Two-time Australian ARB champion now. He won in 2019 before COVID hit us and backed it up in 2025. And he's well and truly in contention. And the great story of the morning for me is one of the main parts of this event. Dean McGinley has found himself currently third position on the track at nearing the completion of this third lap of the event.
Yeah, we just got him on screen now, Toby, and he's looking good.
Aaron Habe goes through in 1 hour 41. It's only about 6 seconds off the pace of Chapman for that third lap, which means provisionally the current classification is Chapman holds a 1 minute 52.2 second lead after the completion of 3 laps of the Gap440 for 2026. But Dean McGinley,
I'm just looking on screen now. They showed Dean before. Now we were looking at Danny Brown, and Danny's looking pretty close to Dean.
Yeah, he made a bit of ground.
So Dean McGinley, family affair for Dean. With
I reckon Richo might have even got past him here on our devices, mate. So Richo might have jumped up into third. McGinley there in fourth. And Danny Brown, Ali Howe still coming along nicely, so there's nothing in it. And Bodie Tickner, he's not far off Ali Howe. So the next 4 or 5 crews, they're still another probably 6 or 7 minutes away. They're really widening the gap. House on our screen, so she's going along nicely we're in the 76k mark, so still around 10-11 kilometres left of her second lap. But looks like the Andy Brown Illumicraft, the 45, gingerly remember still on their opening lap of the morning, which to me, unless it's something low on fluids, you wouldn't think that Andy would push it if that was the case. So a mechanical drama, I'd say. And my quick guess would be that it'll probably be weekend over for Andy Ryan and Denny Hardman, but they'll do their best to get out there, I'm sure. This is the single-seater of Bodie Tickner. That'll mean he'd be in that Class 10 leading position, mate, as they head towards the service break.
Yeah, now with Bowie unfortunately out, Brodie's inherited the lead in the Class 10. Not too far behind him, it will be just for Class 10 podium will be Rhett Stand and the 1024. So very disappointing to see Bowie out. Never good to see a car out, but someone like Bowie who's really prides himself on being prepared for these races to be out on that lap. But Bodie Tickner currently on your screen. He's looking good, but it's very easy to get a bit carried away and start pushing it. And when you get to these stages of the races, that's when things break, I've found. So running that fine line between conserving the car and pushing it for position. So hopefully Brodie can put in a good time, but not too fast for the sake of Reddy and Josh back there in second place in class.
Yeah, Bodie Tickner, as you said, moving along very nicely. Then it is Rhett second on track in class 10. I think it'll be Michael Marston in third. Yeah, he's in behind Jeremy Horn and Aaron Nickel.
So we're looking at a car.
That looks like Andy Brown.
Yeah.
Literally limping home. Really not a complete stop there, mate.
I think he's pulled up.
Comiskey working his way through. Now, definite leading class 4 contender here this weekend.
Seems the class 4, there aren't as many cars as you usually normally see at one of these national events.
Yeah.
They're honestly, it's a draw card for people to see one of their machines in the flesh. If you haven't seen one before, ladies and gents, see a trophy truck at full noise is definitely something that'll make you fall in love with off-road racing.
So Sheila and Jason Richards, not exactly sure if he's navigator Nate Richards or Christie. I know I saw Aaron James walking around before, so
yeah,
obviously one of his
Nate's in the car. Yeah. Christy was she's a nurse in Griffith. She was actually present for the birth of my son earlier this year, so you can't get away from it.
Richo, he finds himself now in that third position on the track, but unfortunately he lost a lot of time on that opener. But he's made amends here on lap 2. It would be interesting to get a word with him in the service break to see exactly what went wrong there, mate. But Andy Brown looks like he's... Yeah, so just to give you a quick idea, Jason Richards was... find him here in the order for that first lap. He lost a lot of time. 23rd quickest for the opening lap this morning, but he's made amends on lap 2. Richo's in the house. Third vehicle across the line into the service break.
Maybe he doesn't know that Sam's fair few positions behind him. He wasn't going to let his son pass him, so put the wind up him.
He probably hasn't been aware of that information, mate. It'll be interesting to find out what actually happened out there in that opener. But he'll work his way back into the pit area. Bit of a quick look over. I know he'd just be happy to be out there still lapping around here at Wintockton. So
10:24 on your screen of Rhett Stanton and Josh Lyle still out there. So second in class for class 10.
There you go. So we have a new fastest lap for lap 3. Jason and Nate Richards, a 1 hour flat 18 seconds. So about 17 seconds quicker than Clayton Chapman. But I think he's still around that 7 or 8 minutes off the outright pace. Yeah, 9 minutes and 11 seconds off the pace of Chapman.
Dean McGinley now coming over the finish line to complete his third lap of the race.
This is good news for Dean McGinley. That'll put him currently in that third spot. But what will Mr. Danny Brown say about that? He steadies the Illumicraft, points at the complete lap number 2. Oh yeah, just had, of course, we jumped the gun there, mate. Richo did stop for Matty Burrows for a while with that incident, which is great to see, of course. That was always going to be the case there. And he will get that time back for lap 1, which will put him, I'd say, in that third spot. But also Dean McGinley, I'm sure he would have pulled over as well. But at the moment, on our provisional results, it's Chapman, Habe, McGinley, Brown, Richards. That top 3, top 5. Might leave it with you up here, mate. We'll try and get down and get a few words with a few of our competitors that we can in the service break.
I'll leave you to it, mate.
pits for the 45-minute service break. The Gap440 for 2026, our race leader, Chapman's Off Road Racing, working hard on the car. Rob looks happy. See Stewie on the back of the car. I know you're a busy man there, Clay, but you had a good run, mate.
Yeah, mate, it's great.
Good. No drums.
No, we just front pads just basically wore out on, so we had pretty low brakes for the second lap there, so we just turned the boost down and just sort of cruised it. Played it safer because had five pumps for brakes, but otherwise, man, she's just cruising around and feeling great, strong track. The tyres are holding up great. I was a bit nervous about the rears on this thing because it's getting pretty rocky and chopped up out there, but man, these Baja, this is the new Baja Boss, the XPS, whatever it is, and man, it's holding up better than they ever have. So really pumped about that. We just throw some new front pads in it, soften the shocks off a little bit, just deal with the square edges that are coming up out there. We can take a bit easier on the big fast hits now because we've got a bit of a time buffer, so we'll just increase some comfort and just bring the car home without any braking, just hopefully.
Pretty rough out there.
Yeah, starting to chop up, dry, dusty and slippery, so we're sort of keeping it out of the trees for the last couple and go from there.
180 k's to go.
Let's go.
Yeah. See you soon, mate. There he is, Clayton Chapman, our race leader. We might head down and see who else we can get. So Clayton has around a minute 52, roughly, over Aaron Havey. See, Glenn Howes is working on the Jimco there of Glenn Howes. We might see if we can catch up with Ali and our second car off this morning, Josh Howes. Sean, might get a quick word with you, mate, for the live stream.
Hello, pal.
Unfortunately not how you wanted the day to pan out. Tell us what's happened out there.
Just a little slow rollover out of a corner, just unfortunately. Just spun it in a corner and we buried it because we didn't want to end up in the bushes, and just dug into some soft sand and rolled over like 5 kilometres an hour. So barely any damage, which is good. It's a shame we're having a ball, mate. It's a great race, great event, but that's sometimes the way it goes.
A bit again, unfortunate. Anyway, you're both all right. That's the main thing.
Good, mate. It's all good.
Rest of the daisy.
Can't wait for the meat raffle.
Ali was there. Ali's in the motorhome. I think she's sitting around 6th or 7th spot outright. If we can get a word with her. Nope.
No dice. Anyway,
she's having a great run anyway. Team will be pretty happy where she's sitting there. First in class, 6th outright for Ali and Sarah. So shame for Josh Howes. Another unfortunate early exit for those guys in the Jimco. Brett Comiskey, he had a nice run. He's around that sort of 8th to 10th provisionally. We might get a word with the big fella himself in the truck. Might come down. The truck sounded strong as ever coming across the line. They look a bit exhausted, the boys in the first of our Class 4 trophy trucks. We'll get a quick word. Brett, how'd you go out there, mate? You look like you kept going.
Yeah, look, mate, no gains. There's heaps of people are wounded out there and a few upside down, but man, in one of these things, getting around through them trees, we get away from the cars and then they catch us back up. Mega slippery. We just try to keep constant pace and finish. Another 2 more to go this afternoon.
Yeah, they're gonna drop out.
I think it's going to thin out a few more.
Well, you're currently first in Class 9th outright at the end of those couple laps this morning. So again, working your way through the field, and I'm sure that's just the plan this half.
Well, you did say top 5, and I got to try and get that for you. So no, I'll do my best, man. Look, the car's running really good. No issues as usual with us. Dan prepping it for me, and Wayno and Corey. Corey's doing an awesome job calling. We only blew a couple of little corners and stuff, but all in all, man, we'll get there.
All the best to you and Corey, and see you in a couple of hours, mate, on the podium. You just never know. You can't count out Brett Comiskey. Might be a few places off the outright podium now, but still working very nicely. We go here to our Class 6 brigade. We saw Brendan Hill have a bit of a unfortunate roll over on that. We just might get a quick word down here with Lockie Campbell. I know you're busy, mate. just a quick word. How'd you look like you set a nice pace out there for start of section 2?
Yeah, it was pretty quick out there once we got going. We got stuck behind Aaron Nichols' dust in that first lap, so it was really hard pushing through the dust to get him. But luckily we actually had navigation today, so we had a bit more of an idea of where we were going, and Dad did an alright job at telling me where we were going. So yeah, caught him at the end of the first lap and then just cracked on in the second lap. Felt good, definitely driving a lot better today, and yeah, I think we're in an alright spot, pretty much where we want to be, and we'll just keep chasing down Conroy for the Arvo.
I was going to say, you and Conroy are going to have a good battle out there to Sarve in your old car from here a couple of years ago, and they are dropping out, and nature of the beast. I think it was 4 or 5 from that top 10 that have slipped down through the pack, so all the best for the Sarve, and we'll see you on the podium, mate.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be a tough one to finish. It's chopping up out there and heaps of square edges, heaps of rocks. Yeah, these tyres have been awesome so far, so heaps of confidence out there, and hopefully we'll see you at the end of it.
Good stuff. There he is, our current second place sitter in Class 6 this weekend behind Conroy Devine. That's Greg Campbell in the navigator seat. GRC Motorsport. So looks like we saw Andy Brown limp home. So clear issues there for him. They had started out at 10th and 11th. Mark Burrows has come through since we've been down in the pits. Richo, we'll get a word with him shortly. See Darren Wells working at the front of the Illumi craft down here. Might even get a word with George, possibly. How'd you go, George? How was the opening 2 laps?
We're just going around in the old girl.
Yep.
But dusty. It's just a race of attrition, I think. So if we get to the end, we'll wear up.
Yeah, I think out of that top 10 this morning, I think there's already 4 or 5 that are sort of either still out there had issues circulating or unfortunately out of the race. And as you said, you're battling for that 3rd spot now.
That's it, mate. So if we can get there to the end, put some pads in the front if we've got some, and just keep doing what we're doing, I think.
And Andy's had issues out there in that opening lap.
Yeah, and he hit a hole in the dust there and had a rear brake lock up. So not sure if he's going to go back out, but we'll see.
See what happens. How's you go, big fella? You got around all right, setting a nice pace and moving up into that battle in the 3rd spot with a couple of the local competitors, Richo and Dean McGinley.
Yeah, we yesterday just couldn't find a real pace. I don't know, it was just a bit funny. But today was sort of thing we just sort of had a bit of a plan. We'll just get into a pace that we're comfortable with, we can drive all day and do that. We saw Richard pulled over from Matt Burrows, and he's obviously quick. So we saw on the switchbacks, we could see him behind Ali. And once he got past, it was just in the back of my head. I'm like, I just want to let him go because he's been not stuffed over, but he's done the right thing and stopped, and now he's chewing dust. So if we can get out the way for him, he's beating us on time anyway. So same plan. We'll just cruise around and just going to throw some brake pads in the front and. Yeah, car's looking good.
I think Clayton said that's all he's changing on his too. Just the front brake pads and everything else seems good. And getting pretty rough out there.
That chattery, horrible rough type stuff. But no, it's great. I mean, they good cars. Hasn't missed a beat. It's just I need to drive it faster.
Good stuff, mate. All the best this afternoon. Danny Brown and George Apted there in the 42. Great to see the Brown Motorsports team back at Hillston this year. We'll try and get a word with Mark Burrows. Started out a 19th spot. He'd be definitely hovering around that top 10 or maybe a little bit further down. We might get around and possibly get a word with Mark if we can. Do you mind if I just have a quick word for the live stream there, Mark? How'd you go out there, mate? How'd you handle?
We got much better than yesterday, so we changed rear tyres and cleaned it up a little bit. Still a bit skatey, but nothing like yesterday. The old dog on lino yesterday, mate, so it was a shocker. So,
the big point, Matty and boys.
I saw them. They're okay. I haven't spoke to him or anything yet. And I seen the car stop there. Not sure how much damage, but they're okay. That's the main thing.
What's the game plan? Just get out there and
just keep circulating, I guess. Yeah. So it's really hard. But we can only get past one car at Can-Am on that lap. Those 2 laps. So you got to battle until you find a spot. You know,
Got to be in it to win it, I suppose.
Yeah, just
Hang
keep going.
around
Yeah, hang around. Yeah, get
do
some
what you
points.
do best, mate, and see how it ends up. No, all the best for the last 2 laps, Mark. There he is, 8-time Aussie champ Mark Burrows in the Fab machine. Still circulating nicely. He'd be hovering around my rough calculations. Jason Keen's coming in. There's our cameraman on the screen holding the Starlink for our offroadracing.com.au live stream this weekend. We'll try and go and get a word with AORA chairman Michael Marson, and he will currently be, I think, in 3rd spot in Class 10. Haven't been able to catch up with Mick yet, but we'll try and get a word with him. He's just putting a bit of happy juice. You mind if we just get a quick word there, Mick? Is that all right, mate? Just having a bit of a look there under the, just filled up the little racer. How'd you go out there, mate? How's Hillston on this beautiful Sunday morning?
No, lots of fun, mate. It's a bit dusty. I sort of concertinaed up behind, I think it was Mark and Jeremy Horn, and then I'd sort of catch them in the tight stuff, and they'd blow me away down the straights, and we're all in each other's dust, and there was a can behind me. He pushed it past me, and I thought, well, I'm not going to let you pass. I'm behind.
I can't go anywhere,
No, I can't go anywhere. So, no, it was great. It was a good day. The dust is something we got to get used to. Everyone does. Gundy a few weeks back was a good precursor for it. So,
The car's handling it all right?
Yeah, a couple of little changes, new shocks, and a few things, and it's definitely a lot faster than it used to be. So now I just need a bit of horsepower, and I'll be right.
And the attrition's pretty high. I think we lost 4 of the top 10 already.
Oh wow!
So
okay.
Still a couple out there competing. Jay and young Richards that have had dramas that are still lapping.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'd be hovering around just outside the top sort of 10, 12.
Yeah. Okay. Oh look, the goal, because I haven't got a big car here. The goal was just to come and have a bit of fun, and wherever I end up, I end up. Yeah. It's the beauty about this little thing. You can just go out and have a bit of fun and drive, and I can't wait to come back with a bigger car. So.
How good is it being back at Hillston again?
Oh, mate, it's awesome.
Great event.
The work the family's done here is phenomenal. Yep. We're pretty blessed, aren't we? We've got a lot of good venues that really put it together for us. So definitely can't complain about what they've done for us.
Yeah, no, all the best for the start.
Thanks, guys.
See you in a couple of hours, mate. There he is, Michael Marson, all the way from North Queensland. We'll head over to looks like the Richards crew. Unfortunately, Bowie Graham's had issues on the second lap. He was stopped around the 16, 17k mark. Try and get a word with Jace down here in the 91. Might see young Ella in there if we can get a quick word. The camera.
Huddy's on a mission.
Huddy's on a mission. He won't back down till he gets her. She's gone. Helen, Ella, how'd you go? What happened out there, mate?
Yeah, we were going pretty good. Just watching the dash, and all of a sudden looked down, no oil pressure.
Yep.
Looked out the back, smoke. The oil filter snapped out the block on the engine, and she just.
That was it.
No, not too much damage, but. It didn't catch on fire, that's the main thing.
That's the main thing. And you were going well, too. You're up into 3rd outright there.
Oh, yeah.
Going through that second
it felt
lap.
good. Yeah.
Car looked like it was riding well.
Yeah, it was. It was going good.
Dad was driving well, too, like always.
Like always, yes.
Bad luck, commiserations, and I'm sure we'll see you back here in 2027. Thanks for the chat there, Ella. Now go over to Jason Richards. We can just get a quick word with Richo. How'd you go, Nicola? Tell us about your opening 2 laps.
Yeah, no, we went all right. We were just following Matt along there in the dust, and poor Matt, I had to pull up for him and turfed her on the lid.
Yep.
So
they were all okay, but?
Yeah, they were all okay. So we just got out and helped them out, and made sure everything was right.
Yep. Car's going well?
Yeah, car's going good, mate. Yep. was sort of, I got stuck behind a lot of other cars in the dust, but anyway, we'll keep working our way up there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a battle there for that third spot between yourself, Dino, and Danny Brown. I think when you get your time back, I think you'll be sitting nicely in that third position, but long way to go. Get in there, 180 kilometres, lots can happen, and all the best. We'll hopefully see you at the finish line.
Thanks, mate. Right.
It's Jason Richards. Had a nice opening stanza. We'll try and get a word with Bodie Tickner, our leading class 10 competitor. Bodie's moved up nicely with the retirement of Bowie Graham. We just get a quick word there, Bodie, if that's all right, mate. Just live on Facebook. Tell us a bit about your run. You look like you're setting a pretty constant pace there.
Yeah, we're cruising along pretty well. Track's definitely carting up though. It's hard work out there. Hit a big washout, just got a bit loose out there, and thought I tore the back of the car off, but
all good.
Come in, it's all good. So keep moving to the next one.
And it's your first time to Hillston?
Yeah, haven't been here before. So Thursday night we were getting ready to load up, come over here to do recce. Car wouldn't start, so didn't get to do recce or anything on the Friday. So went out blind yesterday, which was a bit crazy.
It feels like you've done a bit already this morning as we get sort of towards 11 o'clock local time. You've still got two laps remaining, so it's still a lot can outplay. I think you're sitting around at sort of the mid to back of that top 10 and first in class, so you'd be happy about that.
I'm very happy with that. So hopefully we can keep it there for the end.
All the best,
easy,
mate.
Thank you.
See you soon. There he is, Bodie Tickner. There we go, our first car heading out to the starting grid for the commencement of his fourth lap of the Gap440. I'll be able to get a word with Clayton's father, Rob Chapman, and what he thinks about how things are going. Might if we just get a quick word, Rob, on the live stream.
Hi guys.
How's things going? You must be pretty happy so far.
Yeah, no, it's cruising along, eh? The boys are having a good time.
And only a couple of laps left, another big victory hopefully.
Well, fingers crossed. You don't say it's finished till it's finished, do you? But
long way to go.
Yep. No, just a CV boot, and we threw some front pads at it because they were giving them a bit of a workout. The rest of it looks like brand new, so it looks like she'll just keep on keeping on.
Sounds good. Yep. All the best for the next couple of hours, mate, and hopefully see you at the checkered flag. Kelvin Kruger coming in. Aaron Havey heading out for his third lap this morning. We might get a word with Dean McGinley if we can catch him before he heads, looks like, to the loo. Currently. Hey Dina, we just got a quick word for the loss.
We first?
Who else might be able to get a word with? Which one's Drew about?
Drew is... Yeah, not.
How'd you go, mate?
I've got this.
Little issue?
Need one of them. Yeah, little issue, mate.
Yep.
Cool.
How are you going with your first race?
Good, mate. Loving it.
Yep.
Great.
Good stuff.
Hopefully we can get back out there.
Yeah, all the best. It's Drew McLaughlin on debut here at the Gap440. Looking for a part. We'll try and find him one. So, Dean McGinley just having a quick pit stop before heading back out for the final 2 laps. Mate, tremendous morning work for you. You're right in the battle for that third spot at the moment. You're going to get run over by the club president here, but that's all right. Had a good run.
Yeah, we've had a few issues. They wouldn't return to idle, so with the torque converter car, obviously can't change gears, can't stop it, boiled the brakes off the back of it, so it'd come good in the open sections and then we'd get in the tight stuff and just cook the brakes, couldn't change gears. So we've hopefully rectified that and put some fuel in it, we'll go back out and try again.
Well, I think overall you're sitting there in that P4 heading into the final 2 laps, so I'm sure you would have took that at the start of the morning.
Yeah, no, that definitely. That's it was good, so no, that's good to know.
See, Carl's just come back in, a lot of the locals still circulating nicely.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think Rhett's come back in, Carl's in now, so
Richo's still battling along.
Well, we just let Richo pass. Geez, that thing's fast.
Yeah, he said he was talking. I think it's the quickest lap on that second lap this morning.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Japo.
Yeah, no, he's on a mission.
All the best, mate.
All good, mate. Thank you.
2 more laps left for Dean McGinley. Carl Powers just jumped out of a Tatum. Snuck away there somewhere. We might wrap it up down here in the pits for the service break. We'll head back up to the commentary booth. We wish all our competitors all the best, and yeah, we'll be back very shortly.
Righto, late race fans. About to start our final section of the Gap440, brought to you by ARB, Harvey Service Centre, Hillston, Griffith City Smash, ARB, Griffith Firepower, Clayton Chapman on the line now. He's led since prologue, and with Josh Howes out now, he's got quite a gap behind him with Aaron Habe in second place, and local boy Jason Richards, who put in a stellar effort that last lap, plays with the fastest lap. But any moment now we'll be seeing Clayton Chapman in the Chapman Off Road Ultimate Buggy going off and starting his fourth lap of the race. Clayton Chapman on the line, about to take off now. And then Aaron Habe will be taking off 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind Clayton Chapman.
Yeah, everything sounds all rosy at the moment for Chapman's off-road racing mate down there. Spoke to both Clayton and his father Rob, but they all know there is a long way to go in this one. They might be a couple of minutes in front with 2 laps remaining, but anything is possible and can happen in the sport of off-road racing.
And coming to these final 2 laps, this is when your preparation and everything really comes into play, because parts on the car are starting to get a bit tired.
So there we go, our first car away for lap 4 of the Gap440, the 3rd lap here this morning at 11:15 local time. Chapman and Maguire. Unfortunately, we just caught up with Sean Harris, the navigator in the 9 Jimco with Josh Hauser. Had a very, very slow rollover at the 83 4K mark. Made the decision to duck in. There was a bit of thick dust made on the corner and just a soft rollover. Not much damage reported there from Howes Motorsports, but out of running this weekend, unfortunately. So now, hopefully for those guys, Ali can bring it home and she'll be off, 6th off the line here.
Yeah, speaking of rollovers, we had 2 that we were aware of with Burrows and the 611, I believe, just out in front of here with the on the finish line. But we were speaking to the crew from 1024, Rhett Stanton and Josh Lyle, and they were telling me about another rollover involving a Class 6 a bit further down on the track that I wasn't too aware of. So they couldn't give me a number, but so luckily everyone that has had a bit of an accident today has gotten out unscathed. But it is a reality of the sport where sometimes these things do happen.
Yeah, all reports are that Matty Burrows and his navigator Tom O'Byrne are all okay. Mark was happy with his opening 2 laps this morning. Chapman will be poking his head out here in the Razorback very swiftly, and then all eyes on the start line for Habe. And I wonder who's in the navigator seat, if it's Chelsea or Declan Fritchley again. We'll try and... All right, there's Chelsea, so it's definitely not Chelsea. She's watching on. Down there with Liz, representing Element Off-Road this weekend. Number 1 on the car, and I'm sure he's going to do his best to try and haul in the Razorback of Clayton Chapman, who's off to a nice start out there. Fingers crossed for all these crews. You want to see everyone come home. And then Jason Richards will be the 3rd one off the line. Dean McGinley, who he just said let Richo go past at the end of that 2nd lap this morning. Habe underway here at the Gap440 for the final time.
One of our final stragglers in the Class 6 now, coming over the line, finishing their 3rd lap.
Yeah, we'll try and bring you some more times from those guys. Definitely one of our Class 6 is at the... Hard to get a bit of sight there. The 639, it's that Jamie Harrison entry. So well done to Jamie Harrison. He is it's at the 35th car to complete lap 2 here this morning. What about the run from... We haven't talked about Lockie Campbell was 6th fastest out there in that 2nd lap, 1 hour 3:11. What a tremendous performance. Comiskey in 8th, Conroy Devine, Rhett Stanton in 10th. Rhett's having a great weekend. I'm sure he'd be...
Yeah, he's definitely happy, and as I alluded to earlier, had an early bedtime last night, so I think that's paid off for him. He was in bed before the kids when I got into the caravan, so...
Learned his lesson, you reckon?
I think he did, mate. It's definitely changed back in the days in Class 2, where I think we'd normally be the last ones in bed consistently over the course of a race weekend, but, with age comes wisdom, so... we're not in our 20s anymore, mate, and things start to hurt after a big night.
Hopefully he can get another 2 laps on the board here. Still waiting for our 3rd vehicle to roll up to the grid. They're another 6 minutes back. Jason Richards, Nate Richards in the Ultimate Racer 7-litre machine. Shout out to Craig Krog watching on.
Now, I noticed during the break you were out in the pits, mate. I tried to have a chat with a couple of the Griffith boys, but seems to be. Was speaking to the team around 1065 Racing. Unfortunately, Bowie had a bit of a scary moment out there with a filter popping off and a bit of smoke. And it takes a bit of time to get out of a buggy, but when you smell smoke, you get out of there really quick.
The speed of Aaron Habe across the back there, what a sight that is. The element in its element, literally doing its thing. And him and Clayton definitely look like they're going to fight it out for the title here, though. If there's issues out of our front runners, Richards, McGinley, Danny Brown, Ali House can still win the Gap440, Bodie Tickner, Comiskey, Devine, Campbell, all the way back to Rhett Stanton and Mark Burrows. So here come our next contenders rolling up to the grid. Dean McGinley just said, wow, that thing of Richo's is quick. He obviously made the move, and Dean just said, get out of me way. Dean said he had a few little dramas out there. He didn't allude to all of them, but, I mean, it's in one piece. Everyone's alluding to the front brake pads. That's a clear, common, well, you wouldn't say an issue because it's part and parcel of the sport, but it just shows you it's getting a bit skate out there. The brakes are being used a lot in and out of the trees, especially on these big open straights when they've got to pull all the weapons up, and that seems to be what's the most common outcome from those first 2 laps.
Yeah, and hearing some of those stories, there couldn't be anything much scarier than being full noise in an ultimate buggy and realising your brakes aren't working properly when you're coming up to a hairpin. So just good to see both Richo and Dean Griffith boys make it back to start our final stage of the Gap440.
So we've had 35. It was clearly an issue for Aaron Nicol on that lap, just checking his 35th quickest on lap 2, 1 hour 17, so he's dropped a good 13 or 14 minutes from his opening lap. Unfortunate for Aaron and Greg Nicol. Lee Ryan, Moddy's across the line. A nice lap for Glennie Collis, Ben McNamara, Carl Power come in. So, mate, I reckon we're only around 2 minutes now till seeing our third vehicle off the line, Jason and Nate Richards. So we still got any cars to come in? Well, it looks like the 504. Is he?
What about the 119 of Sam Richards?
He's hot on his heels. He's just about to come in, mate, I reckon. Yeah. I reckon he's right on the backside of Mark Paul Grant, the F-150 Class 5 truck.
You're right there, mate.
Young Richo. Bit of dust to contend with.
Yeah, normally by this point I'd probably be on the car-to-car communications, probably telling Mark Paul Grant to get out of my way, but sometimes those issues do happen, but he has let him go past, so...
It looked like a nice lap from what we see for Ali House, Sarah Corrigan up to the starting line. So young Richards is in the house, likewise Mark Paul Grant, Comiskey and Cooper now make their way up in the park for May the 681 of Rossi Newman and Cameron Crowe will be the next vehicle through. Oh, there's been issues for the 1029 by the looks of Shannon and Andrew Fitzgerald. Look like they're a fair way off the track around the 75k mark. The 427 unfortunately looks like issues for the humans. They're at the 53 kilometre mark on lap 2, and Jay Mitchell is at the 46 kilometre part of the track, and I believe still looks like he's still moving on the tracker, which is good news on that second lap. But mate, we've lost a number of our competitors, that is for sure, and our race leader is at the 12k mark, Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Just looking at these visions on the screen now, and that dust is really hanging around. So, luckily for Richo, being so far behind, he probably won't have as much dust in his face as maybe.
He's another dream run, isn't he? The next hour or so.
And considering what you were saying, that last lap, he was the fastest on track. So let's see if he can do a bit better.
Expect this to be a quick one, I reckon.
Yeah.
Jason Richards.
Pulled up a little bit there, but Richo's a hard man to beat on any given day. But I think given it's his home race, you might see him climb up the ladder just a little more. Dean McGinley now on the line. He's starting just over a minute after Richo did. So we'll see how the team of Dean McGinley and Dean DeMarco can do. Another local Griffith pair. Dean's wife Ash watching on. She's taken some time out of the office.
Great to see the two Deans out here having a lot of fun on home soil at McTocton and sitting very pretty at the moment. As I said, battling out for that 3rd to 5th position with Jason Richards and Denny Brown. So the 87, I think it's only about 20 seconds. There we go, Denny Brown and Georgie Apted off the line in the 42 Illumicraft. Back to the V8 category this weekend, usually running a twin-turboed Nissan there, mate, but yeah, doing things nicely. He said he had a terrible run yesterday, just couldn't find his groove and getting used to the old girl, he calls it. Issues for Annie Brown out there as well.
Ali Howe's now out on the line.
Yeah, great story. This is provisionally running in that 6th outright position. Rossi Newman and Cameron Crow across the line. Well done to Ross. But Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan, 5th fastest on lap 3 of the event. 2nd lap here this morning with a 1 hour 3:02. Be awesome to see her get this Aussie Special Jimco home for Howes Motorsport. Currently our Class 1 leaders and provisionally 6th outright. I know there's a few competitors that I'm sure will get some passionate time back stopping for the Matty Burrows incident, but Ali Howes gets her final stancer of the Gap440 underway. Very cool and calm off the line as always. Now there's another minute back to Bodie Tickner, who, another giant killing run here in his Class 10. Huge effort for him so far. He's taken advantage of the unfortunate retirement of Bowie Graham to sit here provisionally 7th outright heading into the final 2 laps in the 10.93.
Dean McGinley on your screens now. Just gone down that back straight in front of the spectators area. Chopper in screen as well. It's been they've been working. They've been pretty busy the last couple of hours, giving joy flights to spectators who are brave enough to get in there and follow the racing up there.
So we see the Adelaide-based Tickner, the second of our South Australian crews, off the line here post the service break, and coincidentally starting in 7th spot, first in class, where he finished at the Pines Enduro last September. So there's a bit of a rhyme to that for young Tickner, and he's just looking forward to, he said it is getting very rough out there in places, a lot of square edges, the rocks are starting to rear their ugly heads, you could say, and hopefully no issues moving forward for these competitors. You can see the dust is starting to really thicken up through that first couple of Ks. Ali Howes comes through nicely. She'll head off around that 2K mark. She'll have a nice run there in behind Denny Brown, which will be perfect for her and Sarah. And Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper now to the grid there. scheduled to take off about a minute behind Ticknut, first of our Class 4. Former Hillston winning Tisco with Toby Price, who's just completed the San Felipe 250 over in the States, in Mexico. But I'm zooming in on my little Cornella I had on Friday night, the scrutiny, and I said Comiskey would qualify outside the top 15 and finish inside the top 5. He prologued 15th and he's sitting around that 7th or 8th spot. So I'm still liking my chances with that one. You mentioned that down in the pit interview I had just previously. Mark Burrows up to the grid, mate. And young Conroy Devine, this is going to be a great battle between he and Lachlan Campbell. Just missing... Is Rhett Stanton?
I haven't seen him come past
He's
yet.
meant to be next off the grid. Lachlan Campbell, then Rhett Stanton. So he's still got a minute or so till he's scheduled to leave the line. Hopefully
he's cutting it fine, that's for sure.
Young Lockie Campbell to the start line.
Another great drive from these two Class 6s of Conroy Devine and Lachlan Campbell to be so high up the order. It's not often that I'll give credit to a Can-Am, being a former Class 2 car and having to deal with them. But yeah, they've driven really well today, and look, if they can keep the car going and keep it on four wheels, then they're
going to have a crack at the title. Yeah,
I reckon they may pick up a position or two. Here comes Rhett Stanton now.
So the Campbell's off and running. So provisionally between Conroy Devine and Lachlan Campbell in 9th and 10th outright, there's only 40 seconds. So that's the gap we've got to look at for the Class 6. Comiskey works his way through the opening parts of the track, and then your man is taken to the start line, Rhett Stanton, in the 10.24. He'll be the 11th car off the line for lap 3.
Yeah, they mentioned during the mechanic break, I was having a quick chat with Josh Lyle, the navigator for Rhett, and they did mention that a couple of times they had gotten closer to Lachlan Campbell, but the dust had caught them, and when they get into the tight stuff, those Can-Ams come into their own, and they really take off. But look, let's hope car-to-car communication's working well with that 10.24 car, and if they do find themselves close to the Class 6s, they can call them up and let them know they're coming, and sportsmanship can take over, and they'll pull over and let a faster car by. So, yeah, hopefully it all works out for them. I may be a bit biased, but yeah, I'm just happy to see the boys out there still running in second in class at this stage of the race, because plenty of times before we've already been out of it.
Mark Burrows moves up to the starting line. Tommy Burrows in the navigator's seat in the 21 Muck Fab machine, Holden twin turbo powered. He's provisionally in 12th spot behind Rhett Stanton. And we've got Nicholas Pye, Michael Marson and Brendan Hill. Been a great run so far for Brendan Hill there in 15th.
Of Burrows on the line now. So how's the live stream looking, mate? We got people from all over the place watching. I've just gotten a message from the fiance, young fella Bo. He can't talk yet, but he seems to know that he knows what my voice sounds like, so he's pretty happy to be watching the live stream at home.
Pretty pumped. Burrows gets underway. Yeah, Craig Krog mentioned Go the Razorback up there on the Sunny Coast, Black Betty Racing. A few shout-outs over the course of the morning. And our 8-time Australian champ, Mark Burrows, our last car off the line there in 12th spot, Jeremy Horn. Now,
Comiskey on your screens at the moment. Class 4.
Look, Jeremy Horn should be the next one off in the 35. And then Michael Marson and Nicholas Pye.
So the boys are basically starting alongside each other. The 1032 of Marson and the 35 of Jeremy Horn.
So we'll just get a bit of an update. Looks like our race leaders are still moving along around that 28-29 kilometre mark. Chapman and Maguire and Havey and Fritchley at the 26k mark. So things are going well for our race leaders. Richo in the 91s, around the 16-17k mark. Lufton and Rabbit Racing, Carl Power now rolling up to the grid, and sort of the event where it gets busy because you've got some of the middle cars in the field, Ben, that are rolling up to the grid. Our fastest competitors are well and truly onto their third lap. Michael Marson gets underway. He's our third Class 10 competitor to get his final stance underway, the Gap440.
I guess it'll be the only time we really see Marson in a Class 10. He's, as you mentioned earlier, he's got a trophy truck on the way. So
looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure when he'll be debuting that here on Australian soil, but I know it's very close. Been a couple of years in the making. Burrows heads over the back for the start-finish banner there. So unfortunate to see. I know there was a bit of a issue there for the 516 of Chris Hardy and Ash Swanner yesterday on that lap, the Class 5, and the Ranger of Russell Harris also had issues. He goes Brendan Hill in the Hurricane single-seater, one of our Sydney-siders here this weekend. He's having a fantastic run as well, hovering around that sort of 15th outright. He'll have Michael Marson in his sights. And Nicholas Pye is in there between him, and then the Honey Badger, Dave Lufton, he'll be off in 17th. It looks like, what I can see, all our sort of front 10 or so competitors still tracking along nicely. Dean McGinley, Danny Brown, Ali Howes, Bodie Tickner. Rhett's still moving along. So, yeah, everything's looking good pretty so far for our front runners, mate.
So Lufton now off the line. Not sure if we'll get visual on that or not. Here we are on screen now of Lufton. Lufton?
Lufton.
Yeah. Lufton, yeah.
Don't worry, I got it wrong many a times in the early days till I was corrected. Dave Lufton and Darren Barker. He's a bit of a regular navigator now. I was there when he won the Zooms Cup last July at Inglewood. It was a bit of a milestone win for him in the Queensland Championship. He's a hard charger. Big moment here a couple of years ago, unfortunately, but he talks about it himself. He wanted to come down here and replay the favour at McTocton. It was a massive incident late on Sunday. But he loves his off-road. He literally gets to whatever he can. And Chris Holgate coming up to the start line. He looks like he's in a bit of a hurry to get up there. Didn't want Nelly have missed his start, I reckon. He might be very close. He's meant to be taken off a minute behind Dave Lufton. There you go. So just made it by the looks of it. Chrissy Holgate.
He cut it fine on that mechanical brake, but I guess he might have just wanted to make sure everything is all in working order before he goes out and starts these final 2 laps of the Gap440.
Currently third in Class 6. And a serious contender there in the older model Maverick X3, doing some great work there out of Tamworth. So Clint Glennon, Tim Wilkinson, Matty Smith, Aaron Nickel, the next few away. Starting to heat up here in the commentary box, mate.
Yeah, it is. Just looking at our Park Ferme, David Mendham, Dubbo City Motorcycles vehicle, Class 10, is just parked down there in Park Ferme. Still got Carl Power, Griffith President, lining up there, waiting patiently for his turn to go out there. On the screen, looks like we've got Jay Mitchell coming into the frame. Seems like we've had a bit of... he had some dramas earlier on, but some trusty Bush mechanics has got the car going again. I might need your expertise here, Toby. Which Class 10 have we got on the line right now, mate?
Looks like we have is the Clint Glennon, the 1016. Clint Glennon, Adam Moore there, I'd say. Yep, so Clinton, Adam. So Glennon gets his, it's a bit of a, hard to work out what to say, but it's his fourth lap of the Gap440. We'll stick with that on the event. Off the line there in the 1016. Shout out to all his mates. I know he's got a few watching on from down at Wandanian. Hopefully I got that wrong. I'm really sure I probably haven't. Down south of Nowra. Had a great year last year, second and outright first in class behind Nathan Shivers in the New South Wales Off Road Championship. He's stepped up to the ARB Off Road Racing Championship in 2026. Where else would you rather be? The last Sunday in March of 26 here at a nice and warm and dusty McTockton. Thanks again to the Mitchell family.
We just seen Jay going by about the 75k mark, so he'll be coming in to complete his second lap of the day, third lap of the race, I believe.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, had some gearbox issues, and
he's on his third attempt to complete the lap, so third time's a charm for Jay and his father.
Yeah, but that just shows their resilience, mate. They're not going to give up that easy.
Oh, he wants to finish. It doesn't matter where you finish. You take any result if you just get across for that checkered flag, and that's what they're all aiming for. And of course, our crews up the front you need a bit of luck out there, though, I must say. There's a lot of preparation, there's a lot of maintenance, there's a lot of talent and skill, but at the end of the day, you hit things where you go, oh, maybe Clayton Chapman alluded to that he's been having a very nice run on those tyres that he runs, and look at Tim Wilkinson.
Yeah, he's coming in a bit hot. He's been cutting it fine on that mechanical brake himself. So
I was going to say he'd have to try and get a bit of a look here. He was, I reckon
he's taken off. He's already
might have
within his lap.
His start time because he's only meant to be about a minute and a half behind Glennon, and Glennon's well and truly gone over the back. So I'm sure there's a speed limit down Park Ferme. Tim Wilkinson might have got a bit excited darting through the cars. Matty Smith looks like he's another that's a bit late to the grid in the 4.73.
Yeah, so he was supposed to be behind 2 minutes behind Wilkinson.
Oh, so he might be right, yeah. Great to see him out there still having a red hot crack here for his first national event in the Brenthal Gen 2 trophy truck, where our race lead is at. That's what we're going to have a look at. Looks like they've made the turn at the Three Springs Road, so the 44 seconds ago was around the 40 kilometre mark, so still working along nicely.
Yeah, just on screen, is this we seeing like the 115 of Ali Howes?
Oh, I think it might be the 35 of Jeremy Horn by the look of that. It looks more like an ultimate machine.
Yep.
Southern Cross, but it's a bit hard to get a side of that, isn't it? From the angle. it doesn't look like Ali's car, so I'm going to say it's probably either the Horn machine, the 35. And then I could be wrong altogether, and it might be the 1016 of Clint Glennon. That's some awesome shots there, dancing through the trees. And I think it's more like a Class 10 Tatum, the 1016 of Clint Glennon going through there.
Yeah, it is a Class 10, that's for sure.
Yeah. Ben McNamara rolling up to the grid. Matty Smith gets underway. He's 21st off the line. Good news is all of our competitors that have finished lap 3 have all so far met the green light, which means no major mechanical issues in the service brake. Jason Keane rolling up to the start line. So Chapman goes to the 42k mark, and Aaron Habe still at the 40k mark, so he might be having a dash here for the Element machine. And these cars, as it gets rougher, the Element will really come into play, in my opinion. And this race is far from over. The 91 of Jason Richards, he's still going along, but he's a long, long way back, 30 kilometre mark. So he's around that sort of 12 to 13 kilometres off the race leader, Chapman, which is a fair distance to this part of the event. Aaron Nicol up to the grid. Looks like Darren Franklin and Rob Hackney will be the next car away. And I think Aaron Nicol's actually meant to be already gone there in the 665. So he's clearly had issues on those opening 2 laps. And I expect Aaron Nicol to maybe just fly by. And it's a bit unfortunate for Darren Franklin to having to chase Aaron Nicol now when he should have had a good, at least a minute gap back to himself. But that is just, unfortunately, sometimes the way it goes. And now Darren Franklin's going to have to fight for Aaron Nicol for that position on track.
Yeah, especially when you've got another car in your class, it's a bit harder to convince them, if you are catching them, to pull over, because you're not just racing for outright honours. It's a class standings as well. But we've got Mendham on the line now as we're watching another drone shot of another one of our larger cars out on track.
Well, at the end of those 3 laps so far, as Mendham gets underway, it looks like Conroy Devine and Lachlan Campbell clearly the front 2 in Class 6. Nick Pye there in 3rd spot. He's having a great run. And back to Chris Holgate in 4th. Tim Wilkinson, Darren Franklin and Aaron Nicol. So Davey Mendham off to a nice start. He'll be absolutely pumped where he sits. I'm sure Alex is watching on from back home at Dubbo with the family. Dad's sitting around that 22nd spot, 6th in class, heading into the final 2 laps of the showdown.
Looks like Jay Mitchell now coming over the finish line.
Clearly resolved that issue as the V8 of McNamara, the second of our honey badgers from Tumby Bay in South Oz, is off the line in 25th spot. Wayne Pascoe in the navigator's seat. And well done. That's perseverance 101 for Jay Mitchell. He didn't give in. He'll go in for 45-minute service break, so we won't see him out here till around a bit after 12:30 local time. It's going to be a long afternoon out there for Jay and John Mitchell. But the good news is they're still circulating. Glennie Collis now up to the grid. He's not too far away from a start. And I think the next one through in probably another minute and a half or so time is Sean Ratcliffe in the 10:07.
Just on screen now, it was Aaron Nicol going past in the 665. Sean Ratcliffe up to the line.
Davey Mendham over the back, going along nicely.
He's really done a good job with the colour choice of that buggy. It stands out so well.
Been on it for a number of years now, probably well over a decade. He's had that Jimco for a couple of decades now, and always works well for the team. Just another few that we haven't seen come back in, mate, is Perry Stellianos had dramas. Brendan Hill we saw roll over on that final corner on that opening lap in the Can-Am. Andy Brown, he's in the pits, but he had dramas on lap 1. We saw the incident with Matty Burrows, Josh Howes likewise. Alexander Malloy, I don't think we've seen her back across. Did she come through for her second lap?
I don't remember seeing her. I think we'd
so.
left the booth at that point, mate. But
Paul Ranoff, another one. Shannon Fitzgerald, Drew McLaughlin.
Drew had dramas, but I do know I was chatting to the guys in his crew, and they were looking to get back out there. I don't know exactly what happened, but I don't think Drew's given up that easily, and he'll be back out there soon.
Here goes Jason Keane off the line. I think Jason might be a lap down. I don't think he completed the third lap of the event out there this morning, the 10:13. So this will technically, I think, be his third lap of 5, which means you'll probably only get the 4 in, hopefully, for Jason. Kelvin Kruger in the super boot. Next off, the 44. Nick Mosley in the navigator's seat there, another one of our Queensland crews. Club president Carl Power. I saw him come into the service break just as we were wrapping up the pit talk down there, mate, and he had a bit of a smile on his face. It's great to see. There's so many Griffith people down there in the pit area, obviously all down as crew members, and they just all get in and help each other and trying to get the job done to bring it home for a finish as Modi rolls up to the grid. Darren All's ready to go.
Yeah, like as you said, it's there's some people, even if they're not in the car or from around Griffith, they've been involved for a number of years. Just got to look at some of our club members. Stilts, for example, wherever he's somewhere out there on the start line. I can't remember the last time he was in a buggy, but he consistently comes to most races and
loves it.
He does the hard work, mate. He's one of our most valuable volunteers at the Griffith Off Road Club.
I actually said that Darren All's ready to go, but he's actually not down there by look at it. That's the 10:15, the loft ringer of Darren and Stephen All. So hopefully we'll see them have a dart to the start line shortly. Looks like Darren Mott is going to be the next one off the line in the 4.35. And with the retirement of, unfortunately, of the Humans, Hillbilly Racing, I reckon this will be currently our second position in Class 4. Darren Mott.
Yeah, and that's funny. I remember yesterday, just after qualifying, I asked how Motty was going, and at that point he hadn't qualified too great.
No, he was down the pack,
very casual about it, and I think that attitude's paid off for him, mate. He goes out there and drives at his own pace, and he's now he's in contention for a podium in Class 4. Glenn Collis now coming to the line. He'll be starting after Darren Mott.
Motty off the line. So clearly issues for Darren and Stephen Orr. Unfortunately, Glennie Collis, just 10 seconds. That would have been a nice grandstand finish watching those two come in. I'm sure Glenn will be looking to round him up pretty quickly. Don't know if he's going to get past him through these first couple of Ks. It looks pretty tight and technical through there, mate. And I'm sure Glenn's not going to take the risk and get out on the outside and risk an early flat of some sort. Dale Standen. This is going to be a bit of a battle between Mott, Collis and Standen. I'm sure you're expecting Dale to maybe make a few inroads here late in the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure, mate. Look, I think Dale might just really want to get this car over the line and finish the race. But look, anything can happen with old Poppy Dale out there, and maybe if he smells blood in the water, he might chase after Glenn. But
chase him down.
Yeah, of course, both being Griffith locals, they'll be racing for bragging rights, really.
Michael Lesk in the 6119, his first time here, of course, at Hillston. First time competing in New South Wales, only his second year of racing from Freeling. Don't know much about the town of Freeling, I believe, but north of Adelaide in South Australia, and made the trek up. Great supporter of the Sayora series last year, and here he is at ARB Australian Championship level and doing pretty well, sitting around that sort of mid-30s outright as he heads into the final 2 laps. And the rate of attrition from that opening stanza this morning, mate, I think a lot of these crews, if they get the 180 kilometres in the bag, could really leap up the field.
Michael Lesk off the line now. Just from our drone footage, I think that might have, I'm not sure who that would have been there, sorry, but it's getting dusty out there, and the wind isn't too strong, so it means that the car behind you is really going to be getting a face full of dust, and it really impacts how fast you can go on these tracks. As we see Darren Mott going down the back straight in front of our spectators area now.
Look at Glenn. Glenn's got some work ahead of him. It's going to be a challenge for those guys. We see our lead car 44 seconds ago was at the 58 kilometre mark, so about 30 k's left on lap 4. Lee Ryan, Nathan Wills off to a nice start. Been an impressive debut for Lee there in his new truck. I'm sure you'll just be looking forward to stamp down another couple of solid laps, and that'd put, I reckon, currently, of course, all provisional, I reckon Lee would be sitting third in class 4 behind Darren Mott. So couple drop out, you just never know. It happens, and it can happen late as well, which is...
Well, I wouldn't be surprised this next lap we see some more cars drop out of the race, unfortunately, but that's just the way things go. These are long races, and it's hard on gear.
Definitely, yeah. Hard on the body too, I know. A few of the drivers down there, like they're all athletes and whatnot, but a few of them looked a bit worse for wear after those couple of... That's Michael Marson. He looked pretty... Wouldn't say the word buggered, but he looked like he could have laid down for a few minutes, had a bit of a rest, but he was working hard on the back of that little Class 10 racer, and he's didn't make the trek down from Townsville for no reason. He's looking to clock up a few class points and, give himself a shot at the title later on in the year. Yeah, that's right, Toby. And even though the suspension on these cars looks really heavy duty, when you're getting into, the 300-400k mark, those square edges on the track, you feel them. Yeah.
You're very sore after the end of the race, so mate, in a way I'm kind of happy I don't have to deal with that pain on Monday morning, that's for sure.
We should be pretty right up here, I reckon.
Yeah.
So the 15, Clayton Chapman-Maguire, in to go at the 60k mark. Aaron Habe, Declan Fritchley there at the 50, about 57, 58 kilometre mark. Richo still moving. Danny Brown. Only one I am missing, and hopefully it's just a glitch. I'm just trying to do a bit of backtracking here. Is the 87 of Dean McGinley. Hopefully it's just a bit of a miss here somewhere, but hopefully everything's all right for McGinley in the 87.
Lee Ryan on screen now. He's just making his way down that back straight in front of the spectators area here at Mactocton.
I've got Dean McGinley's tracker basically coming towards the finish up the... So unfortunately that, unless there's been a big glitch, which these rally safe trackers are usually pretty on the money, 87 Dean McGinley, unfortunately could be having issues in his Jimco. He seems to be coming in under his own steam, which that throws things up in the air even more so for our front cars. It opens the way for Richo and Danny Brown to really fight it out for that sort of third position.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Even Ali Howe's back in, what was 6th place. I can only imagine now she's at least moved up to 5th. That battle for the final place in the podium is probably starting to heat up.
Yeah, so a bit of unfortunate news there. Obviously, we're just all provisional. We're bringing it to you as we wait our next competitor off the line, Jamie Harrison, Mark Paul Grant, Sam Richards and Ross Newman. So I think we've only got 4 competitors, and Jay Mitchell will return, but he has another half an hour or so before he'll be back on the track. But yeah, a real shame for Dean McGinley. He was positioned nicely, and it looks like he's entering over the back there, mate, to our right in the commentary booth. See 87. I'll put him out of contention, which is continually, it just moves all our crews another place closer to potential supremacy here at Mactocton this weekend. Great pan over the terrain here. I'm sure the Mitchells and the surrounding communities and properties will be looking forward to a bit of moisture over the next few weeks. The 119 is Sam Richards. That's what I'll do, mate. Just check. What was his second lap time here this morning? I reckon it would have been pretty impressive. So we had the 39 finishes for lap 3, which was the second lap this morning, just 39 out of 54 starters, so we lost 15. I know we've lost a couple since then as well. 34 cars on the track as we speak at the moment. Jamie Harrison, I haven't seen the 639 at the grid yet. Sam Richards, he's keen, ready to rumble. Mark Paul Grant in the 504. He was scheduled to be thereabouts as well. And Rossi Newman. Look at that on our start list. Paul Grant and Sam Richards must have hit the tracker at exactly the same time. Their start time is 12:07.49 for both. You don't usually see that often. That'd be an interesting drag up into the first corner, which
it would
which
be.
Is what will happen if they both make the start line. I expect young Sam to get off the line first there, but still waiting to see if Mark Paul's gonna hit the green for the final time at Hillston. Don't forget there'll be an event presentation post the completion of all competitors and their laps here this afternoon. I think it's scheduled for about 3:30 local time, which will probably be around the number. A great weekend here, brought to you by the Griffith Off Road Club. First time back here for the national round since July 24. Just run the 2 club events last year, and fortunately Rainbow's sitting out of the calendar, the championship in 2026, and Hillston have taken Griffith Club have taken off on the opportunity, and bringing you a fantastic event brought to you by ARB 4x4 Accessories, Harvey's Service Centre and Fuchs in town. It was an entertaining shootout yesterday, mate. Only a second between Chapman and Howes for that $2,000.
Yeah, mate.
Thanks to Tyre Power Griffith,
It was some tight racing, that's for sure. And even coming into today, there was not much time between the two, that's for sure. Sam Richards on the line now. Got a group of his old school mates from Redbank College in up near Parks Forbes area out here supporting him today. I was having a chat with them yesterday, and they're just really proud of their mate to be driving so well. Obviously, he's had a bit of drama since then, but just for him to be out there still is great.
Another one of these competitors, mate, that's going to be a star of the future. There is no doubt about that. To start off the second day home event in sixth spot this morning, like he did behind his father, Jason, he's no mean feat, and he's going to be knocking on some big titles and podium finishes moving forward. And it'll be interesting to see if he does campaign the rest of the ARB Australian Championship in that car, which would be awesome for the Richard family. I know Jason will try and get to as many races as he can over the coming months, like we all will. It's a little bit of low in the action. We definitely, I reckon, have missed Jamie Harrison. It was meant to be about 5 minutes off Lee Ryan, and he's been gone for some time. Paul Grant also hasn't, Mark Paul, and Paul sharing the driving duties of that Ford F-150, yet to make the starting grid, and then we'll wait for Ross Newman and local boy Jay Mitchell.
Oh, Chapman, we've just gotten word here on screen. We've got
coming through the trees,
Clayton Chapman, so he's on a song.
He's hard in our position too. Friends with all these guys, and when you get the luxury and the pleasure to be able to call the races that I have over the last few years, it's hard to sort of hold back the excitement even from up here. I mean, you want everyone to do well, but knowing that Clayton is getting closer and closer to another win, but you don't want to jump the gun because he's still got 100 odd kilometres ahead of him, and it's just part and part of racing. Looks like there he is, Jamie Harrison in the 639. Fantastic story there from Brizzy, but Clayton Chapman setting the pace, goes into the event. The last two laps we've had about a minute 50 up over Aaron Habe, and then quite a few minutes back to third spot, waiting for that to be adjusted due to compassionate time for Jason Richards. But all eyes on our race leader. I'm sure there's plenty watching on from home, mate, as we go past 12 o'clock local time here at McTocton for the weekend. The final chapter, you could say, in what's been another tremendous weekend here at Hillston. And can't wait to declare our champions in an hour or so's time, and a lot to look forward to. Yeah,
definitely right, mate. And Clayton, he just seems to be just driving effortlessly. He's doesn't seem to be driving too stressed out, even though he does have Aaron Habe not too far behind him. But just keep those stress levels down and hit your marks, and hopefully we'll see him bring this home.
They are a tremendous duo in that Razorback. They years and years of battling Class 7, Class 8 when they had that. It was a very quick Triton.
Yeah, but too often in those cars we'd see them parked off to the side of the track before the race ended. But just seems once they've gotten into the unlimited buggy, they haven't missed a beat, and the whole team around them, the whole Chapman's off-road team, really, it's a well-oiled machine. I could see them in the pits during the mechanics break, so they all knew what they had to do, and it looks like they've set up a really good race car.
There you go. So Mark Paul Grant hits the start line. Richo got the jump. Maybe a little bit of a tactic there for Mark Paul, just to give him a few seconds, and off they go for their final couple of laps. I think it's just Rossi Newman and Jay Mitchell, and then we're all underway for the final two laps of the Gap440.
And that bull dust on the track, it is going like talcum powder. It's really, really starting to just coat the whole area around the track. Even you do a lap after this track and everything will be brown.
Ross Newman in the Mobile Vet Warwick Can-Am X3. Great to see him still circulating. getting the job done for the South East Queensland crew. But Chapman is closing in on the last lap board here at the Gap440. He's at the 76 kilometre mark, but tell you what, Aaron Havey's not that far away. Declan Fritchley, he's around the 74k mark, so maybe just an early quick guess that Aaron Havey might have closed the gap a fraction between he and Chapman, but we'll have to bring you that information when they come through. So it's just Rossi Newman on the line.
Just got a word here for all the spectators here out at MacDocton today. If anyone was interested in some merch for the event, the Gap440, to go over to the canteen when possible. There's also a raffle going on, so I've got a couple of great prizes there. If you want to get in the chance to win some of that, make your way down to the canteen area and get yourself a raffle ticket or some merch. Unfortunately, I also just got some news that Drew McLaughlin, his first race, he has pulled out with engine issues. So
bit of a shame,
yeah, that's a shame. But look, he's to take some positives out of it. He's completed a couple of laps today, and he did more than 50%. So that's a lot better than other people in their first few races. So. Sad to see for Drew McLaughlin, but sure we're going to see him in the future.
So our penultimate car off the line, Rossi Newman and Cameron Crowe, doing things nicely. Eyes on our screens on the element prodigy of Havey and Declan Fritchley. I'd never like going the early crow, but I honestly think that he might have closed the gap a bit here, mate, Aaron Havey. Remember, he's got about a minute 50, so Chapman's got some leeway, but I think that Mr. Havey is the big mover here on lap 4 of the event. We'll have to bring you more, but just from what I can calculate here on our rally safe device, it looks like that Havey is having a nice run. You remember there was about 2 minutes 20, I think, by memory, that they took off behind Chapman. 2 minutes 20.
That gives just enough time for the dust to settle, so you got a fairly clean run.
Yep. Oh, he's having a dream run out there, Havey. Likewise, Chapman. And I think at some stage they'll probably close in on the back of the field, but there's only sort of Ross Newman, maybe Mark Paul Grant, but they'll be a long way down the track by the time Chapman and Havey come through for their last lap, which is great news for the event. It's always good to get away with our faster cars catching the rest of the field and making some moves.
Yeah, definitely. It makes for some good, clean racing, and if we don't catch those slower cars, it eliminates any of those coulda, woulda, shouldas. And so to see if hopefully we don't see cars, the fast ones lapping the slower ones. That's for sure.
So for those just joining us on the live stream brought to you by offroadracing.com.au, Huddy and his team here at the track. We're coming towards the completion of lap 4 of 5 for the event, the third lap for competitors this morning, and Chapman is just over the hill, you could say. He's closing in on his 4th lap completed for the Gap440 for 2026, the defending champion. Shout out to Riley Coates, Mike Mitchell, Steve Mad Dog Brown watching on from Sydney, Karen McClellan still joining in, Craig Krog, plenty watching on, mate, which is great to see.
Yeah, that is good to see. You know, it's not everyone can make it to each race, so for everyone to at home keep track of the races, it's really good.
So we see Rossi Newman head over the back, all eyes, looks like, on our race leader heading up. There's some big straights out there. We saw some technical parts before with Bowie Graham, but have a look at that. That is just hauling the mail up that. It's like a bit of a left-hander through the trees, and then I'm sure he's closing in here, and he's seconds away now from, bringing it home for lap 4. 83.5 kilometres in for Chapman and Maguire. But like I said, Havey is around the 81 kilometre mark as well, so only sort of a couple Ks between them, 2.2 minutes apart off the line here for lap 4. So If you work that out at quick maths, I reckon Habe might be a little bit quicker on this lap, but we'll just have to wait and bring you that as it comes to hand. Richo still moving along in the 91. Ali Howes is there. Look at her go. Her and Sarah at the 64-kilometre mark.
So any update on Dean McGinley? Is he back in the pits now?
I think he's back in the pits, yeah, Dean McGinley. The other one that I have not seen, where is the 42 of Denny Brown? There you go. So maybe that's a development as well. So Denny Brown and George Apted are still at the 50k mark. So issues for Brown and Apted, which creates a huge story for that third spot. That puts Ali Howes now up into around fourth outright at the Gap440.
That's an awesome effort for the girls there.
Richo looks like he's consolidated that position in third. Ali Howes fourth. Bodie Tickner in his Class 10 will be fifth vehicle on the road. Conroy Devine, Brett Comiskey, Lachlan Campbell, and the 1024 of Rhett Standen still moving along. Mark Burrows, Jeremy Horn. Yeah, so, wow, there's a lot to unplay yet, and we're just basically just warming up because it's Trophy Day at the Gap440, and there's still a long way left in this one, mate. That is one thing for certain.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire, and just watching.
Eyes on the race
Chapman
later, yeah.
Come into screen now. He's not too far away from completing this fourth lap.
There he is on our screens, and in front of us here at the McTockton headquarters. It's been Chapman's day so far. He turns it around for the final time to come get that last lap, that feeling of 90 kilometres to go. This is where, I don't know if nerves come into it for these two. They've been in this position a number of times over the last 3 or 4 years. But Chapman, looks like everything's going well for the 15. He'll get it around there. Mr. Calculated, they'll know exactly where they sit in this race. Through for the last lap, ladies and gentlemen. It's our race leader. 88 kilometres left for Chapman and Maguire to go back-to-back at Hillston. Now the big question is, where is Aaron Habe? And I reckon he shouldn't be that far away. He started 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind Chapman. Sometimes it's hard to gauge on your rally safe, especially when a couple don't update constantly as others. But yeah, Chapman got a lap 4 time for him. Chapman threw in a 1 hour, 1 minute and 3 seconds. So to put that into perspective, he did a 1 hour 35. So around 40 seconds, 40 seconds off the pace the previous lap, which is understandable. Another 30 or 40 odd cars over the track since he was out there last.
Just makes it that little bit rougher, and yeah, I think he'll be happy not to see another square edge at the end of this lap, but he's got to finish. Look at the ruts here that he's just going into now. That's just you got to be on your game and make sure you hit your marks. But I think we can hear Aaron Habe coming through now.
Well, they might be pretty much on cue. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Chapman shouldn't be too far away from popping out over the back. I'm sure Declan will have a bit of a look over his right shoulder to see if he can see the Razorback, but Habe will just be focused on the road ahead. And it's been another superb weekend to date for Habe and Fritchley, and in the number one element Prodigy. He's a champion, that is for sure. He spins it around. It's going to be great to get a lap time for Habe. Look at this, how good's this bit of theatre, because he'll look straight ahead and look straight into the side of the Razorback of Chapman and Maguire. They know exactly where they are, and he's going to...
You couldn't have timed that better, mate.
How good's that?
Chapman now.
Have a look at that. That is... What a sight.
Yeah,
the Razorback, well, it'd be well over 200 Ks. They cross that back straight, I'd say.
Yeah, on screen now, Jason Richards, the first of our local guys, sitting in third place currently.
Well, there you go. So Habe about 18 seconds quicker on lap 4. Aaron Habe has closed the gap slightly. Thought it might have been a little bit more there at some stage, but that knocks the outright margin provisionally down to 1 minute and 34 seconds. So that's the number of the final lap. 1 minute and 34 seconds. So Aaron Habe will have to basically catch nearly catch Mr. Chapman on this lap to have any chance of taking home the crown, but I'm sure he'll just be looking to push where he can and just consolidate that second position for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It's too easy to just, throw it
all away.
Throw it all away with just a simple mistake like that. And once you get close into that dust, those mistakes can happen really easily. So, look, I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron just drives conservatively for the rest of the race and finishes up on the podium. He's got experience on his side there, and he knows what to do when it comes to an overall championship.
Looks like, unfortunately, the 44 is it Kelvin Kruger and Nick Mosley are back in the pits on our rally safe. Unfortunately, back there, and they started their fourth lap, probably 20, 30 minutes ago now, so that's a bit of bad luck. And there you go, Chapman on our screens gets his final lap here underway at the Gap440. Massive thanks to our platinum sponsors, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Harvey's Service Centre and Fuchs in town. Griffith City Smash Tyre Power for sponsoring the top 10 shootout. Ed Jones in kind. Plenty of crowds, most sponsors I think I've ever seen. I mean, there's nearly pages of sponsors here. It's extraordinary. Just shows you the support of the Griffith Off Road Club and what they believe in moving forward. And I'm sure, it's a very dynamic sport.
Yeah,
these places quickly, and just hopefully we'll see it back on the calendar in 12 months' time. I'm sure we will.
Yeah, definitely, mate. These events bring so much money to the local community. Look, Hillston's a great little town, and to have something like this on their doorstep to bring a whole heap of people into the town is really a great thing for the community.
So let's have a quick look to see where our third competitor is on the track at the moment. Should definitely be that, the 91 of Jason Richards. Nate Richards in the navigator's seat around that 78k mark, so you'd expect still another handful or so minutes away, and we get a bit of a last glimpse of our race leader before I'm sure he heads off out the back for the final time. He'll be looking forward to just getting the job done here and working his way through.
And he's come back. He had some bad luck in the prologue or the top 10 shootout, and he didn't drive too over his head, and he's hopefully going to bring it home on the podium. But he's got plenty of family here today. I was just chatting with his uncle that's come from West Wyalong, not too far away, but he's got plenty of hometown support out there.
Got to take into account also that on our provisional times, Jason Richards, I don't think he's been granted that compassionate time for stopping for Matty Burrows in that first lap this morning, which will come into calculations. I'm pretty sure Dean had a quick stop there. We saw Bowie Graham pull up as well, like they do, looking after their fellow off-road compatriots and good friends. So I'm sure we'll see that taken off his time, which should put him clearly in that third spot. But as you can see, Chapman and Havey
absolutely
clearly
sending it down that straight.
Yeah, extraordinary. And Ali Howes, what a story. She's sitting there, and as we stand, she would literally be the fourth competitor on the track, and not too far away from getting that last lap board for Howes Motorsport.
She's looking good, isn't she?
She just continues to go above and beyond, and she is clearly one of the more talented drivers in the country. That is without a doubt. Bodie Tickner's not too far away also, and then Brett Comiskey, he's working his way. I think he's chasing that top 5. He just wants to see.
You were spot on with that Quinella, mate. Not much of a betting man. I wouldn't even know how to place one. So he's
the funny thing is, the way it sits at the moment, he's prologue 15th, and at the moment sitting in the 5th spot, which is 5th and 6th position.
He's
there
gone
he is
past
on
the screen now.
That's around the 75k mark through that, over that damn wall, I believe. Bit of a caution there on the top of that rise, but
not going to be much of a damn wall after today, I don't think.
It just proves that's the way that Brett Comiskey performs. He just, as he said, the track sort of comes to him in these rougher conditions, in that big two-wheel drive Tisco. like, is it the Element Prodigy on our screens of Aaron Havey, working his way through the McTocton countryside. It's beautiful terrain out here. A bit drier than the last couple of editions, that's for sure.
Yeah, well,
unfortunately,
we kind of it's a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Where if you have it in the middle of the year, you're also playing with the fact that there'll be crops in the ground, so
definitely
kind of have a bit less room for error, and it's kind of a bit harder to ask landowners if you can go through their property when they've got a crop in the ground. But look, wouldn't be called desert racing if it didn't involve a bit of dust.
Better than mud, they say. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
From experience navigating over the years.
Yeah, we had one with that vision it becomes an issue in mud as well. We had one year down at Sea Lake where it was wet and ended up having to pull off, and I had to take the shirt and singlet off, and they got turned into rags. So that kept us going, and that was all well and good till we broke down about a lap and a half later, and I was sitting out in the middle of Sea Lake on the June long weekend with the wind blowing a gale and just a race suit on for protection. So yeah, I'll have to agree with you there, mate. I'd probably rather a dry track than a wet one.
Just got to get that job done, don't you? Get out there and do what it takes. A few bush mechanics come in over the times. There's a lot of stories of them finding a bit of wire on the fence or something laying around, an old rag that someone's thrown out the window that's come in handy to put somewhere that's needed, and just the nature of the beast. It looks like definitely one of the first front-running side-by-side Class 6s.
Conroy Devine, is it? I
very
think I
similar.
see number 3 on it, so I think it might be Devine.
Conroy Devine, the 608.
He's having a great race.
Fantastic weekend so far for young Conroy Devine out of Jim Boomer. Robert Rolls, he's regular navigator there. I think it's only his 3rd year in the seat in the off-road
That's
world.
impressive. Here comes Richo now. He seems to be going a little bit slower than I would have expected.
Well, it's hard to tell because there's a little bit of a glitch in our screen up here, but hopefully he's at full race pace, but it's hard to tell, isn't it? It doesn't look full speed in my opinion, but I don't know, it's a bit hard to gauge. We'll soon find out, mate, as he comes around. Sounds all right anyway. Sweet singing 7 litre of Jason and Nate Richards.
Yeah, I think it might be a glitch because that is sounding good.
I don't know. I still don't think he's at full speed, Jason Richards. He's definitely not as quick as he come through an hour or half or so ago, so we'll have to keep an eye on the 91. Will the local continue on here? He's got a pretty strong hand on that 3rd position, but it's not full steam for Jason Richards, in my opinion. We'll just have to see what happens here. Yeah, so there you go. So he's gone into the pits. I've made the early call. I just didn't sound right there for Richards. So this even opens up a bigger can of worms. That means that if Ali Howes can come through next, she'll move up into the 3rd car on the road. What a story. This is a development here at the Gap440, race fans. Our front 2 competitors are sort of streaked away and left the field a bit behind here, Chapman and Havey, but the big story, Richards.
What a comeback.
Yeah.
So this morning, Ali started in 12th place.
12th spot.
Yeah, now all the way up to 3rd. She's made some
Hopefully she
passes
can
out
come
there.
home. And Jay Mitchell, and this also throws something into the midst. Where does Jay Mitchell come out? Will he play and have an impact on the rest of the contenders? I'm sure Jay won't want to do that. I know what he's like. He'll be looking after him, but if he can get out there, I'm sure he's probably just about to head off for his penultimate lap this weekend. But yeah, Richo, didn't he? Just didn't come in at Jason Richards' speeds. That's a great shot of him. Looks like returning to the pit area. He won't want to do any damage to his new car, and I'm sure he's going to look after his machine, and hopefully it's just a quick check. But signs aren't great for Jason Richards here, mate. We'll have to keep an eye on. I think it looks like Aaron James down there having a bit of a look, but a few people running around. Stay tuned on that.
We've got is that my mate Ready Standing?
Yeah, so this is quite the story. It's all unfolding here, mate, and we've still got plenty of action ahead of us. We've still got Jay Mitchell to commence his 4th lap. But we've got to remember, where did Ali Howes started? I think it was a 16th in lap section 1, so from 16th to 3rd, currently on the road, but she's still got to come through. I know she's got a few competitors behind her. We'll bring you as much information as we can. There's going to be some cars coming in thick and fast. Bodie Tickner, Brett Comiskey's knocking on the door on the first of our Class 6s. Conroy Devine is thereabouts as well. But the big development is Jason Richards in that 3rd spot has returned to the pits. Jay Mitchell is not too far away from getting underway, but Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan are just around the corner, mate, and they are currently, as it stands, a 3rd car on the track, and hopefully Ali can bring it home. Jay's
not sure what's happening with this glitch on the screen here, but
there's Ali. She's coming around the back of the sheds here at McTocton. Hopefully Jay can get away and don't put too much dust in the air for Ali, because she's having a dream run out there. You can see there's no dust in sight. Interesting to see how this plays out over the next 3 or 4 minutes. There's a lot of competitors to come in, but ladies and gentlemen, she's had a tremendous few seasons on the track. Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan are through to commence their final lap of the Gap440 for 2026, and that's good news for Ali Howes. So she goes through
Howes Motorsports as well, after the disappointment for Josh.
Right. Flag, well, Bodie Tickner. So I have to get some times here.
Here he comes now. Tickner's not too far away.
So let's get a bit of a gauge here, mate. So Tickner started a minute 35 behind Ali. So Tick clearly has made some inroads on of Ali Howes, but the big question is the outright standings after the completion of 3 laps here today at the Gap440, lap 4.
Comiskey into the shot as well here, where we are at the spectators area.
Tickner through, the first of our Class 10s. Segment of the weekend, and here is the first of our Class 6. What a weekend for Conroy Devine, but he's still got some work ahead of him, because young Lachlan is not going to give up without a fight. We'll bring you some lap 4 section 2 times.
Lachlan Campbell coming by now to begin his final lap. going down that back straight in front of the spectators area. Comiskey having a great run there on screen, leading Class 4. Hopefully it won't be too long till we see the car 1024 of Rhett Stanton and Josh Lyle coming over the finish line here. Here they come now. Second in class in the top 10 now after a couple of other cars have finished their race early, pulled out. Boys here really happy with their efforts. Taking it. Here we go. We've got live stream back up and running again now. On the screen at the moment, I think we have the lead Class 10 car, Bodie Tickner, coming through, chasing Ali Howes. Then the 434 of Brett Comiskey. It looks like he may be closing in a little bit. He's battling it out for that top 5 position. Rhett Stanton going down the back straight in front of the spectators, and it looks like Mark Burrows, veteran of Australian off-road motorsport, coming through now to complete his second last lap. He's a multi-time Australian off-road champion, multi-time Fink desert race champion as well. And if he keeps going the way he is, he's going to hopefully have that car in the top 10 finishes. Jason Richards back out on track now to begin his final lap. Had some bad luck early. He's gone from 3rd down to I think he may be still just in the top 10 or maybe just outside it, but he's had some bad luck, unfortunately, and he's going back out there now to complete that final lap. 35, another local boy, Jeremy Horn, out there now, just completed that second last lap. He's out there on the final lap now. Another driver who's had to overcome adversity earlier on in the day, and looks like he's worked out what may have been wrong, and he's out there to do that final lap. Class 6 now, 6:29 going by, beginning their final lap. Nicholas Pye out there. I'm sorry, I don't have Toby up here with me to advise me, but I'm yet to see Michael Marson pass through for his second last lap. So, not sure what's happened there for Michael, for the North Queenslander, but hopefully we see him come by soon. He might have just had a little drama around track and he's not going back into the pits. Mark Burrows now going down that back straight as we have another one of our single-seater Class 10s. Not 100% sure if this is Marson or Brendan Hill. I'll let you know in a moment. So yeah, Marson is still out there circulating. Of Brendan Hill now on your screens, guys, as he comes through the Seraphin Ag Pro and Cademo Machinery Services finish line here at Mactocton, and looks like it might be David Lofnan, not too far behind in the Pro Light car. Not an easy drive there for Lofnan in the dust of Brendan Hill, that's for sure, but he's making it work. .686 now of Christopher Holgate, on his way to finish that second last lap and begin the final lap of the Mactocton Gap440. .686 of Chris Holgate now going past the spectators area. Started his final lap. I believe he's sitting in fourth place outright for the Class 6. Very hotly contested class here, it seems, at Mactocton today. Got Toby back here now, busy doing some research, mate.
Yeah, mate, great
What's
call.
the developments?
So it looks like to me that Jason Richards at the end of that lap was still in third spot by a few minutes, but Ali Howes with that pit stop in there for Richo, to me will be currently third place in the event on top. out there on the circuit, but Bodie Tickner is just 23.3 seconds off the pace of Ali Howes.
Yeah, coming through here, Tickner was close, and then also Brett Comiskey, he's catching up too.
He's only 10 seconds off the pace of Tickner. And then another interesting part of that is only 15 seconds back to Conroy Devine.
Wow.
So it's literally, what's that, 30, probably about 40 seconds between third spot and sixth. And then throw in Richo, who can throw down a lap here and possibly get back into that calculations. Nothing in it, race fans. We're going to go down the wire. Rhett's up in the ninth out, right at the completion of that fourth lap. Marson in 12th spot. Brendan Hill moves up into 13th. Chrissy Holgate in 14th. Dave Luffman and Jeremy Horn, of course, with that issues yesterday. So 15 competitors now on our final lap of the Gap440. And phone dropped out there for a bit, mate, so I haven't been able to get up the tracker, but hopefully here we go on the Gap440 on Rally Safe. We'll give you an update. Clint Glennon's closing in, which is the ex-Dean McGinley machine, the Tatum. The 621 of Tim Wilkinson and Glenn Milne. Not too far away, Aaron Nichols still coming towards the finish. Darren Franklin, Dave Mendham, Ben McNamara, Jason Keane, Carl Power, Sean Ratcliffe. So plenty of our crews finding themselves. Doesn't look like, unfortunately, it looks like the 473 may have issues out there, the Smith Brenthal truck. He's still around that 36k mark on that fourth lap, so he's, there you go. Hopefully, apparently he's back on his wheels and resuming there from officials. That's the 473. Mark Paul Grant still cruising along there in the Ford F-150. And our race leader, Clayton Chapman and Maguire, 35 seconds ago, we're at the 42 kilometre mark, about to make the move on Ross Newman in the 681. So could be our first lap car there.
This dust has really settled in now, mate. McNamara on screen now.
He's having a nice day out as well. Ben McNamara, first time here to Hillston. Young Sam Richards is still moving along. Denny Brown, unfortunately, he's the one that's dropped out in the final couple of laps. Unfortunately, not the weekend that Denny and Andy would have hoped for, I'm sure. Brett Comiskey, yes, he's still... So the battle really is on here for that third spot. So as we stand, there could literally be 5 cars that could grab that third spot at the moment. Ali Howe's in that seat, but I'm sure she knows she only has around that 20-second buffer on our provisional results back to Bodie Tickner.
And 20 seconds, it's pretty easy to throw away over an 80k lap. You know, just a couple of mistakes here and there, and if Bodie's on his game, it's not hard to make up, but it's...
And Brett Comiskey commentated the state round up at the Gundy 250 at the end of February, and Jamie Knight got the win up there. But Brett Comiskey did exactly the identical thing as he's doing here today. He started around that 5th, 6th on the last lap, found himself in third spot, narrowly over Craig Krog in 4th. And I've just got a feeling that Comiskey might be the late charger here to finish off the Gap440, but Ali Howes and Bodie Tickner and Conroy Devine will be pushing hard as well. And you can't rule out Lachlan Campbell, who's about a minute off the pace of Devine. So stay tuned. Plenty to play out for. I'm sure we'll catch up with our champions post-race. And our front runners are about halfway through their final lap of the 2026 Harvey Service Centre ARB Fuchs, the Gap440. Still a chance to get down and get some merchandise from the weekend. I believe the raffle's going to be drawn, the presentation. Chance to get yourself in the draw for that one. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, looks like some half-decent prizes there too, mate. A
Definitely.
Weber barbecue, big toolkit as well.
Handy for the trip home.
Yeah, definitely, mate. I'm surprised I haven't got a jerry can of diesel there. That'd be pretty handy for me at the moment. On the screen, we've got one of our Class 10 single-seaters.
Jason Keane coming in. Just Jace Racing, a 10:13. He's tracking along nicely. Unfortunately, I do believe he's down a lap. Didn't complete that second lap this morning, is my calculation. So he's like another one of our side. This might be the Nicholas Pye entry, the 629 coming in. Sorry, no, it's a 621 of Wilkinson and Milne coming across the line. As Clint Glennon heads off over the back of the layout here at McTockton. Again, huge amount of work done by the team at the Griffith Off Road Club. Few people down enjoying the hospitality at the bar, mate, which is good to see on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the Riverina.
Yeah, definitely. Really lucky to have the guys from Conopara Hotel at Rankin Springs come over here and run a bar for us. It definitely adds to the atmosphere, and I think they'll be running again tonight too. So, yeah, if you're here at the Gap440, make sure, if you're over 18, of course, yeah, make sure you go down and say good day and grab yourself a beer, or we've even got vodka raspberry on tap. So, yeah, it's fancy, mate.
How good would a vodka raspberry be?
I wouldn't mind one if anyone's interested in dropping some up to the commentary tower. But, yeah, mate, we'll see how lucky we get with that. But on screen now, what have we got here, mate? Is that Howes?
Oh, I think it's the Clint Glennon Tatum. Oh, that last Class 10 we saw come through. Aaron and Greg Nickel clearly had issues on that second lap this morning, but the Brisbane-based Maverick X3 guys are doing some nice work as we approach 1 o'clock local time here at McTockton. Cross the line. 1 lap remaining for Aaron Nickel. It's going to be an awesome finish to this one. The front two are clearly going to battle it out for that top spot. So we've seen it happen so many times. I remember he alluded to it yesterday that Jason Richards lost the Gundy 400 5 or 6 years ago now by 2 seconds. Remember that?
That was quite heartbreaking as another Griffith Club member, but I think we still sent it that night. It was a bit dusty driving home from Gundy the next day, but yeah, just what's the update on the timing, mate, between Chapman and Havey, our front runners?
Yeah, so provisionally through on that final lap, we saw Aaron fall in about 18 seconds. So the margin as we stand here, I know they're well and truly on their last lap now, 1 minute 34 seconds between Chapman and Havey. So Chapman just, I'm sure he's aware, he knows he'll be all over it. He started 2 minutes ahead. He'd know he'd have to keep Havey at bay. I'm sure the battle is definitely on out there. Dave Mendham and Darren Franklin should be the next couple through. Ben McNamara is on the home stretch. Jason Keane, Carl Power, Shawnee Ratcliffe still moving. Moddy, Glennie Collis, Dale Standard, Michael Lesk, and Lee Ryan in the Class 4. Young Sam Richards, Jamie Harrison. But our
Six, 7, 8 of Darren Franklin now on your screens, coming through, finishing off his 4th lap of the Gap440. I think that might be the 665 of Aaron Nickel going down that back straight there, Toby.
Yeah, so it looks like it's Going to be a nice little dust-free run here for Franklin and Hackney. So it looks like 12 seconds ago, Chapman Maguire at the 52 kilometre mark, 52 kilometres down, which is 36 left. I think we just had an update with Jason Richards' time, which will consolidate that third position at the completion of the fourth lap of this event. We'll bring you that right now. Jason Richards. There you go. So he's about 5 minutes and 42 seconds ahead of Ali Howes in that third and fourth spot, but I reckon Richo definitely lost around that a bit more than 5 minutes when he come into the pit, so keep an eye on that. That's the margin between third and fourth at the completion of the penultimate lap between Richards and Howes, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. He's just got his compassionate time back, Jason Richards.
David Mendham now just beginning his final lap.
Mendo.
Yeah, and Ben McNamara just crossing the finish line now, so he's about to go start that final lap as well.
He's taking a bit easier this afternoon, Ben McNamara.
Just bring it home, Benny.
Making sure he brings it home for South Australian fans watching on. So yeah, that battle for third position, Richards, Howes, Tickner, Comiskey, Devine, Campbell. They're all in with a shot at the final spot as we stand on that podium here this afternoon. Where does that put? So that puts Davey Mendham in provisional 19th spot outright. 6th in Class 10. Darren Franklin 18th outright and 6th in Class 6. And there's only 46 seconds between the pair and the overall standings. And Ben McNamara goes 20th outright, 5th in ultimate class, further 11 seconds behind Dave Mendham.
Mendham going through the trees now, and I wouldn't want to be Benny McNamara at this point, just following anything in the dust, but through that tight stuff, when someone's only gone through maybe less than 20 seconds before you, don't have much vision in front of you, that's for sure. Still following David Mendham. The Dubbo Motorcycles machine comes out onto the back straight in front of the spectators area. We'll see Benny McNamara come through not too long as well. .07 now on your screens. Sean Ratcliffe. Bit of a lonely drive for him. He hasn't got anyone really in front of him or behind him, but just good to see him get another lap down and hopefully finish this next lap, Toby.
Yeah, no, he's put in a tremendous performance so far. So Jason Keane, so he comes through. I think that's only his second lap of the day completed. So he'll more than likely have that 45-minute break and head out possibly for one more lap. I'm sure that's how it could possibly work, mate, and hopefully he can get that done and grab a few more positions on the outright standings. And here is Sean Ratcliffe going through, and that will open up a beautiful little run for him as he heads out for his final lap this weekend.
Not sure who that is behind him. Is
that Carl Power? Looks like the club president.
I think it
Tatum.
might be. If I see a rabbit, yep, that's Carl Power. Carlo just coming through. Great turnout for the Class 10s this weekend, and
they're still all running well too, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of them are.
So that puts Carl Power up into that 21st outright, 7th in class. And Sean Ratcliffe is around 30 seconds off Carl Power in the 10.07. 22nd outright, 8th in class in his Potter. Overall time 4 hours 35 and 4 seconds.
I think Lee Ryan now on screen, mate. Or can't really see through the dust now. It definitely wasn't Moddy, so.
Yeah, so that's 22 of our cars now on the final lap of the 2026, the Gap440. Where are our race leaders at? That's the big question. Where is car 15 and car number 1? Clayton Chapman 2 minutes ago was at 60k mark. 60k mark for our race leader. And Sam Richards moving along. Jamie Harrison, Lee Ryan, Michael Less, Glennie Collis is not too far away. Moddy, like you said, and Dale Standen is pretty closing in on Moddy by the look of it on our rally safe, mate, which is going to be another good showing for the locals.
Yeah, you're right about that, mate. It's I'm just happy to see old Poppy Dale. He's hopefully going to finish this race.
Got Ratcliffe and Power going through there. Give another battle down the Class 10 order.
That Chapman on screen now, mate?
Don't know, I think it could be the Ratcliffe 10.07. Just going over the other side of the paddock to our right.
Yeah.
Chapman's still...
Yeah, I think you're right, mate.
Back. We've got a fair few kilometres left for our race leaders. They're closing in. Chapman now at the 63 kilometre mark. 25 kilometres left for our race leaders. And the number 1 element of Haby is at 60 kilometre mark. So definitely maintaining that little buffer there, Chapman and Maguire. But here is Darren Mott in the 435 Bennett trophy truck from Sea Lake. Great to see Motty still doing some nice things, and he'll be around that 23rd outright, 2nd in class. I'm sure he'd be stoked with that if he can bring it home for the final 90Ks.
Especially, mate. And
there's Glennie Collis.
Collis into the picture as well. So it looks like we'll be seeing Dale Standen come through not too long afterwards in the 92 Ultimate. But, speaking about Moddy, and, mate, he's from Sea Lake, and if you thought about per capita, I don't think there's a town other than... that supports off-road racing like Sea Lake does. It's a great little town.
I love it.
And here comes Dale Standen now into the picture.
Oh, there we go. So Glennie Collis and Jace Hampel are returning to the pits. They're in the 147. So if you're in the crew of Glennie Collis, you better get down. And no idea. He looked like he was going pretty good through there, so maybe he just needs a... You wouldn't know with Glennie, but I'm sure he'll be doing his best to get back out there. Another pretty solid landing there for Dale standing, but that'll open up a nice last lap run for him, mate, in the 92, and sure Craig's pushing him along to get the job done.
Yeah, Paulie, he likes going fast, mate. He's a balls to the wall kind of fella, and yeah, he's been navigating for Dale for a long time now, and they got a really good partnership between them, and he's just a real handy mechanic.
Yeah. Good man to have in your corner, I'd say.
Absolutely, mate. I've seen him do an engine change in the caravan park at Gundawindi a couple of times, and yeah, he's just one of them blokes. If someone needs a hand, he's happy to help, whether that be volunteering his skills or the workshop he gets around in. It's a very impressive truck that he's got himself with, you name it, he's probably got the tool in the back there.
So we'll see where he slips into proceedings. Dale's, yeah, spot, second in Class 4. Glennie Collis moves himself up into that third position in Class 1 and 25th spot. Hopefully they can return to the track. I know we've lost a couple of our, Sam Richards is still technically running away, going out there at the moment. 54 starters this morning, and we've had 25 competitors through to commence their final lap, so it's not a bad number, but still a long way left in this one for the crews that are coming through. Michael Lesk, I think, will be the next one, the 6119 from Freeling in South Australia. Then we'll have the Lee Ryan Nathan Wills entry, followed by young Sam Richards, Jamie Harrison, and then should be, hopefully, at the 70k mark, our leading car, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, just made the move on Mark Paul Grant in the 504. Looks like Havey's just got past Rossi Newman there, second on the road as Standon heads off. Michael Less turns the corner for the final time. He heads out. Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills coming through. Hats off to those guys making their debut run here in the Dan McKenzie built trophy truck.
Yeah, Toby, I was just having a quick chat out there with one of Carl Power's daughters, Shani. She just wanted to let me know that in the Navigator seat at the moment, it is his daughter, Millie, not Tess.
Yep.
Millie's first race out there, so better give credit where credit's due and give a shout out to Millie Power alongside her dad there in the Rabbit Racing Class 10, and as we see here, it looks like
our race leader on our screens, mate.
Yeah, and just had word from Huddy there. He's not too far. He's within probably the last 15 Ks or so. So, ladies and gents, if we want to make our way to the podium area and the spectator area to give Clayton Chapman a cheer as he makes his way home, which what may be his.
It's just not there yet, mate. It's just Yeah, it's the tricky part of the event now. He's, as you said, still 15 kilometres to go, but anything can happen in that time. And yeah, we'll just hope to see Clayton Chapman return to McTockton headquarters here in the next 10 minutes or so. Still a couple more of our cars coming through to complete lap 4. Young Sam Richards is on the move and he'll be heading through. Hopefully Glennie Collis and Jace Hample can get back on the track so they can get some Class 1 silverware here this weekend. Jamie Harrison. But yeah, race Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire at the 74 kilometre mark. It's 14 kilometres left here on their journey to defend their Hillston title this weekend. Maybe Aaron's knocked it back. He's back at the 70k mark, so a few kilometres between them now. And the 681 of Rossi Newman still going on his penultimate lap. And then we have a big gap back to our next competitor. And the battle is well and truly on there. Ali Howes. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see that one. Watch it unfold. But on our race leader, Chapman. Looks like club officials getting ready to hold a bit of a post-event presentation, mate, for our top 3.
Here comes Sammy Richards now.
Yeah, young Sam having a good run. Unfortunately, yeah, you never know. That third spot on the podium could have been his if he didn't have that early, but that's like a lot of our contenders down the field. It's just it's a big game of what if, isn't it, over the course of a big weekend like the Gap440. Maybe not.
Sam Richards on screen at the moment, just going through that tree section in the first few kilometres of the McTockton track. Be making his way back out onto that back straight in front of the spectators area any moment now, I think.
So now that's 29 competitors on the final lap this weekend. So we're only moments away now, Benny, from a couple more of our final cars to come through. Jamie Harrison shouldn't be that far away now. twice over the years. Haven't been to the new layout, mate, but by all reports, a fantastic event last year. Very tough again on man and machine. Like most of these national events are, haven't ever heard of an easy national. That's for sure.
No, definitely not, mate. It's if it's easy, I don't think there wouldn't be the draw to it. But yeah, Waikerie. I've only been there once myself. It's a great little town, and yeah, Waikerie Hotel put on a great feed while we're down there.
So Jamie Harrison heads towards his final lap board. Great work to Jamie. Dave Roberts in the seat this weekend in the 6.39. He'll turn it around and head off for his final lap, which is always a great sign. No update on Glennie Collis, which, mate, I think the next car expecting through, again, don't want to put the early crow on, should be the 15 of Chapman and Maguire. So we'll just sit here with bated breath to see if the outcome becomes reality for Chapman's off-road racing. Been a fantastic weekend here at McTocton. Another shout out to the Griff Off-Road Club, all the event sponsors, Harvey Service Centre, ARB, the offroadracing.com.au for providing the goods with the live stream, keeping you all updated at home. Chapman is at the 84 kilometre mark, just 4 kilometres left for the Croy-based Chapman's off-road racing here this weekend. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens with that third spot. There is literally a handful of contenders. I should have been more onto it and worked out how long Richo had in the pits, mate, when he went in there. I wasn't sure of the issue, but he come out looking pretty solid off the line in that racer. I reckon Chapman's maybe turned the corner for the final time, heading north towards the McTocton headquarters. Aaron Havey still tracking along nicely in his Element Prodigy. He was at the 78 kilometre mark, so maybe just put the foot off the gas a little bit, because Chapman has pulled away on the final lap, race fans. For those watching on at home, we're very close for our first vehicle to complete full distance here this weekend. And there was always a possibility. It was definitely one of the favourites heading into the weekend, you could say. Many good judges of the off-road world said that he's the man to beat once again here at the Gap440.
I can hear a car coming, mate.
And he took a 4-minute victory here 20 months ago in July of 2024. But ladies and gentlemen, he's still got a few hundred metres to go, but get up off your seats. One big left-hander. Rob Chapman heading to the fence. Team manager, father of Clayton, a very proud dad here this weekend. And I can provisionally call home the defending champion's going to go back-to-back here at Hillston. What a tremendous weekend it's been for Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him a
round of applause. There you go. How good's that, Ben? Gives you chills here watching. It's a pleasure to call the action. That is as good as it gets in the off-road world.
That's a fairy tale ending for Clayton. Mate.
Back-to-back here at the Gap440. Conditions have deteriorated. They are tough out there, and to bring home the Razorback once again, very happy smiles. His family's here. And we hopefully will get Aaron Havey across. Stewie's in the house. He looks like a happy man, Stewie Chapman. He'd be proud of his big brother. Back-to-back at Hillston for Chapman's. And the fairy tale run of the last few years continues for Chapman and Maguire, looking to defend, of course, the Gundy 500 in August this year. But wow, what a... He was pushed. Josh Howes gave him a great run yesterday and into this morning, and I'm sure it would have been a good battle, but... Yeah, Chapman's weekend again here at the Gap440. I'm sure we'll get a word with him in the coming moments, but tremendous weekend. And now we wait for our second car to cross the line. Hopefully Aaron Havey and Declan for the number one element.
Yeah, it's they're getting out of the car now, and it's not just a win for Clayton, but it's the whole Chapman crew. Yeah. They put on a stellar effort, the whole team.
There you go. How good's that? Back-to-back for Clayton Chapman at the Gap440. No, he's just become a dad again the last bit of time, the last 6 months or so, mate. And
we're going to see another generation of Chapman's racing later on, but
in the years to come.
Yeah, no, they're well-deserved win.
What a way to start the season.
Top qualifying, top in the top 10 shootout, and they led from start to finish. It's a fairy tale ending for the Chapman's crew.
Started the season off with a win, of course, last year at the ARB Big Desert 480 at Rainbow. So a replica result to that. Back-to-back at Hillston. Looking for 3 in a row at Gundy. He's there right up there. They'd have to be in the top couple with the conversation of Australia's best competitors at the moment in the off-road scene, without a doubt.
And that doesn't come easily. It takes a lot of commitment, a lot of hours in the shed getting these cars ready. What we don't, we see the racing
it's hours,
from
mate.
Friday to Sunday, but all those nights in the shed, it's hard work when you remember that these guys also have a life away from racing.
And this, I can tell you, this has not happened in the last few years either. They've worked their backsides up from, as you know, tin top days. Well, they're still getting around in tin tops. I know Rob's racing a tin top out at Dolby in a couple of weeks in the turbo of Aaron Habe. And again, another tremendous weekend for the Element Off-Road team. They just continue doing great things. I know how much Aaron will be delighted with a second place finish here on debut at the Gap440. Take a bow, Aaron Habe, Declan Fritchling, second position provisionally for 2026. I see Liz down there. She's very happy. Made the trek up from Manham in South Australia. They're going to go home with the second place. And now they get into the Wakery. They'll be definitely one of the favourites down there. Multiple time champs. For our third car on the racetrack. There we go. Hats off to Aaron Habe. And Declan there in the number 1 Element Prodigy, starting their season off with a bang. He'll go and give Clayton Chapman a massive congratulations. Pat on the back. Well done. Too good today. Mark Paul Grant heading off over the back. Reckon he'd nearly be close. I think Rossi Newman's still coming through the pack, the 681. He shouldn't be just around the corner. And then where's Jay Mitchell? He's took off behind Conroy Devine. He still has a lap to go at the 70k. So Jay's still heading towards a possible race finish, which would be a great perseverance story here on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely.
Restart that second lap 3 times.
Yeah, he's a resilient person, Jay, and it's just good to see that he's overcome that and he's back out on the track. So don't give up just yet, buddy.
So we've got 2 positions sealed on our outright podium. Just waiting that third competitor. The third would be Ali and Sarah. Richo pull a hat out of the bag and
I hear something coming.
I think Ross Newman's just around the corner. I think he's still on his another lap to go for Ross Newman and Cameron Crowe in the 681. So we'll see them come through, and that, in my calculations, despite Jay Mitchell, who's still 20 odd kilometres away, would want to be our final cars through for that last lap board.
A first in class, which is nothing to sneeze at, and still top 10 finish.
Tremendous.
How about your mate Brett Comiskey, mate? Where's he sitting at the moment?
Yeah, well, he's literally, I think he's sitting around that 5th spot outright at the moment, which going on cue would be remarkable if he finished that way, but I'm sure he's within striking distance of this 3rd spot. He was only about 10 seconds off the pace of Bodie Tickner heading into that last lap, and Tickner was only 20 odd seconds off Ali Howes, which 30 seconds, definitely capable of making that up over the course of the final lap. That big truck will come into its element. Literally out here is the track out rougher over the course of the final 90 kilometres. But Ali Howes, a couple of seconds ago, was at the 77 kilometre mark for Ali, and Bodie Tickner is at the 76 kilometre mark. So not too much between the pair. Can Ali pull it off and get home in 3rd position? We'll have to wait till they cross. Another 10 or so kilometres left for these competitors. I think we'll literally have 4 or 5 cars crossed in under 2 minutes coming up. And then Richo will be flying through the pack there somewhere. Not sure where he's going to stand up. I know he's behind Jay Mitchell, who's in behind Conroy Devine.
Yeah, there are crowds, team members of Howes Motorsport there, eagerly waiting for Ali to come through.
Johnny Harris having a nice warm coffee, cappuccino to settle the dust. No meat trays out here, brother. So that'll be a great story, but regardless of where they finish, been a tremendous fight for this third position.
It's been great.
I'm sure all competitors, if you ask them now, if they were given that sort of top 5, top 6 finish going into the weekend, they'd just grab it and run. But definitely up for contention, this 3rd spot, 78k mark now for Ali. and Sarah. Just about to turn, just hit the 80k mark actually, about to head back towards enjoying the prologue track here for the final stages of the lap.
I guess now, just while we got some downtime, again, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Harvey Service Centre, Hillston, Fuchs, Griffith City Smash ARB, Griffith Tyre Power, Ed Jones, our elite sponsors for the weekend, Ag Finance Specialists, Asquith Turf Moving, I think I can see Tommy out there now, BB Building, Kadimo Machinery Services, Greenwich Ag, John and Annette Wag, Key Agri, MR Trans, Seraphin Ag Pro, our gold sponsors, Agro Agronomy, Sheetley Hire, CK Cranes, Elders Griffith, Farm Freight, Grain Corp, Hillston RME, Horn Ag Logistics, Inland Trucks, Keengrow, Mawson's Concrete, McNabb Fuel, Riverina Logistics, Ag and Vet, Rocky Bulk Haulage, Guidelins, Craig McEwen, Cunnaparra Hotel, Rankin Springs, Clubhouse Hotel, Carrathul Shire, Intersales, 57 Automotive. I can keep going on, mate. There's that many sponsors.
Incredible.
Yeah, thanks again to everyone that's helped put on this event.
If that's anything to go by, this event will be around for another 30 years, mate. That's certain.
You can only hope, mate. It's, you know, people go on about the prestige of some other off-road racing events in Australia, and rightfully so, but, you know, the Gap440.
What do you reckon? I think Bodie Tickners might be in the spot. He looks like he is closing the gap, and depends what happens there with Comiskey. But I'm gonna go in the stub. I reckon Bodie Tickner might cause a bit of upset here. third spot on a go the early crow. There was only about 5.5 minutes between them, and the time is definitely ticking from when Ali Howe's come across the line. So I definitely think Ali Howe's will do enough to hold on. That's just my calculations. I've 5:16.56.
Yeah, I'm quietly confident in that, mate. But
yeah, I definitely think it's enough. There's only about 5:40 between Howes and Richo. Richo spent a lot of time in the pits there in between the fourth and fifth lap. Unfortunately, sort of a podium went back in there, but Richo again, he'll be happy, I'm sure, just to bring it home on his first lap and get the finish for the team. 5 o'clock somewhere racing, he calls himself.
Yeah, something like that, mate. And it looks like the guys from the Melbourne racing team, Rhett's about to get out of the car there for a well-earned second place in Class 10. First local home, as you said.
So where's Jason Richards? I think that's just what we're waiting. The 91's just around the corner. Couple of Ks left for Richards. We'll go back. I think it was 5:40 between the pair, and I think that time has well and truly elapsed since Ali Howe's crossed the line. 5:42 to be exact. So the time to beat is a 5 hours 16 minutes 56 seconds.
No, it's Burrows.
There's Mark
now.
Burrows. Yeah, Richo, I think's not too far away from him in the 7-litre racer. I don't know if Jay knows what he wants to do here. He's got another lap remaining, but there's Richo. So this is the final time we really need to look at. Congratulations to the legend himself, Mark Burrows, and Tommy Burrows across the line in the 21 Monk Fab. He'll go into position 9 there in the 21. 5 hours 22:23. And this is the final time we need to look at. And there you go. So 10th outright for Jason Richards. So that'll mean that Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan, on my calculations, will be confirmed third position here at the Gap440. Congratulations. Ali Howes, take a bow. It's been a tremendous weekend for you and Sarah. Patikna in fourth, Comiskey fifth, Devine, Campbell, Standen, Burrows and Jason Richards. Your top 10. Looks like Jay and Father John have had enough, mate. I think they're a lap down, but that'll do it for their weekend.
Yeah, live to fight another day, mate.
Isn't it great to see the competitors that have had issues over the course of the weekend stick around and support their fellow competitors, good mates, and yeah, words of encouragement. It's been a bit of a slog out there, a tremendous event. We're still waiting confirmation, but on mine it's provisionally Ali Howes in third spot, but officials are probably looking to just make sure that. Looks like a 28-second win over Bodie Tickner for third.
You know, they've done really well, Ali and Sarah, and well-deserved third place. Another one of our local boys, that Jeremy Horn, coming over the finish line now.
Yeah, another weekend of what could have been for Jeremy Horn. He limped into the bolo there last night, looked a bit sore and sorry for himself. Had a bit of an excursion into the dip. Unfortunately, there was no water in there. He just got a bit of whiplash and a bit of front end damage there and got the job done, got it fixed out there. A bit of bush mechanicking, and there you go, Ali Howes. Looks like she's going to move up finally into the third position on the podium, and that is huge for the Howes Motorsport. Massive weekend for the ladies here, third spot. Tremendous drive. I know she was in a few people's selections for the top 5 here this weekend, but to bring it home in third, Looks like the next of our side-by-sides. Looks like Jay Sample and Glennie Collis not heading back out. There you go, great run for Nicholas Pye. His first time down here to Hillston, and he'll leave with plenty of points. That'll get him around that, is that around 12th spot? There you go. So Ali and Sarah, give him a round of applause. Huge effort for the ladies across third outright. Hats off to Tickner and Comiskey. Rounding out your top 5 for the Gap 440. Jeremy Horn currently 12th outright, 5th in class. Nicholas Pye, he'll take home 3rd spot in class 6, provisionally 11th outright there. John Herselman in the 6.29 in the Rush Can-Am Maverick R. And I think this is the next of our class 10s coming through.
Michael Marson.
Yeah, looks like it's the nice 1032 racer, class 10 single-seater. He'll bag a lot of points heading into the next round. I'm sure he'll be down at Waikerie in July. Michael Marson, yeah, top effort there for the North Queenslander. Great to see him and Team Land come down from up in the north, and look forward to seeing them compete over the rest of the championship rounds. Dave Lufton making amends of his hiccups here 2 years ago after that huge rollover in the Honey Badger. He goes through. He'll hit the final corner. Darren Barker in the navigator's seat. So well done to Dave Lufton. Gets the job done nicely. He'll take home a top 15 finish here in 2026. Twelfth outright, 3rd in class for Michael Marson.
Great day of racing here today. Great weekend of racing, really, mate, to see all these people here, the Hillston locals and people from all over the country come out here to race the 2026 Gap 440. You know, it seems to just be getting bigger and bigger every year, and
great to be back on the championship.
Having a story like this, it just kind of only adds to the history of it, mate. So, yeah, can't wait to be back here next year. That Brendan Hill coming through now, mate. The
I think it is.
10.04.
Brendan Hill in the 10.04. Dave Lufton snuck in there in 13th outright, 2nd in class 1 behind Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan. So I'm sure Dave Lufton will be super impressed with that run. And here is Brendan Hill. That's a tremendous weekend out for young Brendan. The next of our side-by-sides, they've been punched along all weekend there, the class 6s. Brendan Hill goes 14th quickest, 4th in class 10. We would have took that at the weekend's start of the weekend. Chrissy Holgate across the line there in the Gatesy Off Road X3, the 686.
I think that is, mate. Yeah,
there
Holgate
he is.
Now through.
He'll be pumped with that. He's chasing the ARB Australian Championship this year, so a lot of class 6 points there for him. 14th outright, 4th in class. Got now, mate. I know we've got a few still, I think 15 or 20 odd cars still out there circulating. The 10.16 of Clint Glennon, Adam Moores at the 80k mark, and Tim Wilkinson. Let's get down and get a few words with some of our winners, mate. We're just down here with our event champion, Clayton Chapman. Mate, congratulations, you've gone back to back at the Gap440. Tell us a bit about your run and the emotions of, just another win. Your fairy tale run continues, mate.
Yeah, mate. Oh, we love it here, hey. It's like for us, it's like short course up home at Moranbah. Yep. This track here is just like a really, really long version of that. So, man, it's what we have basically where we learned to drive this thing is a track like this, and it just suits us to the ground. All our years with Adam in the car, almost 20 years now. Just doing pace notes and doing that, it makes our speed here so safe. So we just had a flawless run. Car just did nothing wrong for us. Hey,
I was gonna say you look so clean all weekend. Dream run.
Yeah,
the front brakes pads.
Front brake pads. And still something bit on here on the last lap, but not enough to really give us that hassle. We just kept it clean and good lines, and got to bring it home. So one set of tyres all weekend. The Mickey's held up real well, and can't fault anything.
And what a result for your family. I know how passionate the entire Chapman crew are for off-road racing. You live for it up there on the sunny coast, and just to really reap the rewards. I think it's like your 6th win in 3 years. I think now the national. It's, quite a run, and you'll be looking to go again at Waker in a few months.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's it's still surreal. Hey, it's every time we jump across that finish line at full pace, it's just something that we've been chasing for years. And yeah, I just huge credit to the team, to Dad and my brother Stu swinging the spanners all weekend. They did a CV boot and brake pads and so much stuff in that service brake just to make sure we got through clean. So yeah, it's a lot of hard work, but yeah, we've been blessed with this life, and we're just so thankful for this time. You know, this time it won't last forever. So we're enjoying it while it's here. So.
Another special win with your family here. You've got the little second one on the ground now. And
yeah, Blake and Levi, my two boys, my beautiful wife Amy. So
can't get any better.
Yeah, Amy wasn't here last time, so it's real special to have her here, and yeah, to have the crew and a heap of Queenslanders this time come down for it. So it's just awesome, and just everybody in the sport is family. So man, it's just so good. So even these camera guys go right, hey.
Well
we
done,
love
mate.
the weekend.
Well deserved. Great winner, and back to back here at the Gap440. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, champion once again at Hillston. Might get a word with Aaron Havey, if that's all right. Our defending ARB Australian champion. Well done, mate.
Thanks, brother.
It's a pleasure calling you live. It's like another clean weekend for you and the team.
Yeah, definitely. We had a really good weekend. We had a fair bit of prep work winners at this time, and your paint job made it look nice, and car went pretty much faultless all weekend apart from no issue, so that was really good.
And you obviously like the conditions, settled in nicely? Look,
it's definitely not, if it was wet it'd be a different story, but the track was fast, but I'd get sick of left-rights for a while, left-right, but overall it was, car did well, Chelsea did well, and Declan did a great job as well, so it was good.
I've had the luxury of sitting shotgun here in this car, and that's a dream run. Another second to your resume, and on to Waikerie.
How good's that? Yeah, I'm
looking forward to that.
Just totally amazed, but can't thank my team enough. You know, like Brad and Wayne and my wife and Alison, all those guys, and obviously Grashies, and just all for them to come over here. You know, with the fuel price like it is.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. You know, just get away for the weekend. Heap of laughs last night, and top weekend, so it's great.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks,
well
man.
deserved second place here, the ARB, the Gap440, and we'll see you down at Waikerie. One of your local events. It'll be very hard to beat down in the Riverland. Now we get to catch up with our provisional third place getter. Come in if you want, Sarah.
Provisional
over here.
still?
Well, provisional till the trophies are out, I presume. But
Tell me I've got it now.
Third spot.
Okay, thank
Third
you.
spot, Ali Howes, Sarah Corrigan. Well done, ladies. Tremendous weekend.
Thanks,
I had goosebumps when you come across the line, but third place.
So did
I.
I.
Feels like this is, just a great run.
Yeah, gosh, what a weekend. But we went out in reconnaissance on Friday, and I said to Sarah, God, I love this track. This is a real driver's track. And progressively it just got better and better as we learn it. I think, what'd you make? 390 notes or something?
Couple notes, yeah.
So
A few notes out
Sarah
there.
did a fantastic job, but above all, of course, it's the car and it's all Dad's work. So
Yeah, I mean, you've got a great team behind you here. Of course, won the Milberdale Mountain Classic a couple of years ago. It was a special weekend, but this one feels just as special at a national to come home behind Chapman and Havey. Unfortunately, your brother didn't make the finish, but just
no, it is. It's it is really special, and that I think that holding period they sat me there for a good 5 minutes was almost worse than the whole weekend. So it's really nice. Really happy.
And how was I know you love how much you love navigating, Sarah. But
I do. It's the best seat in the house. She
Great
did unreal.
driving,
Great driving. Just amazes me all the time.
Yeah.
But obviously the car just was on point as always from Glenn and the team. Sean, Jay, Josh, getting the car on the track was unreal. So and the
good.
track was amazing. She just no mistakes, just unreal. Yeah.
Well,
Pretty cool.
You started 16th outright yesterday and up into third position. Don't get much better than that. Well done, and enjoy the
Thank you,
celebrations
Tobes.
tonight.
Thank you.
There we go. Ali Howes, Sarah Corrigan, third spot. We might do a bit of a walk through here. Might catch up with Richo.
You would think that in America where they race in the
exactly.
That would have the world's best air clean.
Just get a quick word. Richo, is that all right, mate?
Yeah, mate.
I mean, if you took the start of the weekend, you just want to get some seat time and see what it's all about in the big girl here, and you've done that. I think about a 9th place finish, but you got to pretty happy with the weekend.
Yeah, I'm happy, mate. Yeah, the car went well. Yeah, we we blocked the air cleaner on between 3 and 4 to come in and change it, and but we're having a fair crack, and we're sort of making a bit of time, and well, anyway, that's racing.
You're on pace. I think you're the quickest car on that second one this morning. Which is
righto.
Great signs, and on to another big race in a few weeks. But tremendous event here at Hillston. Awesome to see deserving winners, and I'm sure, as part of the Griffith Club, you're happy about that as well.
Yeah, no, very happy, mate. Yep, no, it's a good turnout. Was a bit dusty, no wind today, but yeah, really good. Hopefully my young fella's coming in soon.
Too far away.
So had a few issues, so he sort of...
Yeah, what happened to him this morning?
Done an alternator.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
early on.
Anyway, that's a part of racing.
Well done, Richo. Always a pleasure watching you, mate. We'll see you back on the track soon, mate.
Yep.
Brett Comiskey might get a word with our 5th place getter. Well done. Well done. What are you?
You are definitely psychic. You picked it to a T.
15th qualified, 5th outright.
I know you did.
A bit scary.
It worries
actually.
me. It worries me, man.
No,
What I'll do is I'll ring you first before I load everything up. Nah, look, we had a good run. I had an awesome weekend. Nothing wrong with the car, no flat tyres, no panel damage. Navi was good calling. Yeah, this morning made up time. No defects on the brake. The dust was definitely a lot worse, and no wind. It was hanging in the trees. A fair mission to get a truck through some of them trees without a bit of damage. But all in all, awesome weekend with our team. First outright in class and 5th outright overall. That's awesome weekend for us. Never been here before, so it's a good start for our championship.
And you'll head down to Waikerie for the second round in July.
Oh, definitely. I'm going to do them all, mate.
Yep.
I've always wanted to, and it hasn't happened that way, but yeah, it's a good bunch of guys and know most of the races anyway, so keen to get amongst it.
In terms of the event here, the Griffith Off Road Club put on a brilliant weekend.
Mate, as for the farmers and what they've given, and to come here to something like this out in the middle of nowhere, as far as I'm concerned, you know, food, everything on, everything set up, it was an awesome weekend.
Well done to you and Corey and the whole team, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Thank you. Good call, and I'll ring you for the
No worries.
first.
Give me a call. There he is, Brett Comiskey. Chris Holgate's here. Chris, you brought it home, mate. Well done.
Wow.
How'd you end up?
Yeah, good. I think we ended up 15th outright, and I think 4th in class. So not too bad considering the dust we chewed on that second bit out after our break.
Got pretty rough out there in the X-ray.
Very rough, mate. Yeah, a few trees, a bit less now. So yeah, no, it's good. And Griffith Club put on a really good event, so we'll definitely be back.
That sounds good.
Hopefully with a bit more rain next time, so there's no dust.
You'll be at the next round at Waikerie in July.
Hopefully, yeah.
Head down there.
Yeah, we've got a couple of little rounds in between now and then, so.
All the best. Well done, and congratulations on your up. Looks like we're going to a podium presentation for our top 3.
Went through the trees anyway. We did go here.
You can do it. Yeah, right. Ali, you wanna?
Ready, ladies?
Yeah.
All right, guys. In 3rd place for today outright, the ladies in 115.
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
And then the ARB boys are coming 2nd in car 1. And then we've got the Chapman team in car 15, outright winners of the Gap440 this year.
Good job.
Right, you can lean down and stop the clock. And I'm getting out of the road.
Go.
Thank you, everyone. The main presentation will be about 3:30. We've got the TV in the back of the shed there, so if you want to take your cars back, everyone.
Probably go get a bunch of large and go and tap now and champagne. We can do it again. One tap it over there. Oh.
Let's get a quick word. Quick word, mate, if that's all right.
Yep.
Well done. Another solid finish for you down here at Hillston.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. I was a bit worried about 10:04 sort of jumping on the podium, so the last lap I just drove it 100%.
Had a crack.
Oh, I just had a crack. Should have been my quickest lap time maybe, but no, I just thought, what am I here for? I kept saying to myself, what am I here for? Just go for it. So,
Yeah.
no, it was really good. Track held up pretty good.
Yeah.
Got to learn a few lines and this and that, but yeah, it just held up really well, and so much fun out there. There's a bit of dust, but you know what? After a few years of rain, I actually don't mind a bit of dust. So, well done to the winners.
Yeah,
well done
great effort, Clayton and Aaron
and the girls.
And Ali and Sarah. How good's that?
I don't remember.
That's a great. I can't remember.
I've been doing it a long time. I don't remember the all-female crew being on the podium at National. That's got to be a first.
Has to be.
Yeah. So, well done to them. Well done to everyone at finish. I mean, it's pretty brutal,
Tough
but
event.
Also very fun out there. Very fun track and very enjoyable. So, good.
And Waikerie next. What's your truck? Is it coming in Australia soon? Or
I'm heading over in May. It's been delayed a little bit, unfortunately, so I'm not going to think. But I'm hoping. I'm hoping to have it here for Gundy.
Yep.
So we definitely won't be here for Waikerie. So maybe the Class 10 might do another trip down there, belted around there for a couple of days. But I think it should leave by the middle or end of May, and then hopefully land here in early August or so.
Good stuff, mate. This is awesome. How good is this? Back at a couple of hours ago, back here at Hillston.
Yeah.
Great place to be. I think they put on a tremendous event.
They do, mate.
So we'll be back here next year.
No. Well done to you boys too. It's good stuff.
No
Everyone's
worries.
been watching back home, and it makes it really good because my family can't be here, but they can watch. So
Safe travels heading home, mate.
Thank you.
See you at the next one.
Guys.
There he is, Mick Marson.
On this side.
Grab Lockie if you want.
Down here with Lachlan Campbell, mate. Another finish here. It's an extraordinary run, really, at national level for GRC Motorsport. Tough out there. You happy to bring it home?
Yeah, happy to be back. It was super rough out there. So many braking bumps, acceleration bumps, lots of rocks. The big boys like to dig rocks out, so we just had to be careful over the big stuff. And for the most part, it was really fun track. Obviously some rough bits out there, but really, really good driver's track, and absolutely love it around here. So just happy to come home, and couldn't be happier than coming second to our old car. So good day.
Great weekend for the team. Top 10, second in class, and put a bit of pressure on Dad moving through the rest of the season.
We'll see how we go, but this car's going to do a fair bit of work this year still. So with Dad doing the other national series in it, but they're obviously holding up well, being 1-2 today. So we'll just take it as it comes for the rest of the year.
See you down at Waikerie in a few months.
Yeah, we'll see you.
There you go. Here's Lockie Campbell, second place in Class 6. Might get a quick word with Ben McNamara. We just see the last car across the line was Carl Power, the local, in the 1043. We'll let him get his helmet off, and we might be able to get a quick word with him for the live stream. Looks like he's had a hard couple of hours. How'd you go, mate? You got her home.
Finally.
Finally finished.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah.
No, it got pretty rough out there at the end, but yeah, we nursed her home and all good.
Car went well?
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Today it went really well. Had an issue there yesterday. We dropped oil pressure and we're in limp mode for about 30 k's, but no, everything went well today, really well. So.
And I mean, as the club president, I know how much work you and the family put into this event. Must be a great feeling to not only cross, but just to see everyone here lined up, the crowd enjoying the bar, and just
for
great
sure,
place to
mate,
be.
for sure. Just magnificent.
Yeah.
Everyone that's it's hours and hours and hours, as you all know, to put on an event like this. Very grateful for John and Cherie letting us rip their place apart, and Brant Irvine. But no, magnificent job for everyone.
Well done, mate. Always a pleasure being down here with you guys at Griffith, and hopefully see you back here in 12 months. Do it again. No worries. There he is, President Carl Power. Tremendous weekend for him on and off the track. And that nearly wraps us up, I think, on the walk through the finish of our Dave Lufton. So as we see our champion this weekend, Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire in the Razorback, about to head back into the pits. We'll wrap things up here. Congratulations again to Aaron Habe and Ali Howes for taking second and third spot. And that concludes the racing here for 2026 at Hillston. Thanks for joining us, and we'll be back at Waikerie in a few months' time.
Beautiful, let's go. Let's go, bro. What time is it?